live from the Fastport Studios in New Orleans. It's Road Gang Radio with your host, the one-of-a-kind, truck-loving, fun-having, Jimmy Mack.
Well, good morning, and we are at the Fastport Studios here in the city of New Orleans at the Edgar Degas House. Fastport, by the way, is solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges through research, technology, and people. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. By the way, if you have the audacity to listen on Odyssey, if you are making FaceTime on the Book of Face, yakking it up on the tube of you, if you find yourself 365 in it, or you left your heart at iHeart, welcome to Road Gang Radio. You can go to RadioNemo.com. If, by the way, you're listening someplace where you're not on YouTube, as many of our friends, good morning, Joe J. Hey, Paranormal Pie Man, what's going on, Trucker Bosun? BB the King is here as well, and Forrest has dropped in to say, good morning, RGR, from where the horses run and the grass is blue. Man, I got to tell you, there's some place that the grass gets so blue in Kentucky, it turns coal black. Welcome, good morning, no matter where you are, no matter what you're doing. We are thrilled to have you here. Dig this, though. There are bears eating strawberry ice cream. There are skateboarders rescuing skunks with their boards and a little bit of rope. And keep an eye on Michigan, guys, by the way. In Michigan, lawmakers have advanced a bill banning big rigs from the left lane. Oh no, HB 4522 on August the 19th made its way through a House Transportation Committee in the state of Michigan. Take a breath. It only applies, still, interesting conversation, to 3 or more lanes. Of course, the exceptions for that are made for left turns, safety concerns, which, by the way, that is really broad, and construction. We're talking 10,000 pounds or more. We're talking truck tractor. We're talking combo vehicle, trailer, or semi, or some combination of the two. You should probably do a little digging, figure out what's going on there. It is Road Gang Radio. Jimmy Mack here. Louis Pugh is going to be here in just a little bit for Washington Trucking Week. JR and JP are going to be lean and mean on the scene as Joanne Ritchie and Jim Park join us for Canada Calling, obac.ca. And, in the second half of the show, that's where we go about the business of making a life after we've made a living. And by the way, speaking of making a living, we'll get to a person who really, if you focus on what he has to say, will get you going in regards to making a living. Teresa Bruno is going to be our last guest. Before then, something really fun on Western of the Month. We got a chance to watch Untamed and American Primeval. They're both television shows. They both are streaming. Easy access to get both of them. We watched the pilots, Megan Kate Nelson, Lindsay Lawler, and myself. Rather than watching the entire series, although I watched both entire series, we watched the pilots, though, and we're going to make a recommendation, the three of us, not a collective recommendation. Each of us make an individual recommendation for which of those 2 shows you should watch. Lots of great stuff going on out there, lots of interesting stuff, and some difficult stuff, too. So hold on tight, don't get thrown to the wolves, because he's not our first guest. He's a regular contributor here to Road Gang Radio. Matter of fact, he is one of the people responsible for putting together the Fastport Studios. We're thrilled to have him as always. He is that guy. He is the owner of the Grumpy Peterbilt. He has over 2.5 million miles under his belt. There's some stories out there about a whole bunch of Special Olympics convoys coming up. He's a big believer in supporting good causes through convoys and the like, and he's the principal analyst over at DAT. He's that guy. Good morning to you, my friend, Dean Croak. How you doing?
Good morning. Great to be with you.
And I promise you I'm going to jump over onto the Google Meets in just a moment so that you and I will be able to see each other. But where are you right now? What are you doing? Because you're always someplace, even when you're where you're supposed to be.
I'm home this week. I've been home all week. My wife's had back surgery, so I'm doing dual duties, working as well as looking after her. So, I've been back in Boston for about a week, but that'll change coming up in about a week's time, back on the road again. Got a bunch of truck shows, conferences. It's the start of conference season for those that don't drive trucks. A lot of people in business take July off, so things are always very quiet during those dog days of summer, as we call it, in freight. But then things start to pick up once we get into September in earnest, and you'll see a lot of activity September, October, into Thanksgiving. So that's we had a pretty quiet July, though, for most of us in the freight market. Very quiet in the media, trucking media, that is. So it's been fairly quiet. I mean, not on Road Gang Radio, but in general freight terms, in my world, it's been very quiet.
Yeah, it's interesting too, and that's something we can talk about as well. The freight world is in this kind of holding pattern that you and I have been talking about. We have spoken the last couple of times in terms of hypotheticals in regards to the markets and the rates. What could happen based on what has not happened yet. And by the way, guys, if anybody's out there saying stuff to themselves like, well, no, I mean, it's like, you guys are predicting doom and gloom. We're not. We're just trying to figure out what's going to happen next. That uncertainty, while it has created a great deal of disruption in regards to the overall economy, has just created a sense of paralysis. That's not a lot to kind of analyze when that's going on. On the political front, there is plenty of stuff going on. There's plenty of chatter. There's plenty of talk. And, once we do our break with our pledge, national anthem, and our bracing cup of Java from Pastor John, we'll get into your talking points. I wanted to kind of talk to you about the accident, the one that is making the rounds, the sensational one, the U-turn that turned into a fatality. And, we had a chance to have Andy Polikoff on the show earlier this week. He wanted to come in because he and I wanted to kind of establish for people that it's very easy to point the blame at one irresponsible and, amoral to some degree driver. We don't know all the particulars about him as a human being, but it's pretty chilling. That being said, I said somebody had to lift the fence to let him in. Somebody had to give him a CDL. Somebody had to hire him, and on we go. So we had Andy Polikoff come in and talk about the idea of making sure that we put an end to CDL mills, making sure more people follow the rules like that. But I wanted to get your take, Dean, and like I said, you don't have to wade into controversial waters, but I wanted to get your take on that particular incident, but also what it speaks to at a larger kind of purpose and piece.
Yeah, I think horrible event. Like, I don't know what some people think when they drive. I mean, I put car drivers in that category also. I think the whole world has changed in terms of how we treat the driving experience. I see a lot of truckers doing crazy stuff out there, and I see a lot of car drivers doing crazy stuff also. So I look at this and say, yep, this has been going on for a long time. This just happens to be a terrible event that fits into a particular set of narratives that's been going on for a little while. But I go back 25 years and I could find just as many events that are equally as egregious, that are different. So and I'm not going to get into the politics of all of this because I think it's a no-win situation. I think what I am surprised about, though, is all the prejudicial comments that are out there that really harm the defence case here. I just think I wish people would just keep their opinions to themselves, because every time they post something and make a comment about this, it just means it's very hard for anybody to get due process, whether it's the car drivers that have lost their lives or the truck company. This is the court of public opinion is pretty dangerous when it comes to situations like this. So I think the facts are very unclear, though. I think that's what's interesting, is the facts have changed in the course of a week in terms of what people think has caused this accident. But I was thinking about it this morning too, Jimmy Mac, because I was as outraged as anybody. And I just think, how do they go into the local DMV and get a CDL? Like, someone's got to give them that CDL across the counter. I assume that's what happens. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't happen that way anymore, but I had to go and talk to people. How does that not happen in this country? And it's not just a California thing. This is every state has the same sorts of DMV processes, by and large. So I just think it's unfortunate that this has to happen, but it's not unusual. Let me put it this way. Having studied hundreds of thousands of accidents, I've seen this kind of thing happen all the time.
All the time.
And the commonality is not race or colour or language. That's not the common denominator. It's a skill training issue. Jimmy Mac, some people just shouldn't be behind the wheel of a truck. You and I know that. I mean, most people know that. We see it when we go out driving, whether it's people blocking a fuel island because they're inside having a shower, or cutting you off on a zipper merge, or just not having a CB radio. All those sorts of things that go on. It's just there's a lack of professionalism out there that this kind of uncovers a much wider issue that we're all trying to deal with right now, and that is, since the pandemic started, we've had a massive influx of capacity in the industry, and this is kind of the tail end of it. This is the result of that, when we couldn't get enough trucks or people on the road to move all of the freight that we had to move.
Yeah, I mean, and that's a big thing too, because this goes back to what you and I talked about this the moment the pandemic ended. Isn't it unbelievable?
Yeah,
Isn't it unbelievable how much the world has changed? I mean, and it doesn't seem like that long ago. I mean, 2021 doesn't seem that long ago when you and I were
right,
talking about flooding. The idea of
right,
flooding the market with so many goods and
right.
services that so many people needed, and there was nobody to really kind of make it happen. And all of a sudden, it's like we turn the switch on. We turn the switch on the economy, and everybody just kind of jammed it up. And where
Yeah,
we are now is the remnants of that capacity. We created, in order to compensate for one problem, we created the problem that we're in now. Does that make
yeah.
sense?
It's a big whiplash effect. I would not have thought that we'd be still in this situation over 5 years later, and still experiencing some of the macroeconomic effects of what happened during the pandemic. It's still playing out in the market. And this is something we can talk about after the pledge, but we're now talking about maybe a freight market recovery next year. Like this is sort of one of those unprecedented times where this freight cycle is just going to drag on and on and on. And there is a little bit of glimmer of hope in the next couple of weeks. That's the upside of Brake Check Week and Labor Day. So we will see some improvement in rates. So there is some good news, but it's fairly short-lived. But I think the biggest story, of course, that'll consume all the headlines are some of the accidents that are going on out there on the highways. I guess I'd sort of wrap up that thought on, I just like, if you're going to talk about safety and accidents, let's cover them all equally.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right? Because there's thousands that happen every day.
Yeah, and that's a big thing too. That's like, remember that this is also a confluence of what I call the soup of the day has kind of mixed into a tragic event. So it's one of those things where a video comes out. And by the way, guys, Dean and I are not making excuses for the horror that took place. But there's a lot of stuff that happens like that, more than you actually know. It just depends on if it bleeds, it leads. And a lot of times the eyes go to where they're supposed to go. And man, that video made the rounds, didn't it? Whoo, it made the rounds, man.
How did that get released so quickly by a third-party in-cab vendor? Like, that frightens me as much as anything in terms of the invasion of privacy of all the drivers out there that aren't having accidents.
Well, and
That's a big concern.
Yeah, and the other problem is too is the fact that I tell people you want to ensure this guy doesn't get the penalty he deserves. You want to ensure justice isn't done. Keep flooding the zone with stuff, because any defense lawyer worth the salt is going to walk in and say, "I got a prejudicial jury. Let's move the venue. I got a prejudicial jury. Let's move the venue." That is how it happens. And don't say, "Well, that shouldn't happen." Trust me. Sometimes
Yeah.
you're going to want that when they come for you. That's the thing about due process is everybody hates a lawyer until they need one, and everybody hates due process until, of course, it directly affects them. We're going to take a quick phone call here from Bandit. He's calling from Indiana. I can see Madison breathing in relief now that she knows I actually read my Google Meets. Thank you for your patience, Bandit. What's going on?
Oh, not a whole lot. Just so you know, I cannot hear Dean at all while on hold.
Yeah, we are working on that problem. There are people who have given us that note before. There is a concern about that, but don't panic. He's there. Everybody listening on the air can hear it because our good friend Phone Master Dre is actually on the masters, so we can hear Dean. So that's good news. Go ahead, Dean, talk. Watch this.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
So there you go. Can you hear him now?
Yeah, I can hear him now.
Okay, there you go. So what's on your brain, Bandit?
Well, I used to live in that area of Florida, so I know that area real well. And even when I was growing up down there, there were knuckleheads that would try to pop U-turns in that area with 18-wheelers all the way back then. I'm talking back in the early 90s.
Yep, exactly.
Oh yeah. And I've seen it. I mean, it's like, please let us all remember too that Florida has sunshine laws, so we see the idiots there. There is no Florida man, by the way. There isn't a rampant bunch of idiots in Florida that aren't in the rest of the country. It's just that Florida has the presence of mind. They have what they call sunshine laws. So anytime anybody decides to try to share a joint with an alligator, it ends up in the news. I mean, that's the truth of the matter.
Yeah.
So what's happening, brother?
Headed out for the week. Just got done being home for 2 days. spent some time with the family. Tried to get some stuff done around the house and all that. This is the first chance I've had to actually be able to call in a while during the mornings, so I figured I better take it.
Well, by the way, I'll make you feel good because Madison actually did send me a text and a G chat basically saying I got banned into the phone. Can we take him? And I'm like, well, I ain't heard from him for a while, so get his butt in here. Let's get a little good morning to him. So you're back at the game though. What are you hauling? Where are you going now? I know we were home for a little bit. What are you doing?
Well, I'm headed over to Indianapolis, having to take Indiana. It's US 36. I'll get it right in a minute. And cut over through McCordsville and all that because they are replacing all the train track stuff on the roads that go from my house to I-70. So I can't get to I-70 from my house right now. So I got back road Joe it on a 2-lane blacktop to cut over to Indianapolis and get on 465 that way.
Wow. That's
the
construction that's going to go on for the better part of the next 5 to 10 years, people need to buckle up because we waited so long. The reason that bipartisan infrastructure bill got passed, Dean, wasn't because people wanted to help the previous administration. A lot of Republicans crossed over and voted for that because, we talk about the national debt all the time. One of the areas where we had a massive debt was our infrastructure debt. So you're going to be seeing construction for the next 5 to 10 years. It's an ongoing. A lot of people are going to be cutting a lot of ribbons over the next 5 to 10 years, and you're going to have to be back road Joe because of it. Bandit, we got to take a break. Can you do me a favor and see if you can get all this out? Can you say it's Dean Croak and Jimmy Mack, it's Road Gang Radio, and now here's your break? Can you do that?
Yeah, I can do that.
All right, go ahead.
It's Dean Croak and Jimmy Mack, and this is Road Gang Radio, and now here's the break.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rocked alive, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John. Brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Thursday. Good morning. I hope and pray that all is well with you. Hey, got good news. Today is Thursday, the day before Friday. Hey, I want to share something with you from 1 Chronicles 16 and 11. It says, seek the Lord and his strength. Seek his presence continually. You know what he just said? You know what he just said, don't you? He just said, the more you seek God, the more strength you will get. And the more you seek the Lord and the more strength you get, the more you will be in his presence. See, we don't have an excuse for not being in the presence of the Lord because God is always willing and waiting for us to come into his presence. So since God is willing and waiting on us to come into his presence, guess what? Then the more we're in his presence, the stronger we can sense him in our presence. And watch this, and he can continually use us for his divine purpose. So enjoy your Thursday.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
Jimmy and Dean, are you enjoying your
Thursday. By the way, guys, just to kind of give you a bit of a heads up here, a California sheriff's office shared photos of a bear that broke into an ice cream parlor and helped itself to some strawberry ice cream behind the counter. If it had been Spumoni and the bear had been elderly, it would have been a perfect celebration of the day. Today, you should take an old person out for Spumoni on this National Senior Citizen and National Spumoni Day.
Can I tell you a fun bear fact I recently learned?
Fun bear fact from Madison number 1.
Did you know that bears can perceive beauty? Like, bears have been known to sit and stare at, like, beautiful landscapes or, like, pieces of art. Like, they can... It's so interesting to me.
Well, that suggests the possibility of, I'm sure they've done some studies, although it's tough with bears. Dean, you know what the mirror stage is, right?
I have to plead ignorance. I don't.
It's okay. It's really cool. At around between about 1 and 2 years old, human beings definitely, dolphins definitely, certain chimpanzees definitely. You ever watch a cat or a dog run into a mirror, or be convinced that there is an actual cat or dog actually in the mirror? You ever notice that cats and dogs don't look at themselves in the mirror and like straighten out their looks? Or in any sense. They don't know it's them.
Right.
Yeah.
They never really put the association. The mirror stage is when we recognize ourselves, is that when we are able to kind of recognize ourselves. It's important for this reason, because if you recognize yourself, you can spot a speck of something on your face and remove it. If you recognize yourself, you then begin to experiment with making faces so that you understand. We never see ourselves for who we really are. The best shot we got is a reflection, right? But in seeing ourselves in the mirror and recognizing ourselves in the mirror, we're able to control how we present ourselves. And if you can control how you present yourself, that's the first step to being able to create or appreciate art. Mm-hmm. And the idea that you understand that you actually control the apparatus. So it's called the mirror stage. It is when we separate ourselves from our mother. Most mammals in particular identify with their mother and associate themselves and simply think they're an extension of that until they recognize themselves in a mirror. What's really cool is with dolphins is that they started doing a thing where they figured out that it worked. They would put they get an ink, they put a mirror in a pool, and then they would put ink on the dolphin's head. The dolphin knew someone had done ink on their head and would swim back to the mirror to look at where it was in the reflection.
Wow.
And then they realized that dolphins, as Douglas Adams realized even before then, that dolphins actually are the ones who actually are inhabiting the earth, and we are just like the things that exist on the land, you know.
We're along for the ride.
Yeah, what's the great joke that man went about the business of building bridges, driving trucks, creating armies, building a civilization, and for that reason they thought they were superior to the dolphins. The dolphins spent all day swimming, making love, and eating fish, and for the same reason the dolphins thought they were superior.
Yeah, that was the whole conversation we were having, me and my friend, because I was saying, well, humans are the only species that creates art. And he was like, that's not true.
That's not true. That's not true.
That's not true. I was like, well, I'll be damned.
That's not true. Yeah. Monkeys draw in the dust. Anytime that you actually, if you can use language, genuine language to communicate, there's a possibility that you probably are going through the mirror stage. And man, if we ever find out that roaches are and ants are in the mirror stage, we're in a lot of trouble around here, folks. That's the absolute truth. We actually sometimes behave like roaches and ants in regards to being a bunch of worker bees out there on the highways and byways. Dean Croak joins us this morning on Road Gang Radio, as he often does, a regular contributor and regular contributor to the building of the studio. Dean, you'll be happy to know the last two pieces of furniture, well, actually 3 chairs and a table, arrived. One has already arrived. One arrives today. And the studio will be complete probably by next Tuesday, when the new sound imaging will also arrive for Road Gang Radio, and it'll be Next Gen Nemo taking one more step forward. We are taking a couple of steps back in the economy. It looks like, as you alluded to before we went to the break, that 2026 may be the all clear and safe moment. Is there anything to suggest it could come any faster? Give us the overview of 30,000 feet.
There's nothing yet. I mean, brake check week next week, Labor Day, short week, there'll be some upward inflection in spot rates. So there'll be some good opportunities for carriers in the right place at the right time. Truckers will take time off next week. So there'll be a little bit of movement the next week. But beyond that, Jimmy Mac, normal seasonality, not a lot of upward lift in spot rates, not a lot of downside either, so more of the same. But there's just nothing on the horizon economically that says people that make stuff that go on our truck are going to make more of it. It's that simple. They're in a freeze mode right now because of the uncertainty. They can't commit to big capexes because they don't know if their prices are going to jump 20 to 30% because of a tariff. They just don't know. So that's why we're just not seeing any upward side on the demand side.
We got about 2 minutes before we hit the break. I just want to kind of touch on this before we do. Do you feel like this all comes down to housing? I mean, is this really about getting housing starts going? If they can, like I said, it's why the president thinks that if he pressures Powell and he lowers the interest rates, maybe that gets the housing market. But it's deeper than that because the stuff that builds housing, a lot of that stuff is tariff controlled, correct?
It's a big part of it. I think it's a catalyst, though. So I think single-family housing construction is a definite catalyst for flatbedders in particular because it's a big part of our industrial economy. All of the things that go into, the lot preparation before you breaking ground, the machinery, the specialised carriers, the flatbedders, the lumber haulers, the carpet, the electrical appliances from overseas. All of those things are tied to building homes. If interest rates drop, if we see some movement down on the downside of the interest rates, there's a big meeting in Jackson Hole this week with the Fed. If we see rates come down, that could be a catalyst to improve demand. So that's something we need to watch. But absent that, there's nothing else that says people are going to make more things that are going to end up in the back of our trailers.
Yeah, and I will tell you that given what we've seen from Powell since he has sat there, since he was first appointed by President Trump, let me say that again, since he was first appointed by President Trump, there's nothing to suggest he'll lower interest rates because if he does, he runs the risk of an already kind of stagnant economy amping up inflation. That's the other thing, too, amping up inflation. We're going to take a quick break here. We're going to come back on the other side with our good friend Dean Croak. That guy is here. Guys, go to truckdown.com. They've been doing it since 97. They serve not only the 50 states, but 8 of the provinces as well. They'll get you out of the ditch and back on the road. Hey, guys, quality customer service awaits for you at truckdown.com. We'll be back on the other side of this break. It's Road Gang Radio.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
We are back with more Road Gang Radio, and we have Jimmy Mack and Dean Croak in the driver's seat. Well, I don't know how that would work. Maybe he's on your lap?
No, I'm going to let Dean drive, man. The guy's got 2.5 million miles under his belt. He's also got a pretty terrific rig. So we'll let Dean handle the driving. I'll handle the talking and keep people company as they make their way down the road. By the way, if you've ever seen a skunk, Dean, they are absolutely adorable, and then you get too close and you pay for it for the next week or so. A skunk was trapped at the bottom of a skating bowl at a Pennsylvania skate park, was rescued by a man who used his leash and his skateboard to give the animal assist. This woman, Danielle Galvin, said she was out walking her dog in Reading when she came across the man attempting to rescue the skunk. Galvin posted a video to TikTok showing the man lowering a leash attached to his board into the skate bowl where the skunk grabbed hold of the handle with its mouth. The man was then able to hoist the skunk back to the flat pavement. Galvin posted a second video showing the man attempting to get the skunk to let go of the leash, resulting in a brief tug-of-war before he allowed the animal to take the leash and tow his board across the park before letting go. You see, you can be compassionate and keep your distance. It's possible. You can do it. You can do it. Welcome back, guys, to Road Gang Radio. Dat guy is here, regular contributing member of the Road Gang himself, Dean Croak, always posting terrific content out there. A couple of things from the city of New Orleans from his previous travels have popped up in his latest feed, some groovy stuff, some overhead views, some tugboat views, some riverboat views, a lot of really great content out there. We are still, though, in the days of the unknown, days of uncertainty, Dean. You actually wanted to make a comparison and show how cardboard really can be an indicator of what it is that's going on out there. I want to unpack that thought for friends.
Yeah, I think it's important, like we've talked on the show about, understanding the freight market is like, when you look at data, it's like each data point is a piece of a jigsaw puzzle. And you've got to put it all together to get the big picture. No one data point on its own is definitive. So I look for multiple data points. Before the break, you touched on single-family housing, right? So that's a leading indicator for flatbed. There's a very strong correlation between the number of permits that builders apply to build a house and flatbed spot rates. So very good data points there. If you think about the broader macroeconomy, one of the other data points that's a real bellwether for demand is cardboard, because cardboard is a big thing that's used in all of our freight, whether it's produce or consumer products. It's closely watched as a telling economic indicator. When softness persists in the cardboard manufacturing sector, it's often a leading indicator of a broader economic slowdown. And there's been a big slump in the sales of corrugated cardboard this year. It's kind of a warning sign, especially because most of our economy, or about 70%, is consumer goods, shipping consumer goods. And what we're seeing is that the corrugated cardboard shipments or containerboard shipments are down about 2.1% in the first quarter. And although there's signs they're stabilising into the second quarter, we haven't seen that data yet. But that's kind of one of those canaries in the coal mine that you've got to watch because it's a bit of a tell. It's a bit like Chet pallets. People order them a month in advance in anticipation of demand. I don't have any data on those particular items yet, but cardboard's always a really good indicator of demand for manufacturers to use cardboard to ship things that end up on the back of a van. So those numbers aren't heading in the right direction.
It's interesting, in being one of those people who kind of works a Freakonomics approach. I wonder if anybody out there, said, what I should do? I should cuddle up to a cardboard contractor, and every once in a while just give them a call and say, hey, how are orders going? How are things going over there with you? And if they say things are terrific, start making plans. I mean, it's strange, though, but you can actually check that kind of stuff. That's part of the reason we do this segment, and we want people to pay attention, because you can look at just a couple of things. If you spent your time looking at the housing market for single-family housing starts, and if you looked at the order of wooden flats and looked at the order of cardboard, you could have a pretty good sense based on those three sets of numbers about where the economy is heading. One might not tell you everything, but all three heading in a direction would give you a pretty clear indicator of the general overall direction of the economy.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Little things like how big are the piles of chassis trailers at a port? That to me is always a tell. How many 53-foot intermodal boxes are stacked up in Fort Worth at the intermodal ramp there? That's always a tell because you can drive by there now and it'll be full. During the pandemic, it was a vacant lot. So I think those sorts, you've got to keep your eye on all of these. That's why I would say to anybody, don't just jump in and out of Road Gang Radio every month. You've got to be in this all the time. You've got to be a student of this industry. That's why you've got to follow it every single week so you see which direction we're heading. Because on its own, one data point doesn't tell you which direction we're heading, but the direction that we're heading is not leading to an area that says we're going to come out of a freight recession and head into a bull market. That's not what we're seeing. And I'll share with you another data point that came out yesterday from the Federal Reserve. This is the relationship between capital expenditure and tariffs. And what the data point showed, and it talks about input costs for manufacturers and the impact of tariffs. So normally when you see high prices, it's a sign of strong demand, and that kind of induces manufacturers to invest more, to make more. So higher prices are a sign of strong demand. Tariffs, on the other hand, give you higher prices but lower investment. What we're seeing is kind of the worst of both worlds, because right now the tariffs that are kind of taxed on capital goods and supply chains, what we're seeing is a divergence for the first time since, my data goes back to 2005, but when you plot capital expenditure and input costs into manufacturing, they track each other almost identically all the way up until April this year, when input costs skyrocketed and capital expenditure plunged. So if people aren't spending money, they're not buying assets, extending the life of assets, purchasing new machinery, building new facilities, upgrading infrastructure. We need capital investment for people to make more stuff that go on our trucks. So again, the two lines may converge at some point down the road. We don't know. But right now, what I'm trying to do is give you another data point that kind of supports this thesis that we're not seeing anything where manufacturers are going to make more freight that's going to improve our freight economy on the demand side. And it doesn't matter what we try to do on the supply side, we've still got excess capacity. It's not exiting fast enough to move that rate needle. So what will move the needle is a fundamental change in demand for transportation. And there's just nothing on the horizon, no data point that sort of says long term we're on the right path, because right now everything is kind of moving sideways, because the goalposts that we use to plan our businesses are moving further and further down the field, because we don't know where the trade war is going to land. And until we do that, manufacturers won't have any confidence to go into that capital expenditure framework that they normally go through when they've got economic certainty.
Yeah, and that has been, like I said, I always feel like there are periods of time when you and I talk. Okay, this is a go to left field for a second. When Rod Knopfsinger and I first started doing Washington Trucking Week, by the way, Louis Pugh will be here, speaking of Washington Trucking Week in just a little bit. We had this ongoing joke where we almost kind of apologized to our listeners, Dean, saying the segment was always the same thing. It's, will there be a continuing resolution, and will Ray Martinez be appointed as the head of the FMCSA, and over and over and over again. But it also meant that a lot of things were either settled, there wasn't a lot of legislation moving in either direction, pro-trucker or anti-trucker. It was just this perpetual sense of ongoing. That being said, we're in this kind of place too. Often, you and I are able to talk about specifics and things you can look at, but we're in a holding pattern is the best way to describe it. And a holding pattern is a really good way to describe it, because you can't indefinitely circle the airport. At some point, you've got to land,
right,
or the gas is going to run out. At some point, the people who were piloting this plane have got to say, okay, we've picked a runway. Maybe it's the one very far away from the terminal. Maybe it's the one next to the terminal. And I hate to kind of talk in that analogy, but like I said, we don't have this indefinite amount of fuel in the plane. At some point, the administration is going to have to say, here's what the tariffs are. And like I said, maybe the tariffs get worked out in a way, because once they do, and once people know how to invest, they make the investments. And then you can start to make some really hard determinations about where we're going. That's it.
Yeah. I was talking to a journalist this morning about this.
Wait, Dean, can I say one thing? Marshall actually said, hey, people, it takes a while to turn the ship around. Marshall, I'm actually going to push back a little bit on that. I'm going to push back a little bit on that and saying, look, if those tariffs were in place and those were the tariffs, here's my problem. You can't slap the tariff on during negotiation. You have to use the threat of tariff during the negotiation. What they've done is they've placed tariffs and uncertainty in these situations, and people keep going back and forth. What you say is, I'm not taking sides on this. Just let us know where it's going. Because at that point, people can start making investments. And at that point, you can then make the case, look, we just put these tariffs on. It's going to cause a bumpy set of turbulence for a moment. I keep using this airplane analogy. Turbulence for a moment, and then we know the date at which it ends. Because then you have projections of when, people adjust to the tariff and all that kind of stuff. We don't know. We're literally in this incredibly uncertain holding pattern. It's just interesting. Go ahead, Dean. I'm sorry.
Well, I think this is a great point. And I was talking to the journalist this morning. I said we're in a second half of the year of paybacks, we used this analogy a little bit a while ago because we've moved a lot of freight already in the first half of this year. We've had a massive pull forward of overseas imports to avoid tariffs in the first place. A lot of that is sitting in warehouses. So now that the extension to November of the triple-digit tariffs on China has been pushed back, that gives shippers some breathing room for Halloween, retail season, back to school, all of that sort of freight that they were worried that they wouldn't get in at the price that they budgeted for. So that's good news. But for truckers, we've moved a lot of that freight already into warehouses. So, and we saw record volumes of steel and aluminum move out of Hamilton, Ontario into the Ohio River Valley in the first 3 months of this year. So what I'm getting to is because of the threat of tariffs, a lot of people got ahead of the show and moved a lot of freight into position. So we've kind of moved some of our Q3 freight in the first half of this year. I'm going to say a lot of it. It just means that what we would normally think of as peak shipping season in October, because the old analogy is if it's not in a warehouse by October, it won't be on the shelves for, Christmas shopping period, broadly speaking. So what we're seeing, though, is that peak season's already occurred by and large because a lot of that inventory's already been pulled forward, moved in warehouses, ready to be shipped in that final mile space. And that just means that things are going to be flat. You can't say anymore that, peak season's going to happen and that'll give us a lift in demand. We don't see that happening because we think peak season's already happened. So it's what reinforces our view that the market will be very flat all the way through this year into the first quarter of next year. Because the wild card's always hurricane season. We've got one bubbling along right now on the East Coast, but that's a wild card. We can't bank on that. Although it's inevitable we'll have 4 to 5 landfall events. But there's nothing else on the horizon that says, hey, this market's going to turn around anytime soon because we're all in this sort of state of paralysis.
There is one piece of good news with the 90-day pause. And by the way, that's a legitimate pause as opposed to, 1 week pause, 2 week pause. Right. That settles nothing. But the 90-day pause does give a little bit of breathing room to people. And the other good news is, while it's not good for the freight market, the overall economy is helped because it means that back-to-school stuff, a lot of stuff that might have seen a real significant bump right at the start of school didn't. It didn't get that massive sort of sticker shock that would have really really set off a lot of people. And you can talk yourself blue about it's all part of the plan, but people don't care when they're actually walking through Office Depot looking for school supplies for their kid. But that seemed to me to be a smart move. Like I said, my concern is not tariffs, no tariffs. My concern is what's the plan? Explain the plan, because that's one of the things that the administration can really get ahead on. They can say, look, here's what we intend to do. This is what this is going to look like in one way or another. If we don't get the following, we're going to do this. If we do get the following, we aren't going to do this. Once people know that, they can then begin to read tea leaves. It's interesting stuff,
Yeah. And I think the other thing we're watching, and this gets to the imports, because I think it's going to affect California more than anything, and part of that may be deliberate in terms of the trade war with China, is to impact California. They seem to be in the bullseye for lots of reasons. But remember, about a third of our imports nationally land in Los Angeles, so it's a Port of Los Angeles to be affected. We're already seeing a couple of dray carriers, large 40-year-old dray carriers in Fresno, close up shop. Couple earlier this year, we saw one of the big truckload carriers in Florida close up after 71 years. So I think I'm not going to say that we're seeing a repeat of the second half of 2019 or the first half of 2019, but man, the warning signs are there. The red lights are flashing. That if we don't see any improvement in demand, that I think this elongated freight recession we've been in will be too tough for some carriers that have found it very hard to manage costs. Because that's the name of the game. When you read all of the reports from all of the large carriers, none of them are really talking about any substantial lift in freight demand. They're talking about ways to control costs and be more efficient. And that'll be the way that companies get through the next 6 months in particular, maybe the next 9 months.
The other concern I have, too, is, and then we'll pivot to some other stuff. My other concern is that people aren't making the technological upgrades they need to make. That one of the ways that trucking companies recruit better drivers is, I call it a trifecta. Do I have time to spend the money you pay me? Do I make enough money to spend it during that time? And am I comfortable doing my job? Do I have all the advantages of doing the job? That third part, of course, is investment. And I think to some degree it's why the president is pressuring the Fed to lower those interest rates. But there are a lot of people who also, it's not just a matter of how much stuff costs. It's a matter of, do I want to buy the next round of equipment to onboard new people if they're not going to be here? And that's something else I'm looking at. That's one of my big bellwethers. Orders for the new technologies at the companies. Are they buying the next big thing? Look, there are a lot of carriers out there like Crete, of course, who have these long-term 5-year plans and buy when they're going to buy, and they'll continue to do so. But a lot of people have to make a really hard choice on investment. And it's not that people are making hard choices. They're not making any choices because they don't know what to do. I sound like a broken record, but I just wanted to kind of bring up, I'm concerned that we're not onboarding safer trucks, that we're not onboarding comfortable trucks, that our friends aren't going to get what is next. They're going to be driving equipment that maybe needs to actually cycle its way out of the economy. So that's kind of my thought.
Yeah, that's a good point because Tim Ashoff over at Crete, they're always buying the latest and greatest and best technology, and that takes time to work its way through to the used market. But it's also part of the reason that I see an upside to the California situation, because a lot of those dray carriers that are really struggling in the port of Los Angeles have CARB-compliant trucks that are fairly modern, fairly new, and are long-distance enabled. They can compete in the long-haul market if they so wanted to. Unlike other ports where you've got day cabs that may be a little bit older, I think that's sort of a precarious situation in California where what you might lose on the dray market, those carriers can then opt into other markets without losing a step. It just floods capacity in other parts of the market and drives rates down. That's the downside for the broader trucking industry when you see this sort of volatility in individual markets, because California's always been one of those bellwethers. We've always said, as goes California, so does the rest of the freight economy. That's changing. You can no longer say that with any degree of confidence right now.
Yeah, and the other thing is, too, it's like, one of the good things about the pandemic, there were a whole bunch of things that really accelerated, was the people stopped relying simply on California as a port. We've seen significant upgrades to the port of Savannah. We did see, and we were seeing significant upgrades to the port of Baltimore. Man, the port of Baltimore is becoming like the port version of the Book of Job. Did you see about the explosion the other day over there? They had a big explosion at the port of Baltimore. Fortunately, nobody was hurt, but I mean, can you imagine the bells and whistles that went off? Because that explosion was really nearby the bridge as well, too. Now, it turns out that nobody was hurt, and, given what could have happened, it was the best worst-case scenario, as it were. But there has been a lot of growth on the eastern seaboard in regards to ports, and I wish my own city down here, the Port of Orleans, would actually see some growth as well, too, because that's been a big thing that people have been trying to figure out ways as they want to bring in stuff from other trading partners. Those East Coast ports make a big difference as well, too, right?
Yeah. Well, we just had the data came out for the month of July. We just had the most number of containers imported in July ever into the country at 2.731 million. That's an enormous amount of volume of containers. Port of Los Angeles set a 117-year-old record for the most number of containers handled in a month. So this is the precursor. This is the payback, right? When you have this level of record volume hit port markets, the payback is volumes crash eventually after that, because you pulled forward so much of it to get a lot of this import volume in July was to get ahead of the August 12 deadline for tariffs on China, which has now been moved. So if you're doing that, what you're doing is you're bloating inventories in warehouses in anticipation that we'll buy that stuff. I was saying to my wife this morning, my anticipation is that we as consumers will see some great deals in the next 6 months.
Yeah.
Because shippers, manufacturers are going to have to move this stuff.
This is my one place where I actually am rooting for the president. Not one case where I'm rooting for, but in this whole conversation in regards to tariffs, there is a way to simply have all this back inventory to let it stockpile and then let these sales kick in and then turn around and declare victory and go home. By the way, there are people who literally, there is a certain Keynesian energy to that where you simply keep threatening to do something. You let people race goods and services into the country to get ahead of the deadline, and you go, no, we worked it out, it's all good. And then suddenly the entire market is flush in cheap goods. There are examples of that happening. And by the way, we've seen those kind of moments happen. Like I said, I don't know. My problem is I don't claim to know what they're up to. I don't know if that's the plan, but that is one scenario. I mean, there's one scenario where we decide, hey, we worked all these deals out, everything is great, we got it done, and declare victory and just let it roll. Because that, by the way, would set off a mini economic boom for about 6 to 7 months. Because it's like, we got all this inventory, what are we going to do with it? Well, get rid of it, drop those prices, sell those goods. So that is one. People said, is there any scenario in which this doesn't prolongate to 2026? That's the one I can think of. Am I just being a freakonomics guy there, or is there any?
No, I don't think we can ever underestimate the power of the American consumer.
Right.
I've been fascinated by how resilient the American economy is in the face of incredible adversity. It's been an amazing economy to watch, and I would never underestimate the ability of this economy to just ride this out. I'd like to see manufacturing come back to big parts of the country. I just don't think the robots are giving up their jobs. I just don't know that we've got enough people to fill these manufacturing plants. It's going to take time. There's no question about it. It's not going to happen in the next year. I hope the long-term plan does work out. But I think Jimmy makes the point here with the volatility and these ups and downs, these ebbs and flows. It's very hard to run a trucking business when you've got extreme volatility in demand, because you've got fixed costs, you've got budgets, you've got financial plans you've got to stick to. You crave certainty. I mean, that's one of the things we all want in trucking is predictability. We need to know where we're going, what we're doing, what next month looks like, what next year looks like, so we can budget and plan. Absent that, it becomes a bit of a guessing game.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, if you've noticed, there's been a broken record kind of thing with Dean and I, who try to kind of go all over the place. As we talk with our good friend Dean Croak of DAT, he does does a lot of the analysis over there. He's got a great blog as well too. You should check all that stuff out. Okay, let's pivot to some fun here, as Lindsay likes to say. Pivot. Are there any festivals, any things you're looking at that you're getting excited about? There's a couple of things down here, man, because sooner or later, October is going to show up in the city of New Orleans, and that means the oxygen gets returned, and a lot of really fun stuff starts happening. What are you looking at?
October's going to be great. September's huge. We've got the Bay State Classic Truck Show on. That's sort of a subcomponent of the ATHS, so that's a old school truck show on this weekend. Anthony Smith and I are speaking at the Cotting and Butler Conference. It's an insurance trucking conference in September, the week after next. Then it's the Big Iron Classic. I haven't been to the Big Iron Classic in Casson, Minnesota since 2007. Really looking forward to going to that one with Mike Gaffin, the Boston trucker who was on the show a few weeks ago. And then, Jimmy Mac, I'm going to combine a bit of vacation, head out to California, visit some farms, some produce farms, talk to some truckload carriers, and then go to the Mine Expo in Las Vegas. In particular, I want to get out there early, catch a lot of the big haul trucks and mining vehicles coming in for staging. I think it's a Mine Expo is kind of like the global mining and construction conference. I think it's on every 4 years. So that rounds out my 4 weeks that's coming up. And of course, this weekend is also the Tackerberry show up in Athens, Ontario. That's a huge truck show for Canadian listeners. Charlie Tackerberry's got an amazing collection of old trucks up there in Athens, so that's on this weekend also. So very busy 3 to 4 weeks coming up on the truck show circuit before we get into winter.
Yeah, and like I said, that's one of those things too where we talk about these festivals, guys. We talk about these conferences. We talk about these shows. We don't just do it because they're fun. They are a lot of fun. They also kind of point you in the right direction. These choices, I don't know if people know this, but when these guys pick their conferences like the ATHS, they're also thinking about lanes and rates at the time because they want as many people as possible in the vicinity. All of these events, convoys, all of this stuff aren't just kind of randomly picked. They don't just randomly pick this stuff. By the way, it's also one of the, what's the great joke? You might want to be careful out there, guys. It's the National Truck Driving Championships over the last couple of days. We usually cover that, but we've got some big plans in regards to where we're going and where we're traveling. We'll actually be talking to some of the winners next week here on Road Gang Radio. But the great joke is, do you really want to be driving out there right now? It might be a little quieter, too, though. There's a good chance that it's a little quieter out there because, man, FedEx, UPS, a lot of the bigger fleets actually participate in that as it kind of is happening right now. So that's always it. Do you ever get a chance to go to those? Have you ever been to any of the state competitions for that?
I haven't. No, I haven't been to one. I'd love to go to one. I'd love to go and try my hand at backing a double or a triple around those cones. I
Oh,
haven't done that since I left Australia.
yeah, I'm telling you, it is the only time where the rules are get as close to a thing as possible. That is like it's like and it's pretty remarkable watching these men and women kind of do this bit. And there are people, by the way. I kid you not. There are people, by the way, like Roland Bolduc, who actually has gotten together with friends and got a space. They have a space where they practice. They own a space where they actually go about the business of practicing this stuff. And it's a great reminder that the job is that you never really stop doing the job. You're always practicing. And that was in my interviews with all those men and women. I'm telling you, Dean, I know how much you love this industry. Talking with those folks is a delight because, man, they practice even when they are on the highways. Because if you win your state and you somehow get into an accident that even wasn't your fault, you're immediately disqualified. You're out.
Yeah. You know what I like about this part of the season is connecting with all of the drivers out there that go to all of these events, because it reminds you that everything is not just freight of all kinds, which is the lowest paying freight of all freight, right?
Right.
Because that's what we tend to say, the trucking industry is bad because rates are low. Well, if you're earning $10 a mile, things aren't too bad, but not everybody's doing that, of course. But when you go to truck shows, you get to talk to all the specialist carriers, the regional haulers, the ones that are multi-generation, that are really successful and have fantastic equipment and great drivers. That's what I like seeing, because that's my pulse check on the industry. How are we really doing? And, of course, we've got to remember that it's only about 5% of freight moves over, outside of that 500-mile radius. So it's not a big part of the freight economy, this freight of all kinds. When you and I talk about the freight economy on the show, we're not talking about hauling gravel around Boston or a heavy haulage machine from Charleston to Chicago. Like, we're not talking about specialized regional type moves. We're talking about, the general freight industry, and it's not good, but the bulk of the industry is not in that sector. The bulk of the industry are hardworking people that go to truck shows on weekends after they've been working all week, or they're doing a touch a truck event or a Make-A-Wish event. They're just the best people you could ever imagine.
Really quickly before we have to get out of here. So yesterday, Madison and I came into the studio at 4 o'clock in the afternoon here so we could actually speak to CJ. Trucking with CJ, actually. We did an interview with her. We recorded that content. It'll be coming up in the next couple of weeks. We got a chance to talk to her in New Zealand, which is where she has currently moved. I'm going to encourage people to go to truckingwithcj.com. Yeah. You can also find her on Instagram at truckingwithcj. It really is an incredible story.
We share one thing in common. We've both driven 88-wheel, 4-trailer road trains.
That is absolutely correct. And boy,
she's the real deal.
She's the real deal. And what an amazing, informative conversation. Another perspective on the Australian trucking industry. She had a lot of good things to say, and she is moving. She's now allowed to be incredibly selective. This is a great reminder, too, about creating content for everybody. One of the questions I asked her, Dean, just enamored with her answer here. She said, I have never tried to create content that I think anybody else will like. I hope they do. I'm creating content that I would want to see if I, in fact, was out there. And it makes a big difference, guys. Make the stuff that you think you should make, not what anybody else you think wants to see. That's how you do it. That's how you get it done. And her content is great. Dean, we are done. It is great to see you. Tell people one more time where they can go to find out more about you.
Social media at the Grumpy Pete. I can connect there. Dean Croak at LinkedIn. I'm always on LinkedIn. You can DM me there. Or if you've got any questions about data, catch us on our DATIQ show at 10 a.m. Eastern every Tuesday on YouTube.
Always good having Dean Croak here, and don't be surprised if you start hearing him more and more, because our friend Chris Orban is actually going to start dropping into the studio on a regular basis here and shooting the breeze, so we'll pull you in well when he drops in. Thank you, Dean. Go have the best of days, my friend. All right, man.
Thanks, everybody. Bye-bye. Safe travels.
Dean Croak, of course, is with DAT. He's chief analyst over there, and he is the owner of the Grumpy Pete Peterbilt. Good to see you, Dean.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try a chicken parm stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, Catskills, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Hey there, guys. Let's hit the road. We're back from the Fastport Studios on Road Gang Radio with your host, Jimmy Mack.
By the way, we are at the Fastport Studios here in one of the few places left in the United States, one of the few regions left in the United States where people actually speak French on a regular basis, although that is fading in southwest Louisiana. That kind of makes me sad, by the way. You used to hear a lot more people speaking French in that neck of the woods. Speaking of Fastport, by the way, things that start with F, Fastport solves America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges through research, technology, and people. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, learn more at fastport.com, nationalapprenticeship.org. They are the reason, by the way, that we have these great microphones and this great equipment that we are talking to you on. And speaking of areas of the world where people speak French, there's a province in the place we're talking about, Canada, by the way, and our two favorite Canadians actually arrive on the scene, Jim Park and Joanne Ritchie, of course. We'll reverse that stream, too. Joanne Ritchie and Jim Park. Canada Calling is one of the longest-running segments on this show. And by the way, you're not going to believe it, guys, but from what I understand, Amelia Earhart has been found? Good morning to you, by the way. Good morning, guys.
Morning. How you doing?
I'm good. We got a Joanne in the house? Do I got a Joanne in the house?
You got a Joanne in the house.
There you are. Like I said, silence, like, pauses on television actually have real dramatic effect on the air. They tend to create terror in the man on the headsets.
On the radio, yeah.
On the radio.
I just wanted to say, by the way, we have a French province, Quebec, but New Brunswick also in Eastern Canada has two official languages, one of which is French. And quite a few people in Canada speak French, not just in Quebec.
Well, even if it was just in Quebec, Joanne, it would be a lot of people speaking French for a country that actually speaks, a lot of English too. I mean, that's a great thing to kind of remind people of. But yeah, let's get to Amelia Earhart, shall we? Let's really kind of dig into Amelia. They found her. They found Amelia Earhart. Explain what I mean.
Yeah, they found her. It's a piece of our joint history that's been recovered. So you might remember back in April, we told you about the second disappearance of Amelia Earhart, this time from Harbour Grace, Newfoundland. So Harbour Grace, by the way, is on the east coast of Newfoundland. It's one of the oldest towns in North America. It dates back to the 16th century, and it's got a very rich aviation history. And it's a small town that takes a lot of pride in its aviation history. And among other things, it was a starting point of Amelia Earhart's 1932 transatlantic flight that made her the first woman to make a nonstop solo transatlantic flight. So one of the main attractions at the local park there was a life-size bronze statue of Amelia Earhart. It was designed by a local artist. It was donated by a pilot from Harbour Grace in 2007 to mark the 75th. Yeah, it was the 75th anniversary of her flight from Harbour Grace. So the statue's worth a fortune. It was both because of its historical significance and also the material that it's made of. It's very unique alloy used in the sculpture. It's almost 95% copper. and it's life size, so weighs about 700 pounds. So you can imagine what that might be worth to a scrap dealer. Anyway, the town and a couple of corporate sponsors offered a $25,000 reward, no questions asked. And good news is that a couple of weeks ago, the statue was recovered thanks to a tip from the general public. So it was located in a wooded area near Heart's Content, Newfoundland, which is about a 20-minute drive up the road. And as feared, it had been cut into several pieces, likely to make it easier to sell off as scrap metal. But all the pieces have been accounted for, and the cuts were clean, apparently, so there's a pretty good chance that it can be restored. They've been talking with the people who worked on it originally. They've had a look at it, and they think that they could restore it. So the Newfoundland government had pledged $50,000 to the town to help with the replacement, so that money is going towards repairs. But there's two plaques that were stolen from the site. One was actually stolen before the statue, and ironically, there was a security camera system put in place after that was stolen. So the whole the whole stealing of the statue, the brazen stealing of the statue, was actually caught on video. So they're still looking for the culprits. They're still stole it. They're still looking for the two stolen plaques that haven't been recovered, but the reward will be honored. The town's just coordinating now with the funding and figuring out who the reward is going to. So it sounds like there may have been more than one person involved in the tip. While the real Amelia Earhart has never been found, still remains lost, the statue of the iconic aviator has been recovered.
By the way, this half hour of Canada Calling is brought to you by the statue of Amelia Earhart, worth $25,000, and boy, we're able to fund a lot of things because of that. These are the kind of things that just kind of hurt your heart to some degree. Now that it's resolved, you're kind of, I don't know what it is, but stuff like this, you just kind of go, oh man, come on, man. It's like when they poison those trees in Alabama after that Alabama-Auburn football game. You're kind of like, come on, dude.
That's crazy.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
A lot of people might not realize too that Amelia Earhart has some fairly close connections to Canada. So even though she's born and raised there, is a huge part of your culture and your history. She's got some history here too. She worked as a nurse's aide in Toronto in 1917 and 1918 at the Spadina Military Hospital. Her sister was in Toronto, and she came up there to help. And many of her patients were military pilots who shared their flying stories with her. And on days off, they took her to some of the pilots arranged for her to go around, see their air training facility north of the city, and she experienced at the Canadian National Exhibition, the stunt flying and that sort of thing, and she acknowledged herself that her experiences in Toronto were part of what spurred her lifelong interest in flying. And of course, taking off from Harbour Grace for that historic flight was also pretty special. So we've got a special place in our heart for Amelia Earhart as well.
By the way, our conversation with Jim and Joanne actually continues to focus on aviation, which has been the big talk. I've been noticing that on social media from a lot of my Canadian friends who actually work in transportation. There has been a strike. There seem to have been a number of strikes recently around North America, all of it basically demanding better wages. Which one of you would like to unpack this particular story, because it actually has a direct impact on transportation beyond just the skies?
Yeah, I'll take this one.
All right.
Yeah, this was Air Canada's flight attendants. They've been in a legal strike position since March of this year. Negotiations, of course, came down to the wire, and they wound up going on strike for couple of days, actually. But the reason for the strike this time wasn't wages so much. Their main demand, the flight attendants' main demand, was to be paid for all the work they do. In aviation, pilots and flight attendants both are paid by what they call block time. This is a sort of an industry standard practice. And for flight attendants, that means they get paid from the time they close the door after boarding, before takeoff, and open the door again when they get to their destination. That's their window. That's where they earn their money. They don't get paid for boarding the airplane, deplaning the passengers, doing all the security checks, the safety briefing, etc. The famous, your seat card, the safety card in your seat pocket. All that is basically unpaid because the doors are still open, and the Air Canada flight attendants just drew a line in the sand and said, "Enough's enough. You pay us, for all we do, or we're walking out the door." And one of the examples that came up in the research I did, I wrote a story on Truck News about this. It was a commentary mostly, but I was comparing flight attendants to truck drivers and all the work truck drivers do that goes unpaid typically, especially in the long haul sector. But as far as the flight attendants go, you can imagine the flight attendants who work short haul flights, say a Toronto to Montreal flight, that's about an hour in the air. So they work for an hour boarding the plane, unpaid. They work for an hour in the air serving drinks and walking up and down the aisle. And the pay stops when the door opens. So they stand at the door greeting you on the way out, saying, "Have a nice flight, have a nice day, sir, take care, sir, all the way, sir." All that goes unpaid, and then tidying up the airplane afterwards. So that would typically pay a flight attendant an hour's pay for about 2.5 hours work. Not so bad on the long haul flights where they're boarding for overseas, where they get 6 or 7 hours in the air and only an hour or two on the ground. So that works out a bit better. But the flight attendants on the short haul routes, they get taken right to the cleaners. Anyway, I wrote this story about the parallels between the two careers, and got folks kind of excited here. We've been arguing about this issue up in Canada now, unpaid work, for years, decades. And the government just refuses to accept the fact that truck drivers are working sometimes as many as 10 or 20 hours a week on the clock, but unpaid. And of course, on the clock means the ELD's ticking, so that takes away from potential driving time. So it's kind of a double whammy for truck drivers. But this issue's come up a bunch of times, and we've tried to address it with government officials and the Department of Labor here in Canada. These are federally regulated employees, by the way. I should say that. It makes a little bit of a difference in understanding the various labor codes and the rules that are in place here. So any inter-provincial truck driver, anybody who crosses the border, international or provincial, is considered federally regulated and come under the federal labor regulations. And because this is how they get away with it. Because truck drivers are generally paid piecework or by the mile, or sometimes on a percentage of the revenue, the standard approach to hourly pay doesn't apply to them. They just turn a blind eye to it and say, well, you're not paid by the hour, so, your mileage is your mileage. That's how industry pays. So far, we've been unable to sort of crack that wall to say, well, you're on duty, you're doing all this required work, trip inspections, waiting time, what have you, because the industry has decided not to put that time on the clock, paid by the hour, the government just ignores it. So, and I should say, too, that is changing in the Canadian trucking industry. There are more and more companies now that are paying for everything drivers do. I want to give the good carriers credit here, and are paying for everything drivers do. Some are paying by the hour even while they sleep. They have a pay scheme that basically starts when you leave the terminal and when you come back to the terminal at the end of the week. All that pay is by the hour. Now, it's a reduced rate, but everything you do is compensated. So things are changing, but I just thought it was an interesting parallel between the flight attendants and truck drivers. And to be honest, even though you can imagine an airline goes on strike, it's a huge disruption to the traveling section of the public. There was pretty strong support for the flight attendants in their argument with the airline in terms of, getting paid for all the time they put in on the job. The public was still very supportive of that. So I was kind of hoping to get some public support behind the truckers' plight too, but so far that hasn't happened.
Well, it's interesting, Jim, and this is a longer conversation. I was having this a couple of weeks ago about the UPS strike. And every single UPS strike the drivers have won, and I've always made the argument they win it because everybody knows their UPS driver. So when they see that the UPS drivers are on strike, they see the guy or the gal that does their deliveries, who they like. And by the way, we see these horror stories about, things that go on airplanes. Most people's experience with a flight attendant is pretty spectacular. I mean, they tend to be, a little bit jaded in their sense of humor, but they tend to be very welcoming. If you play ball, if you don't behave like a Karen or you don't behave like a Todd, you tend to get, nicely treated. They're warm, they're friendly. They'll treat you with respect. Anybody, by the way, who doesn't feel that way probably was the problem on an airplane. And in the same way, the UPS drivers have everybody likes them. I would argue, and this is a longer conversation. You made a really great comment, by the way. I posted something about content on LinkedIn that I actually saw, and you made a really nice comment that I couldn't agree with more about the lack of, longer conversations about kind of stuff going on. This is a place to have a real conversation about how it is. You can't be a surly independent operator who thinks the world, should leave you alone, and then simultaneously get angry when it does, and then doesn't help you out when you have problems, in the work sector. Is that I feel like that people don't get behind truckers because, as Dave likes to say, they see the truck as opposed to me, who sees my good friend Marshall. When I see a truck, I see my friend Marshall. I see my friend Trucker Bosun. I see Pack Rat. I see a lot of our friends. But most people, when they see a truck, what they see is, that's a truck. That's a scary thing. That gives us all the creeps. And the worst thing is, too, is the fact that we were saying this earlier on with Dean. Everybody was out there kind of sharing that video of the disastrous, tragedy that happened in Florida recently, not realizing it isn't calling attention to a particular problem in trucking. It's just confirmation for a lot of people's unfair biases about trucking. And both of you can talk about this for a moment if you want to, but the idea that truckers need to remember they have to, as much as it pains them and they want to be left alone, they have to be remarkable ambassadors for the industry in the way that flight attendants and UPS drivers are. Is that fair? Is that part of the problem?
Yeah, I think that sounds about right. I just wanted to say too that as Park mentioned, there was a huge amount of public sympathy for the airline, the flight attendants, even by people who were horribly inconvenienced. But I think a lot of people really didn't realize that those people that were working for hours that they weren't paid for. It's kind of shone a light on that, and in fact, the federal government is launching the consultations into the unpaid work of the airline sector in particular, and other federally regulated industries, of which many truck drivers are. So this defiance on the part of the flight attendants who publicly ripped up the offer that they were given to go, the back to work order. This may actually, if truck drivers are out there talking about it as well, it may be what we need to start some change.
Yeah, and I kind of wanted to pivot to Jim here too, because I have to tell you, you made a really good point earlier on, just like Joanne alluded to some of the other stuff you said earlier, is the fact that I don't know how many Americans know that the clock is actually, This is the most insane thing. Once you put it this way, a lot of people go, oh my God, that you literally on a clock that tells you when you can stop earning. And at the same time, you're doing your job, but the clock that tells you you have to stop is also not helping you earn money because those wheels aren't turning. I mean, it's the craziest thing that you're on the job, but you're on the job doing something you're not getting paid for. I mean, there's a better way to phrase that, but you see what I'm getting at here? You actually hit the nail on the head, that you're actually doing all kinds of other stuff that is actually technically on the clock. The clock itself, which is your enemy in the case of a driver, is inevitably, inexorably moving towards its destination, and you're not getting paid because you're not behind the wheel.
Yeah, I mean, how do you reconcile that? And standard, and it's the same with the airlines. There's that expression; it's built into the rate. You know, your pay is X cents per mile generally, and 25 years ago, 30 years ago, the rate was such that you could almost go along with that because, I mean, truck drivers did do pretty well back before deregulation, and even in the early years of deregulation, truck drivers earned a lot more than they do today. So that was maybe a bit more tolerable that, you know, drivers could say or accept it. Yeah, okay, I'm going to make so many cents per mile over the course of a week, blah, 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 add it up, here's my paycheck. That's not too bad, thanks very much. But today, with all the delays and the heavier traffic and, you know, complete disrespect from most shippers, you can spend, you know, half a day at a loading dock, it just doesn't work anymore. There's not enough there to support building that wasted time into the rate. And even stuff that's required, you know, the trip inspections, you know, all the mandated stuff that's actually noted in the hours of service regulations as, quote, on duty, not driving time. You're required by law to do it. So, I mean, why aren't employers required by law to pay for it?
Right.
That's my question.
You know, and then the other thing comes up is that people say, well, if you want a better rate, just negotiate it. And you're like, yeah, but dude, when there are people out there who are more than willing to undercut you, people who are desperate, this is a very complex problem. Maybe we'll actually get to spend an entire segment talking about this in regards to how it affects both the Canadian and the American market. But we have actually got to pivot here because we got one more story that is well worth digging into. You just wrote an actually you didn't just, but you wrote an explainer piece on how truck rollovers happen and preventative measures as well. So let's kind of dig into that in the time that we have left.
Yeah, I did this story on how to prevent a rollover. I mean, the idea behind preventing a rollover is really to understand why they happen. And it's got all to do with, you know, physics. You can get pretty complicated in working out the math on these things, but I mean, typically it's going too fast through a curve. So you say, well, what's too fast?
Yes.
There's a company called RoadAware. Their app is now turning up on several tablet ELDs around the industry. They've aligned with a few partners to put in the truck to help prevent this kind of thing from happening. But those two guys have done a lot of engineering and math on figuring out what is a safe speed to be going through a given curve. Now, there's no way anybody could sort of sit there and do the math themselves and say, okay, I'm going to go through this curve at 40 miles an hour and maybe I should go through at 30 or whatever the case may be. But it all boils down to the center of gravity of the truck and the speed that you're going. As you go through a curve, of course, you have these centrifugal forces acting on the truck. It all starts to get really complicated, but the taller the center of gravity on the truck, the more prone it is to tip over. It's like a lever. You have a longer lever, you have more force you can apply to the end of it. So when a truck goes through a curve, it tends to lean toward the outside of the curve, as we all know. And if you have a low center of gravity, like a flatbed hauling rebar or something, that's pretty close to the deck, you tend to be able to go through a curve a lot faster than you could if you were hauling livestock, for example, where you have, you know, a ton or many tons of animals up high in the trailer, and the center of gravity is super high. So those kinds of trucks are really prone to rolling over. So what this app does, and I'm not plugging the guy really, but they've done the calculations in advance, and all you have to do with this app is put in your estimated center of gravity, which you can do by just knowing how tall your load is and where all the weight is concentrated. But the bottom line is the recommendation that they make through the app and both orally as well, just explaining to drivers, is if you see the yellow sign going into a curve that gives you a recommended speed, that's generally accepted as being for cars, not for trucks. And the recommendation that they make is basically take that speed and cut it by 2/3 to a half if you want to have better than even chances of coming through a curve without tipping the truck over. And this has, real world consequences. If you're going through a roundabout or a long freeway curve with a very tall center of gravity on your trailer, you could be, driving right into a rollover situation and not even know it, and actually be pretty much sideways before you're even aware of it in the cab of the truck. The story goes into a lot more detail. It's probably worth reading. It's on trucknews.com, and you'll find it there. But most drivers will say they had no idea this was about to happen to them because there's no clue inside the cab, because the cab of the truck behaves a lot differently than the back of the trailer does. And that's where the drivers tend to get into the most trouble.
The other thing is the fact that, it's one of those things where you have to be proactive. I hate to be so obvious. It's one of those things that you can't get out of once you get into. That's the thing, is that once that process starts, there's only luck on your side at that point, right? So, this is one of those
Pretty
things
much, yep.
where, we make this really clear, guys. This isn't a piece of advice that once one starts, how to actually be able to tip the truck in the other direction and prevent it from going that way. That ain't happening unless you get really lucky. We're talking about, this is one of those things where preventative action is what is necessary, and to almost kind of it's really an example of mindfulness behind the wheel, that you have to be completely aware of this, because I think the reason it happens, Jim, is that people misjudge what they're looking at. Yes, there are exceptions to people being maniacs, but I think a lot of the time is people see it coming and don't realize how sharp the particular turn is, do they?
They don't, and they don't realize the impact that speed and the center of gravity have on it. This is kind of a driver training issue, and it's also a seat of the pants issue, because every curve, every trailer, every situation is going to be different. It's dynamic. You can't apply a 25-mile-an-hour rule to every roundabout, for example. They're all different. So drivers, I think, especially the newer, inexperienced drivers who haven't, got their head around how the truck feels at different speeds and how center of gravity affects it, will drive blithely down the road, not even realizing they are, within a mile per hour or two of a rollover. And because they didn't roll over last time, they'll go through that same curve again at the same speed next time, but maybe they'll have a different load on the trailer. It'll be a little bit taller, and over they'll go. And they'll be puzzled by that.
Jim Park, Joanne Ritchie have joined us for Canada Calling. Man, I got to tell you, the new format moves so incredibly fast. I look up, and it feels like just like the Carol Burnett show. Just before you know it comes the time we have to say so long. Thank you both so very much. You guys, go to obac.ca. We look forward to having them on the show again. We're still trying to work out with this incredibly packed schedule how we get you guys in more rather than less. Thank you both. Love you both. Thank you.
Great.
Take care.
See you. Bye now.
Speaking of people we are cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs about, our good friend Louis Pugh is going to be dropping in here. The Vice President of OOIDA is going to be joining us for another edition of Washington Trucking Week. Can't wait to get him in on the conversation. We'd love to hear from you, by the way. And don't forget, we're going to roll out the welcome mat for Lindsay Lawler. Guys, put on those Shady Rays, because Lindsay's coming. ShadyRays.com.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
We are live yet again with good old Jimmy Mack, live from the Degas House at Fastport Studios. Let's keep on rolling, baby!
Oh, man, I got to tell you, Dre, hearing that jazz music reminds me that we are right next to the oaks that cover Canopy Esplanade Avenue as we sit smack dab in the middle of, halfway between the French Quarter and on the other direction, City Park, man. We are in primo position here over at the Fastport Studios in the city of New Orleans, the birth of trucking radio. Let me say one more time for you out there, by the way.
Say it.
The birth of trucking radio, by the way. Trucking radio was born here in the city of New Orleans. Charlie Douglas and the Road Gang. And don't you be saying no Bill Mack. Bill Mack's an amazing man, was an amazing man, but he was doing rock and roll all night. He wasn't talking to truckers. He got in on it. He's one of the people on that Mount Rushmore. He's up there, but the first person to do it, Charlie Douglas. Second person to do it, Dave Nemo. And then we're off to the races, Trucking Bozo and Bill Mack and all those other groovy things.
Speaking of rocking and rolling and motorcycles around good old Sturgis, Louis Pugh's here.
Louis Pugh is here, by the way. It's Washington Trucking Week, and I'm going to jump right in by reading a little quote here from the president of OOIDA, Mr. Todd Spencer. Due to ongoing safety concerns, the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association strongly encourages you to immediately suspend state's authority to issue non-domiciled commercial driver's licenses for interstate commerce. And that's where we begin with Louis. How you doing this morning, man?
I'm doing great. How are you, my friend?
I don't have any complaints. It's a great day in New Orleans. It's only suffocatingly hot as opposed to death-defyingly hot. So, we're pretty happy about that. How is the world treating you up in Grain Valley or wherever your adventures are taking you?
Oh, it's been pretty hot up here, too, but we finally got a break in the weather yesterday. It's starting to cool off a little bit. And actually, we had a little bit of fog and dampness this morning, so that's nice.
Oh, it's a nice way to – it's kind of like I call it a whisper or a hint. Like, if you just hold on long enough, we have a little bit of this in store for you later on down the road. So just hang in tight, and maybe good things are coming. A lot of good things have been coming the way of truck driving in the last couple of months. A lot of bold initiatives, a lot of things that OOIDA has been pushing for quite some time, but there is unfinished business, as you like to say. There's always things that need to get taken care of. Can you kind of set up for us and explain, like I said, a lot of our people that are listening are first-time drivers kind of getting onboarded into the world of trucking. Tell people what a non-domiciled is, and then we can kind of talk what OOIDA wants to do about it.
Yeah, well, these non-domicile CDLs were being pushed and got through, and I think in 2019 now. And what the whole idea behind it was supposedly that if someone went to a trucking school or somewhere in a different state from where they lived, or if they went to trucking school and they were trying to get tested, they could go to another state and get a test and get their CDL, even if it wasn't their home state. And what it's turned into, unfortunately, which I don't think anybody really saw this coming, but what it's turned into is people from foreign nations all over the world are getting CDLs, non-domicile CDLs, and driving truck. And the problem we have, and what OIDA's been, since this has sort of raised its ugly head the first of the year, or last fall, or something, whenever it's really started to take shape, is that nobody knows how many there are. Nobody knows who's getting them. I mean, and unfortunately, just what we saw, what we're taking from what happened in Florida last week, that gentleman not only had a non-domicile, but a regular CDL. So, you know, as you know well, and the folks out there know OIDA, and for those who don't, we've been screaming for decades that we need to raise the bar of trucking. And unfortunately, for too long, there's been this false, fake driver shortage narrative, and that's what's allowed stuff like this non-domicile CDL and very, very weak requirements to get a driver's license, a CDL driver's license, to say the least, has come into play. And we've been pushing back on that. And unfortunately, a lot of the things that we said were going to happen if we didn't do this are really starting to unfold in a big way here, and it's not in a good way.
Yeah, and by the way, Louis, we actually had the joy of having Andy Polikoff on the show, the head of the CVTA, and he actually came in to make a point about this too, because everything seems to kind of be pointing back to that accident that we're talking about in Florida. What's interesting about it is somebody had to let him into the country. Somebody actually had to get him a CDL. Somebody actually had to hire him. I mean, and like I said, we're all responsible to a large degree. We're all responsible for what it is that happened. And since we're all responsible, we can all take action to stop it by stopping the actually guilty parties. And even though, you know, this might not have prevented it, the really kind of cold thing here, what upsets me the most is the fact that you know, that it didn't need to get to that point. And by doing what you guys are doing, you might be able in the long run to prevent the next one from happening by simply taking care of this. Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, we got to start somewhere. I mean, the long and short, nothing moves fast, unfortunately, in government. This is moving faster, which is good. But the thing is, we've got to figure out who these people are. We've got to stop issuing these things. And we need to raise the standards and the bar of getting into trucking. At the end of the day, this person should have never got behind the wheel in the first place.
And
I mean, that's...
Yeah, go ahead.
That's the sad truth. I'm sorry. That's the sad truth and reality in all this. Most of these people should never get a license. And if we had much stricter standards in getting a CDL, that would stop a lot of this right away.
And that's why, by the way, that's why we brought on Andy, who actually had deep concerns about where this guy got his CDL from. And I kind of want to talk about the non-domicile situation in this way, too, to kind of tell people you actually were very generous, I thought, in what you said. This was never the intention, what has happened. It's almost a matter of closing a loophole. Louis, please tell me if I get this wrong, because this is one of those places where I'm like not entirely clear. What happens is that it was designed to allow somebody from one state, meaning the United States, to be able to get their CDL in another state. Because of the way the law was written, it actually has created this massive gaping loophole that allows people who are not from here to actually get a non-domiciled. Is that what we're talking about? Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, that's correct, and that's what's happened, and it continues to happen. And again, it all stems back. We should have never done it in the first place. I mean, again, we're always looking for I should say, folks over at ATA and other places, big fleets are always looking for ways to get people behind the wheel as quickly as they can. And by doing that, that makes it to where they don't have to pay them like the professionals that they are. We're not training them to be professionals. We're not teaching them to be professionals, so they don't have to pay them as professionals. And it's this massive churning mess that we've been in for decades now since deregulation. It just continues to get worse. And as Todd Spencer says, when your job sucks, you got to find more suckers. And unfortunately, that's what, you know.
I haven't heard that one yet. I feel like I should have heard that before. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Yeah, Todd's a wordsmith, but and he's right. And unfortunately, that's what we are. You know, I say this all the time. We don't rush people to be electricians. We don't rush people to be carpenters. We don't rush people or rush anybody for all these other blue-collared, jobs that you have to be trained and have some experience. Why are we or skilled? Why do we want to continue to do that with truckers? And unfortunately, these other blue collar professions, they get paid correctly. They get paid for all their time. They're paid overtime. They're paid when they're not working, even if they're at work, And unfortunately, in trucking, we're the complete opposite. And that's why people don't stay. That's why they're constantly looking for a new place to draw people from that they can continue to treat like this. And unfortunately, it causes mass carnage on our highways. My new thing I've been saying in Washington, I just said it when I testified a few weeks ago. If you really want to care about highway safety, the first things that we need to start focusing on, all this other stuff is just noise. We need to focus on training the drivers. We need to focus on paying the drivers, and we need to focus on giving them a safe place to rest and sleep at night. Those three things right there that we need to take seriously and start doing in our industry. Or you can come up with all the safety gadgets and technology and all the stuff in the world that you want to come up with. But until we start doing that, and we need to train the people to drive cars too, because that gets lost in the mission. And I know DOT doesn't have any oversight on that, but people in cars need to be trained to operate on trucks. Till we start doing those things, we're never going to see safety numbers turn around.
What is it? Life, pay, equipment, and then ultimately technology. Ultimately the idea that, do I get enough pay? Do I have with that pay the ability to actually go live a decent life? And in fact, am I in technology that's going to keep me alive? And it's the same argument we've been having for so long, and it feels like a back and forth game. So I'm asking OOIDA, what are they doing? What are they asking for? Kind of unpack that, and then we'll kind of pivot very nicely into how our listeners and your members can actually get involved in making a difference in this situation. Because some of this is really about state pressure too, that everybody can't go to Washington and talk in front of a committee like you have been afforded that opportunity and do it very well. But there are things people can do. But what is OOIDA calling for? What is this call to action all about?
Yeah, we sent a letter to DOT on Monday asking them to cease and desist on all non-domicile CDLs while they are actually investigating the process of investigating the non-domicile, try to figure out who's giving them what states, who they're getting, who has them, all these kind of things. We said until that is concluded and they come up with a different way to handle this or to do away with the program, we feel they should just do away with the program totally and just be done. But until they investigate and have some results and know how they're going to continue this forward or do away with it or whatever in a safe manner, then they just need to quit giving non-domicile CDLs, period. And we've also followed that up by sending letters out to, I think, the 43 states that issue these to the governors of those states, asking them to make sure they're doing it in their state as well. Because until we have a control of the problem or a handle on the problem or know what the problem is and how to solve it, why do we want to continue adding to the problem?
Yeah, and by the way, that's, there are times that people call for a shutdown or an investigation. And I won't lie, Louis, I roll my eyes. I'm like, give me a break. This is one of those places where if, in fact, this has a major impact on what's going on the road, meaning like it actually pulls a lot of people off the road, that's a problem in and of itself. Let's say, let's say that, all 43 states, that everybody takes action and everybody really shuts down the program and really shuts down this whole thing. If it causes a big gap, then we actually understand what's going on in another way. Are you following me here? That this is one of those places where you can call for, a pause on this to see what the effects of it are, to see what kind of ripple effect it has across the industry. That's kind of the thought here too, correct?
Yeah, that would help too. And we know, since we're in the longest down freight recession in history, that we don't have a capacity problem. So, probably shutting this down in some way would help right that ship, help a little quicker. But, that remains to be seen because, again, we don't know how many of these folks are out there. But it would help with the capacity. But, again, what we need to start doing is all this goes back, and I hate to keep going back to this whole fake driver shortage. If we would just pay people and invest in truckers, we wouldn't need all these things. We wouldn't need all these trucks. If shippers and receivers would do the right thing and load the trucks, if the motor carriers would start charging them for tying the driver's time up and then paying the driver correctly, we wouldn't need as many trucks as we got now, because the whole freight chain would move so much more efficiently. 70% of all goods are moved exclusively on truck. That's a lot of freight in this country, and that's a lot of things. Unfortunately, because drivers waste 20 to 25 hours a week on average just sitting around waiting to get loaded or unloaded instead of driving, that creates so much more capacity that we need in our industry that's really not needed. And unfortunately, the drivers, we always hear, well, if we do that, it's going to cost the consumer. Well, truckers have been paying that for 40 years. The driver has been eating that for 40 years. Why should he have to eat that or she have to eat that?
Louis, I don't know if you got a chance to hear Jim Park at all, but he got kind of on his soapbox because there was recently a strike up in Canada with the airline attendants. And they were complaining because they were doing unpaid work. They work in blocks that they don't get paid until the plane doors close. So they're doing all this stuff until the plane doors officially close. And it turns out, I've made the joke all the time that UPS wins their strike because everybody knows they're UPS drivers. And flight attendants are getting a lot of sympathy from the general public in Canada because unless you are the problem on the plane, you usually like the flight attendant. And this is a pivot here into the second topic that you wanted to kind of get into. But, I was kind of hoping that you would take a moment, given that you are such a great ambassador for the trucking industry and having been a trucker for such a long time, to kind of talk at length about, this article that Mark wrote about truckers still have time to shape the next highway bill. But it all kind of plays into the same thing about truckers being good ambassadors for their industry, even in the smallest ways, because the more people know truckers and like them, the more they see people like, as I said before, Trucker Bosun and Ten Ring behind the wheel of trucks and not just a truck. Are you digging where I'm coming from, my friend?
Yeah, and I mean, it takes all of us to fix our industry. It took our whole industry to get to where we are, and it took us in our industry to, it's going to take a long time to fix it, of course, but the thing is, truckers, you are the number one ambassador. I hear all the time when I go to truck shows and talk to members and truckers, thanks for what you do, really appreciate what you're saying. I'm like, are you calling your lawmaker? And they're like, well, we don't know what to say to them. I don't call them. That's why we belong to OIDA. Well, OIDA is only as strong as our membership, and our membership's active. So it does take all. I can go to Capitol Hill and testify, and our lobbyists can go to Capitol Hill and talk to lawmakers. But if the phones aren't ringing, then they're only half paying attention. When they start getting calls, from constituents in their district saying, I'm a trucker and, my carrier doesn't pay for me to sit around for hours upon end, or my carrier does, or whatever the problem is, I can't find I'm wasting 2 hours every night trying to find a place to park, or I can't find safe places to park, or whatever the issue is you're having, broker trainer, anything. If they're not receiving those calls, they don't really pay attention. When they start receiving those calls, it makes it our job easier, and it makes it much, much easier to get the things that you want and we're trying to get for you across the finish line. Because, you can follow the money on most things in Washington, and a lot of times the money trail wins because the American people are sleeping. But we as the American people still have the best power, and truckers. So you're a huge voting bloc. Truckers are a huge voting bloc. And it's the one thing that politicians worry about more than the money is getting their job back. So when constituents start shutting the phones down, that's when it gets crazy. I was in D.C. last year when they were going to ban TikTok, or a year before, I forget when it was. It was crazy that week, the amount of people who were calling in over TikTok. And, if that's the thing, that's fine. But I wish truckers and the American people would have the same passion for things that really, really, truly affect your daily lives, whether it's tax reform or driver or any of this kind of stuff. You need to stay involved and call your congressman. And OIDA makes it very easy for you. We have a website, fightingfortruckers.com. You can go right on that website. You can find out who your lawmakers are. Their phone numbers are there. You can contact them that way. You can send them an email directly right off that site and tell them. And you are the expert. Don't think you don't know how to talk. you know your industry better than anybody. There's a very small handful of just a couple elected officials that know anything about trucking and trucks. And so the only thing they know is what lobbyists tell them. And I can guarantee there's lobbyists in D.C. that are working against you that are telling them things that aren't helping you. So you need to call and be professional, but say this rule or this regulation, if it's passed, it will help me this way, or if this rule or regulation is passed, it's going to hurt me this way. And be professional and give them real world. Lawmakers like to hear that stuff and want to hear that stuff.
And the other thing is to remind people, and by the way, you and I have had some really lengthy conversation because I've actually been talking to you when just a couple of days after we talked, you're actually on a plane or in a truck or in a car heading on over to a state house as well, too. I tell people the chances of you striking up any sort of friendship or relationship with your congressman is a little more difficult, but doing it with a state rep or a state senator, that is well within your reach as a human being. Those people in particular really want to hear from their constituents because in those places, every vote really does count. And speaking of your voice counting, let's talk a little bit about shaping the next highway bill, shall we?
Sure.
So, yeah, talk about what truckers should do. But this is about making comments, right? This is about actually making comments and going where they need to go because there's an opportunity. They've extended this in regards to the comment period, have they not? Tell people what's going on.
Yeah, we got a new highway. This is highway bill time. That's every 5 years these come around. It's kind of the Super Bowl of trucking. We're going to find out, there's going to be legislation hopefully to help truckers. There's going to be legislation that's going to try to hurt truckers. I mean, we're going into a great time where we have an administration that has been listening to truckers and been showing that they are in a couple of actions that they've made in the past. And hopefully that continues. And, we're urging Congress to do the same thing. We're telling Congress this could be the most driver-friendly highway bill in history. But it's going to take drivers calling in, The Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act is out there, restroom access, the road conditions that we need to make sure the Highway Trust Fund is funded correctly and fairly. We believe it's fuel taxes. It may take an increase. I mean, compared to anything else out there that's being suggested, whether it's tolling or VMTs or anything, fuel taxes, even a small increase, is a much safer, much better bet for truckers than any of these other things. So there's that. There's a concern that we need to keep our eye on what they're going to do on liability insurance minimums. There's already grumblings of trying to raise that again, which we know that's not necessary and would be a huge burdensome cost on truckers. If that would come through, of course, they want to continue to lower the CDL age without, safety mandates and other kind of stuff like that. That's stuff that's not good. That in some ways is no better than the whole non-domicile thing. And so there's lots of things out there, and that you as a trucker need to be reaching out to your lawmakers and talking about these things to head them off at the pass.
Okay, we have just a little bit of time left here, but I want to get two questions in, one of which is a continuation of what we're talking about right now. But the second one is really fun, and I think you know where I'm going because we're almost into football season, so I need to prep up for your prognostication, Louis. But when they write those comments, it's the same thing as talking to their congressman, right? I mean, it really is. It's the same thing as talking to the staff, to really kind of give real-world examples, to make sure that they think about particular instances, and to really kind of lay out the real-world ramifications of what it is that's going on here, rather than trying to be a policy wonk, be somebody who has a personal story. Fair?
Fair, that's it. You don't have to be a policy expert. You don't have to be a government. What you are is a trucking expert. And, I mean, that's all you have to be, and that's what you are. So, like I said, real-world situations of how these things either help you or hurt you, and why your lawmakers should support or vote against, depending on what the thing is. And, again, it's very easy to see a lot of this stuff that's in play, If you go to fightingfortruckers.com, you can see what OIDA's working on, the bills that are out there that help or hurt trucking, bills and mandates that maybe need comments, or just bills that need things sent to your lawmaker. And again, you can do that all from Fighting for Truckers. And as I always say, you can go on there and send a comment to a lawmaker or comment on some sort of a petition where it could actually change things or make a difference faster than what you can put something out on social media complaining about it.
All right, Louis, got a few minutes left here. I'm not going to mention the school up north at all. I'm simply going to ask you how your Buckeyes going to do this season.
Well, as I say, I hope every season, undefeated in another national championship. So, always got to think positive. I think we got a big test right out the gate. Texas is coming to town, and so it should be a big game. The opening up with Texas, they should play hard. It should be a great game, and I hope we end up with steaks on our plates. That's what we're hoping for.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Louis, right now, there are two games that are going to determine a whole lot of stuff in an awful hurry. Texas versus Ohio State is one, and Clemson versus LSU is the other. And we'll have a really clear sense of what two teams have the fast track to the first positions in the playoffs almost immediately after those two games kind of play themselves out. Our good friend Louis Pugh has joined us this morning. He's Executive Vice President of OIDA. Louis, one more time with feeling, tell people where they can go to get involved, not just in regards to making comments, but also to let you guys know where you guys are doing great and where you guys should maybe focus your attention.
Yeah, well, first and foremost, if you want more information on just OOIDA itself, the easiest place to go is OOIDA.com, or you can call in here to OOIDA. It's 816-229-5791. Again, you can get that number off of OOIDA.com because I know people are driving. That's easier to remember. And join OIDA. If you listen to this, call our membership department, tell them you heard it. We'll give you a $10 discount for listening to me and you go back and forth, Jimmy, and talk. And we're happy to do that on a yearly membership. Also, if you want to find out more about what's going on in the advocacy world, you can go to fightingfortruckers.com. It's a great place to file comments. Of course, we're on all social media. And, we're stronger. I can't say it enough. Don't be a part of let's fix the problem. Join OIDA. The larger we are, the stronger our membership is, the more power we have. We are the largest trucking association. We were started by truckers. We're run by truckers. Todd, our president, was a trucker. I was a trucker. My board of directors here, 22 of them are truckers. And so OIDA gets it. We know where the rubber meets the road. And the way we really move the needle is everyone moving it with one voice toward the same thing. And that's what OIDA does for you. And be a part of it. We love truckers. I say it all the time, but we appreciate truckers every single solitary day. I know how bad the job can be. I know how it feels like everybody in the world is against you because they're mad because of what you brought them. Some enforcement agents or officer might be messing with you over some silly violation. It has nothing to do with safety. Everybody's got their hands out. They want you to pay to park. They want you to do all these things. And nobody seems to care while you're keeping this country going, truckers. And we appreciate that. And we know all the hardship you go through. And thank you for what you do because our country would not be anywhere if it wasn't for the men and women behind the wheel. So thanks to all the truckers, and please join OIDA. The more of you got, the stronger we are, and we love y'all. So thank you.
And by the way, don't forget, I'm very proud to say this. Immediately after Road Gang Radio concludes at 11, Trucking with OIDA with Scott and Ashley begins after that. Louis, it's always good to have the cavalry here. Thank you so much, my friend. Get out there and have a great day. And, I'll say it, go Buckeyes. Thank you, brother.
Thank you, buddy. Talk to you later.
All righty. By the way, roll out the welcome mat. Let's let people know that Lindsay Lawler is going to arrive on the scene as Megan Kate Nelson isn't too far behind her as well. We're going to make a recommendation, a choice of two possible shows to stream. You got a lot of time, and you got to figure out what you're going to watch. So we're going to help you do that. Be right back.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, rigs without cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, healthy habits for the long haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Woo! From the Big Easy to Music City and out on the open road. Welcome to Road Gang Radio, broadcasting live from the Fastport Studios in New Orleans with Jimmy Mack, and joining us from Nashville, the one, the only, Lindsay Lawler.
Woo! From the Big Easy to Music Sleazy.
Yeah.
Here we are.
Pivot.
Yeah, pivot, because second half of the show we keep it sleazy, but like in a greasy, tire kind of way. You know what I mean?
Yeah. We had enough classy stuff going on already. We had Louis. Say it. Go ahead, Louis.
Pew 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 pew.
And we had the Canadians. They came a calling, and then a little bit
this
of.
is Canada calling.
Absolutely. By the way, I have something really fun. I have it. I put it together for both you and Seamus because there's a little bit of reggae in that Canada Calling thing. And this morning we were listening, Lindsay, to the birthday boy. There's a birthday boy today, famous one, no longer with us, but a famous birthday boy. And it's somebody that Seamus adores. I know that for a fact. His name was John Cameron Mellor. Do you know him? Is that name
ring a bell?
I do not
know him.
No. You do. And when you hear who it is, you're going to
The
be.
Pogues.
You're not
Is he a singer of a band.
Let me go through his whole story, and then
Okay.
Here we go. So he was born in Ankara, Turkey, in 1952. He was the son of a Scotswoman who was a nurse named Anna Mackenzie, and an MBE, Most Excellent Order of the British Empire, Ronald Ralph Melnor. Which, by the way, that's a big deal. An MBE is a big deal. It means gallantry of service for the British Empire. So John Cameron Mellor, who we're talking about today, spent 7 years away from his parents while attending a City of London's Freeman School. He went to, British boarding school. So he was the son of a powerful civil servant surrounded by a bunch of, as he called them, rich snits. He developed a deep love of Little Richard, the Beach Boys, and Woody Guthrie. And he quickly changed his name to Woody Mellor. He had a kind of tumultuous life leading into the 70s. He buried a brother who killed himself. He thought about cartooning while actually sharing a flat in Palmer's Green with the soon-to-be famous Timon Dog. He bought a ukulele. I kid you not. He bought a ukulele and then had a busker teach him how to play Johnny Be Good on a ukulele. He met some musicians when he went to art school to become a cartoonist and quickly dropped out of school to become a cartoonist and formed a band called the Vultures. Didn't make a lot of money doing that. Lindsay, he supplemented that income by digging graves at St. Wooloo's Cemetery in London. So he was digging graves to make money while serving in a band called the Vultures. The Vultures fell apart. He moves back in with Timon Dog. He forms a band called the 101ers. He does, and that band does.
Keys to your heart, heart. Oh, the keys to your heart. It's our favorite song around here.
Yeah.
Okay, I know where we're going
You
now.
know where we're going now, man. And he, by the way, does a lot of American covers in the 101ers. While he is in the 101ers, they open up for the Sex Pistols. And he is deeply impressed by what the Sex Pistols are up to, both from a music and marketing standpoint. All the while, he funds himself, because he's a guy who works hard all of his life, as a gardener in Hyde Park. Lindsay, if you ever end up in London, you should go to Hyde Park. I mean, it's like
I have been.
It's like Central Park. It is. For those of you who haven't been, it is like an amazing place, a great place to actually celebrate Christmas. In 1975, he gets really good at rhythm guitar, and he gets so good at it that he changes his name one more time by adding the surname Strummer, and he decides to become a regular Joe. On this day, August 21st, 1952, Joe Strummer of The Clash was born.
London Calling. When my brother-in-law passed away, The Clash is my husband's favorite band, and also was his brother's. And so I had this, you know how you can take somebody's photo and then make it look like a painting or a portrait or whatever?
Yes, I'm nodding my head. That's not good on radio. Yes.
Yeah, nodding goes over well on radio. No, and I was going to do that, but then my girlfriend, who's a beautiful artist, she's like, if you give me a picture, I can paint it looks like a painting. So she did. And then, so it's hanging in the music room in our house, and we call it the music room. It sounds like I have like all these wings in the home. It's a room that we keep all of our music crap in. But there's a picture of Ethan painted like a portrait, and it has the lyrics to, London Calling on it.
Oh my God, that is fabulous. That's a great gift. I love those kind of gifts, because man, they just land. That's the kind of stuff that people go, I didn't need this. What is it? I didn't know I wanted this, but now that I have it, I can't think of a better thing I've been given.
And you wouldn't have bought it for yourself. It's
Right.
crazy to me the amount of things that we spend like extra money on for someone else and don't do for ourselves. It's the same idea of waiting to fix your house up to sell until you're selling it, being like, why didn't I do that so I could have enjoyed it along the way? I'm going to get the idea of making extra money. But it's the same thing with like, why do I put the good towels out for the guests? Why do I cook the good meal when the guest comes over? Why do I give the great gift to someone else? Give it to someone else, but get it for yourself as well. That's why I gave you and Claire.
Oh, it was
for
great.
your
I was thinking of that. I think
it was your anniversary.
Yes.
Or
Yes.
birthday or something. Anyway, but because I did one for Seamus for, I think, our anniversary. It's called a star map. And you can, I think, go to starmap.com, and they're not a sponsor, but call us.
There's a star map waiting in the sky. Go ahead.
You put in like the exact date and time of whatever event you're trying to capture. So I did the night we were married. I did the night you and Claire were married, and it shows you what the night sky looked like on that evening of that event, and it puts it on a map. And then for Seamus and I did, our song is The Best Is Yet to Come by Frank Sinatra. So I have a line from that under it. And then on your and Claire's, I did a line from, I asked you what song that was important to you. I think you said you danced to it at your wedding.
It was the National. I
Yeah.
dreamed about you for 25 years before I saw you.
Yeah.
That's how they
Yeah,
end
yeah.
the song, just repeating that line over and over again, which, by the way, could be incredibly repetitive, pun intended, and ends up being incredibly powerful, because it's like it lands on him at the end of the song when he realizes, it's called Slow Show. I want to come home and put on a slow show for you, and it's about the first dance between a couple. Well,
So pretty.
man,
It was really cool. Yeah. So, anyway, but happy birthday, Joe Strummer. It was a long way to get to that.
Well,
but-
no, and this morning when when Madison with a T and Phone Master Dre was here, I said, guys, I'm going to be putting a song on loud, and I played him and Johnny Cash, that magnificent cover of. That's why I thought of it. You said Canada Calling, and then I thought about Bob Marley, and then I thought about the Redemption song, and I said, oh yeah, that's right, I got this Joe Strummer thing I put together today, and that's a really groovy kind of situation.
Love it. I
and-
love the little reggae and Canada Calling. It's funny too, the things that put because reggae, I don't even think I heard. I mean, outside of course, One Love or No Woman No Cry or something. I didn't really know a lot of reggae growing up. I did know Women No Cry in my band in college, but outside of that, I didn't know much. And then when I married a guy that's from Cape Cod, there's something about reggae on Cape Cod. might know what it is. I think there's a lot of Jamaicans that come there to work for summers and such over there on the Cape, and so reggae has kind of become a good thing there. But it's become, to me, reggae music has become a cue for like slow down and take a deep breath and just chill, because every little thing gonna be all right. And it's if we ever put reggae on around our house, it's usually like in the morning or when we're just sitting outside, maybe by a fire or something. It's specifically reggae in the morning to me is such a cue for, obviously, chill out, man, Rasta, everything's okay. But I love those cues, especially when it pertains to music, of like this, when I have this genre on, it's because I'm feeling this kind of way, or I want to feel this kind of way. When I have this genre on, it's, for me, it's jazz when I'm cooking, or it's big band kind of, and jazz when I'm cooking, reggae in the morning, easy like Sunday morning. But it's not every morning, because Sunday morning has a different vibe. You know what I mean? Like, I know you understand this because you make so many playlists. It's like when I want to feel a certain way or when I am feeling a certain way, hit it.
I will tell you about reggae. For those of you who don't realize, even if you don't listen to reggae, if you are fans of course, Stuart Copeland and Sting and Andy Summers, the early Police in particular, and a lot of stuff from that time period really is so reggae influenced. I mean, Stuart Copeland's drums, particularly in the first couple of Police albums, are so reggae influenced. One of their videos is actually, I think it's Every Little Thing She Does Is Magic. Has a lot of that energy, Lindsay. They just have a lot, by the way. Oh, by the way, our good friend Gina Monex says that Blues Traveler was Ziggy Marley at Red Rocks dream concert moment.
Oh, yeah, I saw. Hi, Gina. Good morning. Hi, Tin Ring. Hi, everybody. Hi, Trucker Bosun. Yeah, I just saw her post that, and that's a goal. You and I've talked before about like the dream moment of who do I want to see and where do I want to see him. I'm still trying to figure. I know Red Rocks is the venue, or the Gorge, and I'm trying to think of who is there. But Ziggy Marley, that would be a cool one. That'd be a cool balance of, especially in Colorado, man. Hey, what's going on? Watching reggae at Red Rocks. What were you doing, Gina?
Yeah, what were you doing, by the way?
Hey, girl.
Hey, girl. By the way, we've done a lot of watching this week and last week, have we not? Of a whole bunch of stuff on the streaming, correct?
A lot of watching, a lot of listening. A lot of podcasting and music, and yes, a lot of shows. Untamed and American Primeval being two of them, as well as a lot. This job requires you to consume quite a bit of material on all fronts, which is cool. It makes you more worldly in said world.
But there are moments, I tell you, I will finish watching something, finish reading something, finish going through Dean Croke's, literally copious amount of content, and realize, oh, I'm done. No, I'm not. I've got 3 more things to read, 2 more things to listen to, 1 more thing to consume. And I'm not complaining, by the way, Lindsay. I'm just simply saying there are moments when I'm like, oh, wait, I really remember what Chris Rock said. You never have enough time. There is never enough time. And we never have enough time with a particular person, do we?
We do not.
We do not. Miss Megan Kate Nelson, by the way.
We love Megan Kate Nelson. And also Dean Croke. Can I just say real quick, listening this morning, I just adore him. I love that he can talk about any and everything, and also not make you feel stupid. You know, I'm always like, Lindsay's dumb question of the day. He's so dang likable. That's such a good segment. So I don't know when and where he came onto the scene, how y'all stumbled across, but I just love it every time Dean Croke is on. That's all.
Well, it's a great story, really quickly, as we get ready to kind of introduce our wonderful friend.
I'm sorry. I thought Megan wasn't till 9:30. I'm just blabbing along.
No, it's fine. Actually, we were talking, and we got to this moment where I realized, I looked at you and I said, we love Megan Kate Nelson. You're like, yes, Megan Kate Nelson. We'll talk to her soon. Why are you saying this to me? And I'm like, oh.
I thought she was 9:30, but this is good. We can keep her extra long now if she'll stay.
Yeah, we'll drag her in. But really quickly, Megan, good morning, by the way. We'll do your bona fides. How you doing?
Good morning.
How are you? Really quickly, guys, Megan Kate Nelson. She is, Pulitzer Prize shortlisted, wrote Saving Yellowstone, Three-Cornered War, has a new book coming out sooner rather than later. Yeah. We're really excited about that. We actually... this was really a collaborative effort because Lindsay, myself, and you started going back and forth on a text message thread trying to figure out what we're going to watch next, and we all became aware of the fact that there are a number of shows that are currently streaming, and given how our friends out there like to stream stuff, why don't you unpack this for us, Megan? Tell people what we did. And good morning.
Yeah. Good morning. And before we get into it, can I wish someone else a happy birthday today?
Of course.
It
Is it
is.
your
It is. It's my dad's
Aw.
80th birthday today. He's
That's
80 years old.
What's his name?
His name is John Fritchell.
John Fritchell,
And
80th birthday. How's he celebrating, you think?
80th birthday. I don't know. I think he was feeling kind of bummed out about it. He was like, I don't know, it's not really a special day. And I was like, okay. So, yeah, I don't know I don't think they actually, you know what they're doing? They're going up to the mountains. They're going to our cabin in the mountains. So that's a great way to celebrate.
That's a great way to celebrate.
And-
Peace. It doesn't have to be pomp and circumstance as long as there's some peace.
If you can go at 80 years of age,
Exactly.
Lindsay, to the mountains, that is a great celebration. If you actually
yeah.
at 80 or
True.
have enough health to be able to go do something like that, I mean, and think about this is like.
So yeah, tell your dad to get over himself.
And that our dads could beat, and by the way, tell your dad that our dads could beat up your dad because our dads are older. Remember when you were growing up?
He'll bring his hiking sticks to the fight, though. So you better watch out. You better watch out.
My dad will bring meaningless words. That's what my dad will bring.
And a saxophone, by the way.
And a saxophone.
That he'll beat people to death with. And my dad will bring his walking stick as well. It'll be a battle of the canes and the walking sticks and the saxophone.
right.
I got to tell you, Lindsay's dad looks like he's about 70. I'm not kidding.
He really does.
He
He
does.
looks so good. He's about to be 81 in just a couple weeks. He's killing it.
He's killing it.
Does not surprise me. Well, thank you for indulging me and wishing my papa, old Pappy, as I call him.
Happy birthday, old Pappy.
Old Pappy. But yeah, so basically we've been watching movies together for a long time, but I don't think we've ever watched a television show or any episodes of a television show. And so we were just discussing because Untamed dropped on Netflix earlier this summer, I think, and American Primeval had come out also on Netflix in January. And these are two very different Westerns. So I'm interested to hear what you guys thought of both of them. Untamed being a modern day kind of police procedural set in Yosemite, and American Primeval, 1857 Utah, really gloriously dirty. Like, I was impressed with how dirty everyone was. That's tremendous in that first episode, very realistic. But introduces, the pilot introduces all your main characters with a nice sprinkling of real life people, like Jim Bridger in there, following really a mother and son as they're trying to make their way to Utah. So two very different shows, but we thought we would watch the pilots and discuss them and then see if we have any strong feelings about a recommendation of which show you should really spend your time on.
I'm going to kind of jump in here and just kind of remind people that one is a very present day sort of, murder mystery, solve the case approach with Eric Bana as the lead investigator and the central character of Untamed. And a woman, a child, and a tracker scout sit at the center of American Primeval. And as Megan has pointed out, it is at least attempts to be a realistic portrayal of how brutal the West was in early or at least teenage America, maybe a good way of kind of laying that out. And Lindsay, I wanted to ask you, because you had a very visceral reaction a couple of days ago when we kind of brought this topic up before. So you've seen both pilots. How far into each show are you? Because it'll go a long way to answering the question of which one you would recommend our listeners.
I only watched the pilot of American Primeval, but my husband has watched the whole series of that. So he watched the whole series while he was on the road, and then I've watched the pilot, and we have discussed the series of whole, because I've discussed with him, which I'm going to dive in, which we're going to do together. And then he and I watched the pilot of Untamed. It actually just me forgetting the assignment. I was just lost in what we were doing. I went on to watch 3 episodes of Untamed. For me, this is not necessarily giving anything away, but it is anybody hates to watch terrible things happen to children. We also we have a 6-year-old currently, and I'm around this age kid right now, which is the age there's bad stuff happens to kids in Untamed. Let me just put it that way. And while that's always hard to watch, right now the season we're in, it's kind of unwatchable, if that makes sense.
Perfect sense. I understand. That makes a lot of sense to me. But both are incredibly well produced. We're not. I want to make this really clear, guys. Neither one is not quality. I will tell you that first episode, Lindsay, of American Primeval, literally had me wincing. I was wincing, Megan. I was like, I mean, the amount of danger from the moment that show starts, you feel like there is danger in every single place. Like you're holding on to that cabin in the beginning.
Ooh, I can't breathe thinking about it. But because here's like, I assumed that I was gonna like Untamed because it's more modern. You guys know me. I'm not normally the Western isn't my thing. However, you guys have made me understand the beauty of the Western and the connection piece of what would I do if I was in that moment kind of thing. And that's how I watch Westerns now. So now I'm in. Now I actually love them. So I just assumed though I was going to like Untamed. But for me, if we're speaking as far as Western, I'm like, well, American Primeval, it holds more resonance as a Western with, all the symbolic weight and thematically. It's embedded in that frontier mythology. And that's why I'm like, okay, if we're talking Western, American Primeval is
a Western.
Is a Western. Yeah. How can you, on that, Megan Kate Nilsson, make your case of why Untamed is a Western outside of that he's in the wilderness?
Right. Well, I mean, that's what I thought was interesting about it. I've seen the entire season, so I've watched it through to the end, and the child in peril part of it doesn't get any better. So, just
good to know.
Your trigger warning. That part of it does not make you feel any better. But I mean, I had real questions about this show. I wondered, because so much of it is a police procedural, primarily, right? I mean, and it has some overlap with Westerns. We have a damaged hero who's kind of on his own, but then kind of pairs up with a fish out of water character, and they are on the hunt. They're in pursuit, and we've talked about this as part of Western movies, at least, that this is a very common plot device, that the law is on the hunt for someone who is a criminal or wrongly accused, and that's sort of what drives the action. So there, I think it has that vibe. Of course, it's set in Yosemite. There's a lot of California stuff. Now, some people would say some people would argue California is not really the West. I would not say that totally.
It's a strange argument.
Yeah,
it literally is.
Know. I did feel like, though, that Untamed could have been set anywhere with mountains or like a long stretch of mostly unoccupied forest. Like it could be set in northern Maine. It could be set in parts of Canada. It could be set in Appalachia. It felt like you needed to have a component where people are able to kind of get lost and hide and do nefarious things in places where they're not being monitored. But I didn't know if it necessarily was a Western. I don't know, Jimmy. What did you think?
Well, one of the things that I make a case that it's a Western for, and I think this is something that kind of fits into both you and Lindsay's bailiwick, is that there is the presence of what is a borderline cult. What I call the shiny happy people who are now dirty and dirty hippies, I guess is the best way of kind of describing it.
Shiny dirty people everywhere.
Yeah, exactly. A bunch of stinky folks. And the problem with stinky folks in Appalachia is the stinky folks who go there looking to find themselves and looking to be part with nature often run into some really unsavory characters in Appalachia. And if you try that nonsense up into the Acadian forest in the Maine area, there's a lot of people who want a conversation with you. I think the West, in particular, when we talk about American Primeval too, it's only in the West can people like the Mormons actually take a foothold, because the Mormons play a big part in American Primeval, to the point where in people who know the history of the Mormons, it's like a situation like the Puritans where it's, you know what, get out. You're not taking over the company store. Get out. And the Mormons keep moving further out west. Megan, this is one of your areas. But the idea that setting it any place else puts a lot of the unsavory characters in the story too close to accessible law enforcement. That even in Appalachia, even over in upstate New York, upstate Maine, all of those kind of places, you run the risk of law enforcement getting to you in a hurry. The West that they're kind of setting this in is the kind of place where you can both be groovy and disappear and really be left alone, whereas a lot of those other places, you don't get left alone. And that's the big appeal to the West, is that here's a space where I can become whatever I want to become and pretend I'm somebody else. Because in Untamed, the woman who actually runs that camp is a Westerner. The reinvention of the self that she talks about is really crazy. For those of you who don't realize, the whole thing about Untamed, it's a murder mystery that begins with two guys climbing on the side of a mountain. And this is the opening scene, by the way, so no spoilers. And something happens on the side of that mountain that actually surprised me, Lindsay. I actually jumped in my chair. And I usually see stuff coming. I'm like, oh, I thought it's going to be, oh, yeah, here we go. I know exactly what's going to happen. And it was like, oh, my God, what the hell was that? And it's a crazy opening. Both of them, both shows really grab you by the seat of the pants almost immediately. Just crazy good. Megan, my other question for you is, what did both of you guys think about that opening one-shot battle sequence in the first episode of American Primeval? You know, I mean, that was something else.
Yeah, that was supposed to be. It's sort of evocative of. It's not an actual historical depiction of the Mountain Meadow Massacre, which was a real attack by Mormons on white migrants in wagon trains, where they killed more than 100 people, including women and children who were moving through their land. It's not exactly the same. The scale is not the same. The location is not the same. But it actually reminded me, and Lindsay, you probably won't want to hear this, it reminded me of that initial scene in The Revenant, which is a movie I love, but I know, you're not a fan. But it had that same chaotic nature to it, where arrows are just flying in from everywhere and people are getting shot down and cut down. And, this is different. They are mimicking the style of an indigenous attack while being Mormons. Not indigenous, but they have, I think, some indigenous allies with them, some Paiutes. But, I thought it was extraordinarily well done. I thought the whole thing was, actually. I was a little worried about this. I had been kind of avoiding American Primeval because the promos I had seen, I think, made especially the Betty Gilpin character, Sarah, just like really awkward. I know, but it seemed like the promos just made her super awkward, and her line readings were really weird. And I was like, I don't want to see another like white woman imperiled in this sort of thing. But you learn something about her halfway through the pilot that changes the whole scenario.
Oh, yeah.
And so you become invested in her and in her safety in a different kind of way. And so I thought it was really well done, and I'm going to watch the rest of the season.
So you've already watched all of Untamed, and now you're in for both. We're more making the case to people what because we will at the very end of this say yay, nay, who's going where, when. Megan, can you stick around for a couple more minutes if we take a break here?
Only if we talk about reggae.
Okay, fine. Reggae as it pertains to Western. Yeah, because it's clear which I'm going to recommend on show, but I want to talk about, so I wrote down a few, some of the, I think, the discussions, because here's the thing. I think we recommended people what they should watch because it becomes good, dinner party, truck stop conversation, whatever. It's the themes that come up in these shows to me that are so intriguing from a philosophical lens. And I wrote down several things to bring up with you guys about particularly what American Primeval discussion-wise lends itself for me. So Megan, if you could stay for a few more minutes after this break, and we will talk reggae and murder in the woods. Good times.
The only thing as cool as Megan Kate Nelson and Lindsay Lawler are a good pair of Shady Rays. Go to shadyrays.com. They got a lost and broken protection program. They got great quality customer service. Go to shadyrays.com because at the end of the day, they got it, man. You know they got it. They got your back. We'll be right back.
At the end of the day, you gotta wear your rays. Shady Rays.
You know Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025 while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Well, hey there. Thanks for riding with us. Now let's get back to Road Gang Radio, live from New Orleans and Nashville. Here's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler.
And Megan Kate Nelson continues on the ride with us. Guys, don't forget, at the end of this show, Trucking with Oida arrives lean and mean and on the scene. Kind of a continuation of Louis. Go ahead, do it, Lindsay.
Pew, 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 pew!
He was terrific this morning, as was Dean Croak, as were our 2 favorite Canadians, as has been Megan Kate Nelson. Lindsay, over the break, and before the break, you were saying you have some rapid-fire observations and some questions you want to throw our way. I will let you take it away.
Okay. Well, I just thought that some of and I wrote down a couple of these themes with American Primeval. Again, I think in my head we were discussing which Western are we going to watch. So immediately, American Primeval is the Western Untamed. As Megan has pointed out, she does not think it classifies as a Western. Jim made a case for how it is and could be. But I guess that, at the end of the day, it comes down to what are you into? What do you want to watch? What's your bag if you're going to sit down and commit your time? For me, with American Primeval, I'm always drawn personally to, deeper structural stories, like with seeing the systemic violence and our cultural classes and clashes and how a bill becomes a law, so to speak. And so with American Primeval, I think it opens up so many discussions for, to me, this is a big one, collective responsibility, moral compromise and moral ambiguity, I guess, rather, and also the shaping of a national identity through this violent myth making and that's I guess what's happening for me via Megan Kate Nelson and Jimmy Mack is I'm going back and actually paying attention in history class that I didn't do growing up, and I'm like, oh, I understand why we study history now. I get it. It's like, what lessons do we learn so we don't have to make those mistakes again? And so I see Westerns now in a whole different light.
Yeah, and yesterday, Megan, Lindsay and I were talking with a woman named Lisa Morton, who actually is an expert on seances and the history of seances. And even there was stuff there that I wasn't aware of until I kind of dove into her book as well, too. And it's always fun, Lindsay, just to kind of throw this back to you. It's always fun that how much more sense sometimes things make, the things that seem like a science fiction film when you watch them in the movies, when you actually have the historical context, you go, oh, wait, that makes perfect sense. Now I know why there's so much bad feeling towards Mormons, for instance, in American Primeval. I mean, right? You know, I mean.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. And the whole history of Mormons in Utah, I mean, I think right now, just if you're thinking about it right now, you're like, oh, yeah, there are a lot of Mormons in Utah and Idaho and kind of places in that region of the West. Like, but how did they come to be there? And how have they been able to stay and kind of build this pretty enormous religious community kind of as part of the American fabric? And it's a really fascinating, it's a story about American religion, but it's also a story about the American West. That Jimmy, you're totally right. They kept establishing themselves and then getting attacked and kicked out. And they ultimately ended up on the banks of the Great Salt Lake because they thought no one would ever come after them. But instead, the Mormons became, after the gold rush or the gold discoveries in California, they're like perfectly positioned to provision all of those gold seekers who are moving from east to west. They're right in the middle. And so you can make it over those Wasatch Mountains to Salt Lake and then re-provision and then make your way across the desert to California. So they're a fascinating community to study, especially in this late 1850s, because they don't want to have anything to do with the federal government. So there is actually, it was not an all-out war, but what they say at the beginning of the episode is true. The U.S. government is sending troops to Utah to put down this kind of rebellion by Brigham Young and his Mormons. And they have a giant militia. They have 2,000 men who are ready to defend the Mormon community. So that's the whole context of this moment, and it's really, really interesting.
It's intense, by the way. And the opening American Primeval, I don't mind the chaos because it sets it up for like, just, buckle in. We're about to tell you a tale. Okay, but guys, here's a thought. Here's a terribly dumb idea.
Lindsay's dumb idea of the day, number one.
Oh, boy.
What if there was reality TV back then in the 1800s? What would the reality show, what would the reality TV version of American Primeval be? Because listen, it's not, I called my friend the other day who is a Mormon that lives in Utah, and I was like, dude, what is up with Secret Lives of Mormon Wives? What is happening? And he's like, please stop watching that. And I'm like, I'm not watching it. I had to watch one episode because I just had to give him crap. But he's like, please stop watching that. That is not real. But it led me between that and then watching the Mormon cultural classes here in American Primeval. I'm like, what would an actual reality show look like back in the day? And let me add the caveat of my husband who has worked a lot in reality TV is always like, it's not just go film. It's not just go turn a camera on, because that's unfortunately that is real, but that is not entertaining. So how do you make reality actually entertaining and not in a documentary kind of way? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Megan,
allow either one to answer.
Megan, I'm going to actually start off by saying in a way that I think a lot of our listeners will actually get a kind of what I call their dark libertarian streak. I think the shows would constantly be getting canceled, not because of the lack of interest, but because the creators of those shows would often get killed in episodes. It would be like, it's like literally like, I've had enough of you, and then shoot them down. I don't want people to see that and then scalp them. I don't want people to be a part of that and then throw them off a cliff. I think they would have a problem.
You're like, my favorite character is Jim. Oh, Jim's dead.
Yeah, exactly.
My favorite character is Meg. Oh, Megan's dead.
Oh, they got the dysentery. Oh, they're done. Oh, they're done. Oh, by the way, I don't like being filmed. I don't like my sacred ceremony being filmed. I'm going to kill you. By the way, are you Mormon? No, bang. You know what I'm saying? I mean, maybe the Mormons could have done it. Maybe given the infrastructure the Mormons actually built in Salt Lake City, Lindsay, I'm not being funny. Maybe they could have pulled it off. But then again, they would have turned it into propaganda about how wonderful their religion was. I don't know if it could be done.
Take a reality director right now. Okay, take the guy or girl, whoever, the creator or director of, say, The Bachelor or Bachelorette, okay? Now send them back to 1850 and be like, you make a reality show. It'd be their dream come true because there was so much real drop. Like, they're like, oh my God, I wish the Bachelorettes were murdering each other on our show. This is gold.
But the problem is The Bachelor would just pick all the women and marry them if there was a Mormon.
That's true. That's true. Which makes for good TV. Makes for good TV.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
I'm picking them all. I've decided to pick them all. But it goes, yay! It's like America's Got Talent last night. We're picking all of you. Yay!
Yay! It's like, here's your final rose. Oh, I'm gonna need 12 more.
Yeah, exactly.
We're gonna need a bigger house.
So, do you have a problem with the show Bachelor? Yes, I do. There are not enough women up on this stage. I need more women up on the stage. Mormons.
Not enough people being murdered. I do watch The Bachelor and wish I could murder people, so maybe we can meld the two.
By the way, you know how, like, in stuff like Jackass, we get these montages of people getting whacked and thunked on the head, these outtakes of, like, all of this stuff going wrong in rapid succession. I think that any reality show set in the West in the 1850s would be these rapid montages of people dying for stupid reasons. Falling off of a horse, falling off of a cliff, drowning in the river. Look at that, Bob drowned in the river. Let's go get another shot set up.
That old chestnut.
Yeah, I mean, Bob drowned
Yeah.
again.
Getting dysentery.
Yeah, I mean,
we could have the old Oregon Trail video game. You know, you died of dysentery.
You've died of dysentery.
Yeah.
would
Well,
be-
I have a question for you then on that. That was obviously a ridiculous conversation, but it leads us to now a serious one. Megan Kate, to you the idea, because we as a collective, we're so fragile, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, but it's like we don't see a quarter of the things or experience a quarter of the things that our ancestors and down the line did, of course. And so you've had to sort of put yourself through all your writing and studies, had to put yourself in those people's shoes so many times. And like the idea from what Jim said, he just fell off a horse, he died, he drowned again. Like that was normal to them. Like, oh, my kid died of a disease, and they just keep on rolling. Like I guess what I'd like to unpack is the idea of grief for them. Was there ever any space, or I guess when there isn't space to sit and grieve, is that how those people moved through it? Because it's like, yeah, your kid died, but there's also an Indian about to shoot you behind you, so just keep going or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. That feels huge.
Yeah. I mean, I think child mortality rates were enormous in the 19th century, and you could see why, right? They had no idea about germs. No one had any idea about any of that. So even if you were able to get to a doctor, they weren't washing their hands between patients. So, like, people were getting infections and dying all the time, even if they were getting decent medical care, which most of them weren't. And, like, pregnancy and delivery was like, oh, my God. Lots of mothers dying in childbirth, just horrible. And so, this was a kind of more present part of life, which doesn't mean that people didn't grieve, right? I mean, grieving was, I think, just more constant in the 19th century. It was not a kind of a moment that was a break with your quote unquote real life. It was just a constant strain in your life. Where, this was just, it was happening on the daily. And so, and people they had to, deal with it and move forward. But as you can imagine, I mean, there's a lot of, in that period, undiagnosed, like depression and terrible things, because, it takes a toll no matter what.
I'm going to prescribe you a bottle of whiskey.
Yeah.
I mean, that's in many ways that was often the kind of cure-all. I'm going to prescribe you a bottle of whiskey.
I need it right
now. And I want to put something in perspective that Megan just said for our listeners out there. Look, we've all done it. We've all put a nail through our hand, or something dumb like that. I don't mean that we've all put a nail through our hand. But,
I did it this morning.
But my grandpa.
I have not done that, Jimmy.
No, but listen. My grandfather and I were working in the backyard when I was growing up, and he was actually, he was hacking up. We were hacking stuff around the house to get weeds up and all this kind of stuff. And he actually had a small little axe hammer, and he clipped, that piece of skin between your finger and your thumb. And it was a fairly substantial cut. He got 7 stitches. There's a good chance in 1857 he's dead man walking because of the infection that sets in. We don't talk about that either. I mean, the amount of time that people on farms would cut their hand or make a fall on a barbed wire fence, have an accident like where they fell off something, and the cut would kill them. And that kind of stuff happened all the time. And that perpetual sense of grief, which is a great question, Lindsay. I mean, and we actually have it. Here's what's really cool, Megan.
I needed whiskey when she said it was just a constant state of grief. I'm like, holy crap, that really landed.
And by the way, Lindsay, if you really are interested in the topic, I would read any good biography of Abraham Lincoln. I would devour it because, man, that is one giant walk with grief and two very different reactions. Abraham Lincoln and Mary Todd Lincoln, how they deal with the death of children, how they deal with the tragedies in their life. And both of them write. Lincoln writes so many letters and so many journal entries about what he is going through and speaks publicly about it, speaks to his wife about it, writes her letters and all that stuff. I mean, it is classic clinical depression. I mean, I don't mean manic depression. I don't mean the condition. I mean a genuine case of a depressive episode based on the grief of losing a child. And we have a real clear sense of that as well. People also wrote better. The people that could write wrote better. And I don't mean that as like, people do stuff better in the old days and all that kind of nonsense. But because
they didn't have all the clutter that we have.
That's exactly it. They couldn't work in shorthand.
Or they had different clutter.
And you had time, you actually spent the time to actually craft those letters. I mean, Megan, you must have gone through some documents about people talking about the deaths of sons. I mean, the Civil War in and of itself, which is I mean, the letters. If you, Lindsay, you want to see grief?
Yeah.
Watch Ken Burns' documentary on the Civil War, and it is an ongoing epic of grief.
Have you guys read, I have seen pieces of that, but have you guys read Widow of the South? If not, I would like to make a...
recent?
No, it's, let me look up how long. No, it's been a while because it's been 20 years since I knew of it.
Okay.
Let me see. Widow of the South by Robert Hicks, who I tried to get on the show and then realized he passed away, so that's going to be a tough one. But Seamus, you read Widow of the South, right? Okay, anyway. So Tennessee 1864 is what it's about, but it's set right in our backyard. So anyway, I recommend it for both of you. It's great. And came out in 2005. That's where it is. It's about 20 years ago, yeah. Anyway, but point just that landed on the grief on that. And I think I feel you got here. I'm gonna throw in I'm gonna get woo for 1 second.
When Lindsay gets woo.
Oh, getting woo.
Lindsay gets woo. So I had a energy worker, healer, whatever you say, come over to my house. It was actually a friend, and she just came by because she was intrigued by our land out here. So we live very close to, I'm in Franklin, Tennessee. Several battles, Battle of Franklin, several battles were around here. There's also a lot of Indian burial grounds around here. And she came out and she stepped on our land and she was like, almost fell to the ground. And she was like, oh my God, there is so much you can feel and see around here. She went back and did a bunch of research around our land. And she came back over and she's like, can I come back over and do a healing for your home and land? I was like, oh my God, please. What now I know I'm feeling so heavy at home. And she did. And whether you get woo or not on energy, it is something to think about when you do live near anything that's been, Jim, even living, near Katrina, that goes for anything, any sort of, which every piece of land has something that's gone through, but I believe it carries a weight and an energy around it, the spaces and places before us. And so I don't know. I think it's a whole nother angle, but it is something to note.
Mm-hmm.
Megan,
and I think that connects to, at the end of the pilot in Untamed, the Eric Bana's indigenous friend, who's also a park ranger, just kind of says, the sky is speaking, and it's saying that death has come again to my people's land.
Mm-hmm.
But then he also says something interesting, which is the sky doesn't care about you and what you're doing, which I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Here we go. But yeah, no, there is that sort of sense that that anything that happens in a place becomes, an echo, and you can feel it.
Yeah.
I have had the joy, and it's joy aftermath. While I was doing it, I could feel the weight of it. I've actually done the 14-mile trail at Shiloh National Battlefield, and also walked Gettysburg as well. Shiloh, though, was worse. I found Gettysburg to have a feeling of peace there, whereas Shiloh just gave me the creeps. because the earth is more
Yeah.
flat there, Lindsay. It's much more flat earth in Shiloh, and you get that mist above the grass in the morning on a cool morning, and so there really is a sense of being haunted by that. And Lindsay, there are people who have walked the wilderness, and I don't mean the generic wilderness, but the battle of the wilderness, who to this day they say it is so haunted out there as to take your breath away, because at the end of that battle, both sides were literally entrenched in, and they could hear people calling for mother all throughout the battlefield,
Ooh.
and nobody could get to them. And
Good
then
Lord.
and then desperately having to make the choice of throwing water on the growing fire or saving it to drink as people burn to death out there. It is just, like I said, grief was. I think you're right, Lindsay. I think it was a perpetual sense of grief.
Well, and yeah, Megan saying that was huge, and I think too, like it may be a good discussion for if somebody is, or at least somebody like me. I know that's my entry point to history is when the connection piece. So like to stand on land and be like somebody else walked here, and my husband was working in, and my husband just brought me a cup of coffee. Bless you.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you for your service. He was working over in France, and so I went over. I got the very amazing opportunity to go meet him a couple years ago, and we went to Normandy. And so sitting on those beaches, he was out over working, and I sat there with a journal on the beach and thought about the men coming out of the water, the men storming Normandy. I just sat there, and you get it in that moment if you can take yourself out of your own place and drop in and just kind of close your eyes and be like, wow, feel the connection of what happened there is amazing. Anyway, amazing and equal parts heavy and
the literal definition of amazing. The literal, as opposed to, like I always say, it's the literal definition of awesome as opposed to the vernacular awesome. Like, this is awesome that I can't even conceive. It's amazing that I am amazed. My breath has been taken away. I am in a place of, transcendence. I have been transported. What's the most...
As opposed to this cheese stick's amazing. Is it?
Exactly. As opposed to, you're awesome. Maybe you are. Maybe I fill you with awe and wonder, but the truth of the matter is it's the real definition. And one more quick thing, and then I want to hear Megan tell us her favorite haunted place. Everybody who listens to this show knows we go to Arlington National Cemetery every year. Arlington National Cemetery's very creation is an act of grief. It is literally someone so in grief about the death of his son that he decided to build a national cemetery in the rose garden of Robert E. Lee's home. There you go.
Take that.
There you go. Thank you so much. Here's your reward for all those men murdered on the fields of Gettysburg. There you go. There you go. Here's your payback for Fredericksburg. Megan, what's the creepiest place you've been to historically?
I don't know about creepy, but definitely the place where I felt like there was still a lingering presence, let's just say, is Bosque Redondo, which was a reservation in central New Mexico where the U.S. Army drove 10,000 Navajo people and about 500 Mescalero Apache, and incarcerated them for about 4 years. And it was just a dire place. But the Navajo people and the Mescalero Apache people survived that place and ended up going back to their homelands after that moment. So it's quite it has been preserved as, I believe, a state historic site. And there's a museum, and then you can see the fort that was there. But indigenous peoples have come and have left tokens there, and it's those kinds of actions that I think in these places really connect you in the present to the place of the past, right? And but also emphasized that kind of hauntedness and that ghostly aspect to it.
Wow, I'm looking on it. Yes, it is a New Mexico historical site. I'm reading about it now. Bosque Redondo. Yeah. Would you say if I'm going to go make a New Mexico trip, is that something I 100% need to spend some time at?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Check the times though the date and time, because it's out. It's about a 2.5
No, I'm going
hour
right now.
drive
I'm going right now. I'm going now, Megan.
Well, I only tell you that because I, like an idiot, did not check the times, and I was researching for the Three-Cornered War, and that's a major site in that book for me. to tell that story. And I drove 2.5 hours from Santa Fe, and it was not open that day.
Oh, no.
Lindsay, check the time.
I know.
Okay, I'll check the time. Got
I
it.
was pretty bummed. I was pretty bummed. So, yeah. And then I had to drive on to Albuquerque, which is about 2 hours away. So it is, a lot of those sites in the West. I mean, this is what Jimmy was kind of pointing out about Untamed, I think, that does make it Western, is that the spaces are so huge, right? And the distances between places is so huge. And that is a kind of mark of the West, unlike other regions of the United States. And so that I think is emphasized when you go on a trip to a place like New Mexico, where you're like, oh, I'm going to take a day trip to Taos, from Albuquerque. And you're like, okay, that's a 3-hour drive, like each way.
Texas time.
It's not next door.
Texas time. That's Texas time. It's like, it's an hour away. I'll be there. I'll be there shortly. Listen.
Okay, well, I was going to say, each one, Jim, Megan, Kate, let's all go around now as we wrap up and give which one is your vote and why. Your vote for what you specifically would spend your time watching if it were between the two, and why.
Megan.
Okay. Are we starting with me?
Yes.
I will say American Primeval, because I think it is it's a modern production, so the modern quality is really good, but it is deeply immersed in the 1850s West, which is not a time period, actually, that we hear about a lot. And I found the pilot really intriguing, and I'm invested in pretty much all the characters who we met.
I am going to go with Megan here. I'm going to say American Primeval because I just like when people really make an effort to kind of recreate the energies of the time and the hardness of the time. I think, and I'm also making a recommendation because having watched both things from pillar to post, I actually believe that our listeners, given what we know about them, are going to like it. Lindsay, I just realized something else. One more reason not for you to ever watch any more of Untamed. You haven't gotten to the stuck in a cave moment, so don't watch it.
Yes, I have. When she's crawling through the cave.
Oh, you got there?
Oh, I saw that. The spelunking moment. I was like, no, sir.
Have you ever been more relieved to hear somebody's voice in the distance? Have you ever been more? I mean, I was, when Eric Boehner's voice goes, "Are you there?" And I'm like, oh, thank God. I'm like, this is going on forever, man. This is never going to end. She's not going to get out of here. I thought about you in that moment. I went, you know what? Maybe we should put the brakes on this.
Oh, God, that moment. I knew you were thinking about me that moment because I was, and she's crawling through and it starts to get smaller and smaller. I was like, no,
and
God.
And then the water starts coming in.
And the moment I had a blanket on me and I was claustrophobic. So come on. Like, I couldn't even do that.
The decency of his voice, trust me, you can know it's coming and it's still traumatic when he just says, I just need you to calm down and crawl backwards. And it's like the most reassuring thing I've ever heard. And they gave it to Eric.
Slow your breath.
Slow your breath.
Slow your
Just
breath.
awesome. Lindsay, your turn.
Well, I also will say American Primeval, which surprised me, but honestly, it's mainly because the darkness, the child trauma was just too much for me. And I think all of our listeners are good people and need to see something. Well, I mean, listen, there's a lot of trauma in American Primeval too. So for me, it's American Primeval because I can't do the child thing over the current child thing. But what I do like, exactly what Megan said, it's a Western, but with the modern production. So it feels so real and so raw, and you immediately identify with all these characters. So it looks like there is a clear winner. Ding, ding, ding. Tell our listeners what they've won.
We're going to go with the distant sound of trauma and go with American Primeval.
You're welcome, America.
Megan Kate Nelson, by the way, is an incredibly celebrated author. She would run from that description, but she's a writer and historian. She lives in Lincoln, Massachusetts. She's written about the Civil War, U.S. Western history, American culture for the New York Times, the Washington Post, Smithsonian, Preservation Magazine, and the Civil War Monitor. By the way, not only is her stuff incredibly well researched, it's incredibly well written, which means it's fun to read. And we can't thank her enough, as she always does, making time for us. Guys, go to MeganKateNelson.com. Find her on the gram of Insta at MeganKateNelson. And, we'll leave it at that. I won't give them your phone number. I was thinking about it, but I won't do that. So.
555 hottie. That's what it is.
Thank you, Megan. We love you.
Thanks. You you guys. Have a good week. Have a good weekend.
Thank you.
You too, friend.
Oh my God.
Bye.
Bye.
You know, Lindsay, when I was watching that thing and I went back and watching certain things, and then I was like scanning through and I got to the scene and the spelunking scene. I went, what was I thinking here, dude? What was I thinking? I mean, it's like, here comes the water. I need you to breathe.
Oh my God, that's anxiety. I'm having anxiety just thinking about it. And she could just see that one little light. There was a light at the end of the tunnel. She ended up going backwards toward it. There's a light at the end of the tunnel. There's a light at the end of the show. There's a light coming in the form of our next guest, Teresa Bruno, joining us next. Don't go away.
You know Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025, while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
You are riding shotgun once again with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack on the lovely show that is called Road Gang Radio.
Oh, yeah, Lindsay Lawler looking fine here at 10 o'clock in the morning on
I
Road
don't
Gang
know.
Radio.
That's a word,
I
yeah.
don't know. Not feeling it. I thought I was going to go through my glow up phase, and I realized it's not. We're not there yet. This is a conversation I had with myself in the mirror, but I'm also okay with that. I'm in a comfortable phase, and that's fine.
Really quickly, by the way, I want to point out something really cool. Lindsay did something neat, opened the door for a conversation about how people reacted to grief in time periods when grief was nonstop, when infant mortality rates were through the roof. We had a great conversation with Megan Kate Nelson where we pointed out that if you want to see grief and what it looks like in the 1850s and 60s, you need only read the writings and the letters of Abraham Lincoln to get a sense of how people back then articulated what grief meant to them. And Lindsay, of course, asked that question not just because she was curious to Megan and I's response to it, but to set up our next guest, who she's going to introduce now.
Yeah, it worked. It worked so perfectly. I'm going to say that I planned it, but I didn't. But I did.
But you did. But you
But
did.
I
I want to
did.
point this out: is the fact that something occurs to you in the middle of a conversation. It's like, wait a minute, this is on my mind because I've been kind of going through this remarkable work of our next guest, kind of digging into their stuff,
Yeah.
and given that is in my mind. That is part of the plan. If, in fact, rather than working on talking points, you work on actually engaging with the material that these people send us, this is what happens. What happened in that conversation was the result of, as we were talking about earlier, watching both of those shows, but also really engaging in some of the really important, I think, work of our next guest.
Yeah, so I love it when a plan comes together. Like here, we're sitting here today with our next guest, Teresa Bruno. She, she was a celebrity jewelry designer, author. She's host of the Soul Talks podcast. Get your soul on, guys. It's very inspiring. And now she's the voice behind a very powerful new book called He's Not Coming Back. there's a lot of weight even just in that title. It came out back in April. And for 2 decades, Teresa, she poured her energy into her business that was building a thriving marketing company and later creating her own jewelry brand, Jordan Alexander, which is a massive feat in itself, obviously. But everything changed when she lost her dear husband, James, to suicide about 5 years ago. And that loss reshaped her, obviously, at her core. It shifted her definition of success. And, we're going to talk about survival, resilience, and one of my favorite words in the English language, connection. And through her podcast, Soul Talk, she built a real space to explore those hard conversations that we don't always know how to have around, grief, shame, heartbreak, and ultimately finding a way forward, which is the real conversation here. So what started as a service to others has become her own lifeline, and I can't wait to dive deep. This is my bag, Jimmy Mack. So now, please make welcome to the show my new friend and yours, Teresa Bruno. Good morning. How are you?
Hi, I love that introduction. Thank you so much. That was amazing and beautiful and celebratory. And I'm great this morning. I'm great. Delighted to be here.
Well, good. Guess what? That intro is about you. We had nothing to do with it. That is your life, my friend. So,
well, it was extremely well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's just kind of dig right in here. And I just want to. I want to kind of touch on this is the fact that, we live in an era where often people are kind of told, feel better. Get over it. We got things to do. Everybody's happy. Everybody's free. Go be productive and keep the economy going. Do what you have to do. Move on to the next thing. And, we talk about mindfulness in the workplace, but we don't really talk about the idea of not making mindfulness one more task or one more chore. We don't talk about the idea that sometimes to just be is enough. And so much of what you're talking about is like, just giving yourself permission to shut it down. And I don't know if that lands with you, if I'm making myself clear, but I just wanted to kind of unpack the idea of sometimes doing nothing and letting yourself be in what you are is the way back to where you need to be.
Yeah, that's a really interesting way to kind of come at it. You hit on a couple of things there. One of the things is, and it's been part of sort of my lifeline in the last 5 years. I didn't come to it immediately, of course, because grief, it's a wicked, jagged journey. And, it just takes you down all kinds of rabbit holes before you start hanging on to lifelines. But I think it is so important in our lives to figure out where to be present with ourselves. And like you said, we live in the Instagram beautiful world, where, we're just always supposed to be great and succeeding and the kids are perfect and we're not lonely and we're not depressed. And that's just a ball of bunk. I think sometimes to figure out how we feel, we have to get still and quiet. And then I'll give you just, one of my little hacks, and it's not mine. It's come through a whole lot of messaging of late, but I found it through a wonderful woman named Marissa Peer. And that's when you choose to really start looking internally. You give yourself space, like you said, just to be still and be quiet, and to take 3 really powerful words and kind of tattoo them, if you will, on your soul. And those are, I am enough. Just as you are, just in that moment, I am enough. And if you begin to metabolize that and let it really sink in, it starts to inform and shift how you live your life.
Wow. Those, it's true. I think it kind of actually, Jim, it goes back to talking about that scene when she's stuck in a cave and he has to say, slow down your breathing. And that moment, I was so reminded of my own power when I'm claustrophobic, whether that be from an actual physical standpoint or whether you're drowning literally or figuratively, either way. Yeah. It's that slow down your breath, take a pause, say, I am enough, I am safe, I am okay. Like when I start to freak out and go down, have an anxiety attack, I have to say, you are fine. And it helps. It sounds silly, but it can bring you out of something, right? I mean, do you have to do, totally. Teresa, with all you've been, do you have to on a daily basis kind of hug yourself and say, you got this?
Oh, are you kidding? It takes me a full hour in the morning to pour goodness into myself to set intentions. I mean, these days that's a very intentional practice. But it was really part of my path out, exactly what you're talking about, and it was a learning for me because I had lived so fast. Everything was about success and doing more, and yet never feeling like the success was enough. And then I had to shutter the business due to fraud, and it was such a passion business and such a public business, the jewelry business. And, I was filled with so much shame because of it as a woman. I felt like I'd failed. And I failed because I wasn't present enough. I was running 2 big businesses and a family, and, I didn't see the fraud that was happening underneath my nose. So I had all that shame. And then my best friend, my peas and carrots, Sweet James, took his life. And it, I'm sure a lot of your listeners, I feel like everybody in this world is carrying some pain, suffering from something, surviving something. But when James took his life, it took mine too, in a way, because it was everything I'd built my life on, and it was, I loved him so much, and it was such a betrayal of all we'd built and the 2 children we had and, just the whole life. But one of the ways out for me that started really slowly, and I think your trucker audience could probably relate to this, is I just started writing on sticky notes because I couldn't kind of pull myself out of it, but I knew how I wanted to feel. I knew that I used to be a really courageous woman and I used to be really, really confident, but that was like puddles on the floor at that point. And so I would just write these sticky notes and put them like where I put on my makeup or on the gear shift of my car, in my wallet. And I would say, I want to feel courageous today. I want to feel confident today. And then I began studying people who wrote about, the power of our minds. And it's exactly what you just said. What we think, like if you're in a panic situation, if you keep thinking about the panic and that you can't breathe and you're scared to death or you're claustrophobic, that's how you're going to feel. But if you start doing exactly as you said, and you start deep breathing and you say, I've got this, and it's a small dark space and I'm good in it, there's enough space for me, your body adjusts. Our bodies don't know anything other than what our minds tell it. And so our minds truly create the life we live. And that became one of the most powerful things I've learned in this grief journey, is that what I'm saying to myself about myself, what I'm saying to myself about how I want to live, is exactly what my life is going to look like.
I want to share a story. Lindsay knows this story, and it's why going through a lot of what you have to say and a lot of stuff that you guys have put down in podcast form and in speaking, a lot of the language you talk about. My mom and dad, who are both still alive and well in their 80s, are very devout in their faith. And my mom, over the course of a 3-month period, her father died on the table from a heart attack after he'd gotten through the chemo that was going to allow him to live. Her best friend died of leukemia on the third and final chemo process that would have allowed her to live. And her sister, her younger sister, died from lung cancer. And they did it all in a 3-month period. And it was Lent. And we were sitting around, and people asked my mother what she was giving up for Lent, and I remember this. And I've read so many things, so many spiritual books, so many philosophy books, all that stuff. And this is where what you're talking about really hit me hard. It's the best. It's the most wise thing I ever heard. My mom turned and she said, "I gave up my mom. I gave up my dad. I gave up my best friend and my maid of honor, and I gave up my sister, who I was with the longest with. I think I've given up enough. I'm covered on Lent." And I remember, and there was, and then exactly, and all these people, Lindsay, and all these people, Teresa, they all just kind of nodded. There wasn't a sense of, oh, this was awkward. She didn't say it in a nasty way. She wasn't angry. But it was this moment when she said, you know what? The whole idea of Lent is to give up something, to put ourselves and remind ourselves that grief does come and sadness does come. And in some ways, in going through the material that you have, I was reminded that we should be perpetually aware of this place, not to dwell there, but to remember that it's always with us, as Lindsay referenced in the last half hour. And it's almost like training ourselves to have a muscle so that we can allow ourselves permission to descend into that place so that we can come out maybe more whole, or at least with more wisdom inside. I don't know if that touches anything or speaks to you. I just wanted to share that.
Yeah, and I love your mom already, by the way. I think that's a really tough story and just such a wise approach. You know, it's like I said, once I started doing the podcast and just opening up space for everybody to just talk about what they're going through, it becomes so palpable, and I'm sure you hear this on your show, how everybody is suffering. You know, everybody's suffering from something. And I kind of feel the same way. I'm like, life is hard. We all get thrown a lot of curveballs. And grief is a jagged journey. You know, you always carry some part of it, even though you learn to live alongside of it. I couldn't do this early on in my journey, so please don't think I'm making light of the grief. I'm not. But I do think that it's so important to figure out as soon as you're able to celebrate the little stuff. If you made your own coffee this morning, if you were able to do that, that's a celebration. You know, if you can have gratitude for anything at all in life instead of just it all looking dark and sorrowful, that's something to celebrate. I was with a bunch of girls over the weekend, and we were kind of doing, you know, some spiritual exercises like you talk about a little bit, like what to let go of. And I was like, I'm sitting here at the 5-year and 5-month mark, and you know what I want to let go of? I want to let go of walking in sorrow. I want to walk over that demarcation line and say, it's time to really feel joy again. It's time to really celebrate. I've done this. There is goodness in life. So I'm not trying to make light of grief in any way. It has been the most gut-wrenching journey I've ever walked. But I do think everybody in life today needs to be reminded to celebrate the small stuff.
I couldn't agree more, Teresa. And then the other side of that, though, I agree 100%. And it's so hard when you're in the midst of the thing, when you're in the fog, to figure out how to open your eyes just even enough to see through the fog. And yeah. I said to a good friend very recently, just this week actually, I said she just lost her. It's her ex-husband, but he was a very dear friend and the father of her child. They're still very close and they still co-parent. And he died very unexpectedly. And she texted me to say that she and her daughter were on this trip with a couple of her friends. They're doing this like kind of 10-day pilgrimage out west and going all over. And I said something to the effect of what a cool experience you're getting to have, and that he gave you this sort of new lease on life. Now, and then I walked away from that text, and she sent kind of a short text back, and I about 10 minutes later thought, that was some toxic positivity on my part. And it's not at all what I meant. Certainly I didn't mean what a gift that he died and now you get to go on a trip. Yeah. That's obviously not what I meant, but I said that. I said, "Oh my God, I just heard it out loud." And she responded, she goes, "I'm going to be really honest, it didn't land well with me." And I'm like, yeah, I get it. But I guess my question through sharing that anecdote for you is when is it too soon to look for silver linings from you, from the person in the grief? Is the day after too soon to look for a silver lining, or are you even aware of that when you're going through it?
You know what? Thank you for sharing that. And I certainly didn't mean to invoke any toxic positivity here either.
No, you did not. You did not. I did.
I think 5 years is enough. I'm going to tell you,
Yeah.
Teresa, I'm with you on this one.
I always try. My story's a hard one. It's a hard one for people to listen to. It's a hard one to tell. And I always want the upswing of there is hope. Just look at me. I'm still standing. So for everybody who is going through things, I try to give hope, and that there is. Your story's not done. Your story is not done when you're going through all of it, but it's hard to hang on to that. When is it too early to see the upside? It's probably not an answer anybody wants to hear. I don't think I could hear it for about a year and a half. I sat in a pretty tough place for about a year and a half. And that's not to say that I had so much gratitude that I had 2 boys they propelled me into life. I had so much gratitude. Almost immediately, even though I was mad at James for taking his life, and I was mad at God, I was just a mess, I had gratitude for his life because he was just truly the kindest person I've ever known. But for others to kind of try to inject something that feels just a little too sweet, a little too, convenient, it just made me mad for a really long time, I have to say.
Yeah. I'm glad I learned that lesson, because I learned it in that moment. I saw it. I saw how I had very unintentionally hurt somebody very close to me, and it was our way. I think it just goes back to that there's no right thing to say in something like this. And I want to say to you, I listened to several of your podcasts, and I personally really like the fact that you're just up front of it in the get-go. You're like, hi, I lost my husband to suicide. You're like, boom, let's get that off the table so that we can now dive in to what comes next after that, because that outside of losing a child, I'd say that's probably, those are the worst things I could conjure up. And I think by throwing it out there, not casually, but just very matter-of-factly, so no one has to beat around the bush, because we don't know what to say. And it's like, this happened.
I know.
This blows. Now what do we do? A little bit
Exactly.
of that. And I think that's very comforting and conversational how you do that.
Well, thank you. I want to go back to your story of your friend and just say, what that story says to me is the health of the friendship, that she could come back to you and say, hey, that didn't really land well. The fact that you have a friendship where you're communicating about a tough topic. I think one of the most important things in the world for us today is community, because community holds us up. Community keeps us going. And the fact that you have that friend and the two of you are honest, that's beautiful.
Good. Well, I hope she thinks that, and I hope she's. I
Well, she
hope
was
I
honest,
conveyed that.
you know?
Yeah.
She was honest back with you, which opens it up for you to say, oh, man, I goofed. I'm sorry. I didn't feel it in the moment. I love that. Not very many friends talk to each other like that.
Let me tell you something that just hit me. Both brought something up here too, is the fact that Lindsay complimented you, as I do too, on the idea of this is what happened. This is who I am. And earlier on, Lindsay, in the interview, she said, she got frauded. She was a victim of fraud.
Yeah.
Just came out right and said it. What is interesting here, look, I don't think that shame is unhealthy. I think that we do things that are wrong and that we need to feel some shame so we can correct stuff. But I think that there are places where people feel shame where they shouldn't feel shame. And the two things that you just talked about, somebody else doing you dirty and then getting your heart broken by losing your best friend under the conditions that you lost them, you have nothing to be ashamed of. And I think the idea of coming out and saying it immediately is that part of, I think, and like I said, there's been a lot of stuff that you've kind of talked about in regards to this, is that we've got to be able to distinguish healthy shame from unhealthy shame, because that's really toxic too. That not being upfront and honest about the things that happen keep us further in grief, because we feel like no one will listen, because if I tell them this, they will think less of me. They will reject me from the tribe, from the community that you have talked about how much you cherish. And that's the real great value lesson as well. We need to be honest about things we have no reason to be ashamed of. Correct?
100%. And thank you for that. That's a boost. I talk about shame because I feel like so many of us carry it. And the thing that gets us out of our shame is what you just mentioned. It's sharing it. Every time we share our pain or our shame, that means the people around us are kind of carrying it a little bit for us, so it lessens its power. But if you stay in the house, shrouded in the shame, beating yourself up, you just become, you're in this vortex of self-judgment and loneliness and depression. So I always say to everybody, whatever they're experiencing, share. Find somebody you trust and share it, even if you don't want to, because that does help you walk out of that place of carrying your own shame. But thank you for saying that. It's so important.
Well, and I heard you say, I think in one of the podcasts, just that sharing your pain was essential to healing. And I've got a dear friend who has a book called Share Your Stuff. I have a podcast called We Should Write. It's about the healing power of writing, but it's like, let me say hi, Maya, which I would love to have you on, by the way, sometime. Side note.
Thank you. I'd love to.
Okay. We ask people on the air so that if they say that they can't say no,
we can shame them.
We can shame you if you say no. Exactly.
And then I'd love to have you on mine. How about that? And I totally believe in the power of writing. I write every day.
Oh, good. Well, perfect. Done. But it's the piece here. I want to mention quick. Not quick. I want to talk about the parenting through grief. I can't even begin to get my head around that. So I want to first ask, how are your two sons doing?
along. Thank you for asking. They're both really well, 5 years in. One of them had a much rougher time than the other. My younger son, Andrew, was so close to his daddy. He was just coming out of undergrad. He and his dad, talked and texted every day, and he was in college at Alabama, just, an hour away. So James would run down there for lunch all the time. And Andrew, Andrew really had his legs cut off. It's a hard walk out. But listen to this. This week, he's starting his PhD program at Rutgers. It took a while, but he is, he still hurts like heck all the time. But I think he's walking into something he loves. He's doing something he's proud of. He's managing the days he is depressed or feels anxiety. He's doing great. Jordan, my older one, is doing terrific. He got married this year to a girl he met in high school, and they're precious. So they're both really good. I think what I would say about that is the most important thing to me, and I felt like James would have wanted me to do this, was to help the boys see, and this is hard, that we were still a family. That just because Daddy wasn't there, it didn't mean the family went away. And it's just real easy when a family loses its primary, guide and member to feel like, well, we're not even a family anymore. And so that was something we shared together a lot, talked about a lot. How do we build us forward, and all the values that we're built on as a family. And yeah, it was horrible, but we're all good. I can say we're good.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you for
that.
asking about that.
Yeah.
Can we all just have an agreement that while days have passed, often the good old days weren't so good. It's just the people protected us from knowing how bad they were. That there are a couple of time periods where maybe they give us a little bit of wisdom. I keep thinking about the Victorian era, where you basically shut the house down and you wore black and you walked around and you didn't talk to people. And
now that does sound like the good old days, actually.
I mean, my favorite line of all time comes from a play by Chekhov. A woman comes in and she's wearing a black dress, and one of the characters asks her point blank, "Why do you always wear black?" And the response is, "I'm in mourning for my life." And I just
same girl.
I think I could go there. I think I could own that one.
But the remarkable story of Arthur Conan Doyle lost his first wife, and there was a woman that he had developed a deep affection for, and he didn't say anything to, and he basically went around the city. He shut his house down. He wore black, and on the anniversary of the last day, he came out of the house wearing a white suit and got behind a horse and carriage, rode to the woman's house, and said, "The period is now over. I would love to begin to court you," and ended up finding the second great love of his life. And he said that he was guided by having to go through that period of saying goodbye to his wife, his first wife, who he adored, after she was gone. And there is a bit of wisdom in there that we move so fast nowadays, we don't take the time to formalize it. And I remember my mom in that same story, Teresa, telling us all, she said, "Oh, the one thing I am going to do is this house is always going to be nice for the next 47 days." And she said, "That's not for God, that's for me." And that's an important thing to remember, that it's about a permission structure is what you're talking about, to say you should do this, and I've got a permission slip, so go away. I can wander the halls right now.
Yeah, and I think we have to sit in the grief. We have to let it inform us and shape us and do its work inside of us. But there is a time of walking out and saying, okay, I'm ready. I'm ready again for, and what I'd love to think about. I felt like, not at first, but I began to feel like James' death, the fraud, the loss of that business I love so much, life was issuing me an invitation for the next, for whatever was next. And it was what I chose to do with it. And so I like to think that we go through sometimes these horrific endings, but nothing really stops there. Our lives don't stop there. The story of us isn't done with that ending. Every ending presents us with a beginning. And I think that's what you're talking about.
I love that. I also love the idea of not having to talk to people anymore, though. And I talk for a living, so that's a
I
tough
know
one.
you do.
Actually, since you laughed at that, I'll share with you. My girlfriend sent me a meme yesterday that says, "I get irrationally upset when I go to the following places and there are people there: the gym, the grocery store, the park, the movies, work, outside, Earth." I love that.
Pretty much everything. Okay, I think, Lindsay, you need a vacation, and it
I
needs
think
to be a retreat of solitude and silence.
New Mexico calls. By the way, I had another friend of mine who said that his mantra was Dean Martin's when he would come on stage to do his show in Las Vegas. Who let all these people into my room?
Why are you people here?
You know, what is going on here? What is going on?
Here's to solitude.
Here's to solitude. Here's to Teresa Bruno. You can check her out over at Soul Talks with Teresa. That's Teresa with an H. SoulTalksWithTeresa.com. I think this podcast, if you're listening, men and women, truckers, whoever you may be sitting at your desk, I think this is one that will give you real hope. And by the way, they're short episodes, so bless you for that as well. She gets into it and gets out, as well as her book, He's Not Coming Back, Rewriting Life After Loss, A Path to Healing, something everybody can identify with. Teresa, thanks so much for making time with us. I would love to cross paths on both your podcast and mine, and we really appreciate you making time for our audience today.
Let's do it. You guys are doing great work in the world. Thank you.
You too, friend.
Guys, if you need a companion on the road, this is a podcast. If you're carrying grief, bring a friend along. Teresa's terrific. SoulTalksWithTeresa.com. I'll give some sponsors on the other side of the break. We'll let this land right here, Lindsay. Guys, we got a more half hour come. Give us a call, 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Live from the Crescent City and also from good old Nashville, this is Road Gang Radio, coming to you with Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler. Let's get it!
Let's get it on.
Let's get it on.
Here. By the way, as you probably heard from Louis Pugh, and you're figuring out there might not be a hotter topic in trucking right now than non-domiciled CDLs. And OIDA is taking action. They're calling on the Department of Transportation to suspend the authority that states have to issue non-domiciled CDLs until a review has been completed and steps are taken to ensure that CDLs are only issued to qualified drivers. OIDA President Todd Spencer says it's just the first step. Plus, Lindsay Trent, co-founder and president of Next Next Gen and Trucking Association, explain how she's working to get more young people interested in trucking as a career. That is Trucking with OIDA, immediately after this show closes its books at 11 in the center, 12 in the east. Interestingly enough, I got a text message, Lindsay, I kid you not, from a friend of mine who actually is listening to a podcast that I recommended to her. There's an episode where two people get lost in a cave while spelunking.
Nope.
It's terrifying. It's a terrifying episode. And I wrote her, I said, "Are you listening to our show?" And she's like, "I am not." And I'm like, dude, that's creepy, because she listens later on. I said, "You need to buckle up, dude, because in many ways, there are so many connections here between that spelunking or that cave diving, that cave crawling, grief. Everything we're talking about seems to be really kind of unified into one giant piece. It's just, it feels connected. And I see people, when you see those scenes of people, and I've heard stories of people getting caught in caves. I don't want to dwell on this a long time because I know it's not your bag. But go ahead.
But go ahead. So no, I was just going to ask real quick. Spelunking is intentional, though. Like, you go to spelunk, you don't get caught, and then now say I'm spelunking. They're two different things.
No, no, of course. Spelunking.
That's a question.
Spelunking is not getting caught, but sometimes people, when they are spelunking, they will find themselves caught. You know what I'm saying? They will find themselves caught. And here's the thing too, though. The more that you do it, there are people who will get stuck. Lindsay, I know people who do cave diving, and they'll get stuck and be like, no big deal. Like, they won't panic for a good 20 minutes. And they won't even panic after 20 minutes because they've been here before and they know the way out. You follow me?
I do.
Okay. And that is, in many ways, it feels like a lesson, doesn't it? It feels like a lesson. How many times I would ask the truck drivers, you can give us a call, by the way, as we said before. Lindsay, you give the number this time.
615-292-6366. That's 215. No, that's 615-292-NEMO.
Absolutely. And everybody's done this in regards to driving someplace where you can't turn the truck around. There's a certain thing where,
and don't do it in the middle of the road, by the way.
Yeah. An inexperienced driver will find themselves at the end of the road where there is no way out except to back out. Mm-hmm. And the first time that ever happens for a lot of people, it sets off waves of panic. There are a lot of people, though, who take the wrong turn, end up in a place they shouldn't end up in, and they know the way out. They've been there before. So the panic it becomes less about, oh my God, and becomes more like, are you kidding me? That's a big difference, by the way. The difference between oh my God and are you kidding me, when it means you've gotten to the point where your mistakes become things that you are trained and equipped to navigate your way through. And I think part of what Teresa and our other good friend Megan Devine have talked about is like here, not the navigation techniques to make it go away quicker, but to understand that if you find yourself lost in some forests and some caves, you have to understand it's a long journey back out. I'm just going to kind of let that sit there for a second because I don't want to dwell too much on being stuck under the ground. I know how much you love talking about that.
Well, I hate it. But I also am curious if the fact that I hate the idea of it so much means that it's not going to happen to me. Like, if we are so, well, I guess there's two schools of thought behind this. It can be like, I'm so aware of not being in that situation that there's no chance I would ever even remotely be in a place to be in that situation. Or am I so aware of how much I don't want to be in that situation that now I'm going to, hate to use this word, but manifest that I end up in it. You know what I mean? I guess it's two separate things. But I think there's when we have a real fear, like I'm fascinated by when people have certain fears. Why? When you have a certain fear it's something that's never happened to you. Like, why am I so claustrophobic? I've, knock on wood, haven't been outside of, little moments where you're like stuck in an elevator, little things that are claustrophobic in nature. But why do certain people have, like, why that is one of my big fears. And I have this crazy fear that in the middle of the night, I've told you before, that I'm gonna get up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom. I'm gonna go to the bathroom in the dark, and there's gonna be a snake in my toilet. I've never even seen a movie about that. I've never heard anyone that happening to them, although I'm sure it has. I've never seen it myself. Why would that, like, irrational fear be in my vortex? I don't know, but I'm very curious. And some can say, I don't know. I'll let you say your theory on it, Jim. But it's intriguing to me why we have certain fears when there's probably no way that's going to ever happen.
I'm gonna tell one story to get back to your point. I had a friend of mine who was a rock climber, and he had a really precipitous situation develop where he almost kind of unraveled. He stayed as cool as the other side of the pillow, Lindsay. I mean, he got himself out of it remarkably. We were at the top waiting for him. He adjusted. He made his adjustments. By the way, we climbed a certain way and then got off on a trail and walked the rest of the way up. He did the whole thing. That's who he was. He's still with us, by the way. We get to the top. He gets to the top, and I said, "Man, you were as cool as I can possibly imagine you being in that situation." And what he told me was, "Yeah, I wasn't worried." I said, "What do you mean?" He goes, "I've always known I'd die alone."
Ooh.
And I'm like, he said, "You guys were with me." He said, "I could feel my friends up there, and I wanted to get to you guys, and so I was fine." And then he told us another story over the campfire later on that night. He said he said he's always kind of believed that. And he said that the most scared he's ever been, he goes, was at a rest area. He said, I was driving down a lonesome highway to make my way to come meet some friends, to do some hiking, to do some rock climbing. And there was a rest area. The lights were out. He said, but I had to go to the bathroom, something awful. I just had to go. And I pulled in there, and the place was kind of broken down. And he said, I began to walk over to the door of, the rest areas that don't have doors on them. They have the wall, and then you have to walk around the wall, all that kind of stuff. He said it was so dark, and he said he could see the flickering light on the other side of the wall. So he knew there was lights inside of that. And he said, I just stopped, and I looked around, and there were no cars in the parking lot, and there were no cars coming by, and there was that flickering light. And he said, it just dawned on me. He goes, wait a minute, you're alone. And he said, I got in the car and I drove on to the next rest area, which was a gas station. I went there where there were people there. And he could never really explain it, Lindsay. There was just something gave him a feeling. And what I think if you were going to ask me what it was with him, was that his friends meant everything to him. And that as long as he had people around him that loved him, he always felt safe. I think to some degree that you're going to sit on the toilet and the snake is going to bite you is about being vulnerable. I think that you have worries about vulnerability. I'm not speaking of what I know about you, but that seems to be the manifestation of that. And then we do crazy, stupid stuff. So we have these fears, these internal fears of being left, fears of being vulnerable. A lot of people who are terrified of being buried under the earth unreasonably are terrified of it because they are afraid of being left behind. It's a big one, and you're afraid of that being. I don't mean being left behind, but you can analyze the phobia is secondary to the actual concern, and I think your concern, if you're going to ask me to guess about that, is the fact that that's a place of ultimate vulnerability, being in the bathroom. We use the bathroom in a place of what we think is secure vulnerability. And I think that your brain then says, what is the worst thing that could happen when I am actually exposed in a place that I think is safe?
Is that why I don't like surprise parties?
Yep, probably. Probably the idea that it's like, one of the things, I wrestle with this all the time. I am so afraid of missing the moment that it enrages me. That's my big one. And then I am just so afraid of, it's one thing to miss a moment that you didn't see. It's another thing to miss a moment where you're trying to get through a crowd to get to the train that if you can make the train, your whole life will change, and that there are things in your way. And that's one for me. And so I always have dreams about trains and cars and buses and trying to get to them on time. That if I can just make the train, if I can just make the bus, if I can just, get to the airport on time. It's why I'm ridiculously early to airports, Lindsay. I always feel like that if I don't get there on time and I miss that plane, I'm going to miss the rest of my life. That's a big one for me. That's how it manifests in my dreams. It's always like, but in my hopeful dreams, I'm usually stuck someplace where I never want to be, like, working behind the counter at a gas station, stacking boxes someplace. And in my hopeful dreams, somebody from my past that I love shows up in a car and says, hey, man, let's go.
Let's go. Hop
in, loser. We're going to go seize the day. You know what I'm saying? And that's
Hop in, loser.
Hop in, loser. Let's go save the country. You know what I'm saying? You get what I'm talking about.
I get what you're talking about.
But I think it's about, I think the idea, the snake thing, I think is just this kind of ridiculous imagery. We all have that Jungian snake in our head, but I think it's a manifestation of being exposed and vulnerable is what it is. Because if a snake's going to get you on the toilet, it ain't going to get you because you're looking down at the toilet.
Right. But it does make me want to have you seen those things where you can like step on it by your toilet and it's a little light. It's a ring in the toilet. If anyone's looking for birthday gift ideas, a toilet light would be one for me. It's very exciting.
And by the way, look at night lights. I mean, it's the same concept. It's the same concept. It's like, and that's the kind of thing, that's the kind of silly thing you should actually do for yourself before somebody really embarrasses you at your birthday party and you open it up and it's a turlet light. You know what I'm saying? I got a turlet light. You know me.
Light.
You see me. So that's really what it kind of comes down to. I don't know if that makes any sense, and it's probably completely wrong, but it just strikes me that, a snake in the toilet is about being absolutely vulnerable and not able to stop something from biting you in the ass. There you go.
Yeah. Yeah. Not being able to stop it. Well, yeah, it's more the surprise. And with the surprise party thing, I say it's more the surprise. Be like, oh, I didn't plan for this. Crap, now what? It's that kind of thing. And I say I don't like surprise parties. It's only because I can't think of a time I've actually ever truly been surprised about something, except for when I was in like 9th grade. My friend's dad took us on a surprise trip, and I think I've told you this before, Jim. We were going out for her birthday. Again, 9th grade. I don't even think that's real that 9th grade ever happened to me, but we're going out for dinner. There were four girlfriends in 9th grade, and her mom and dad were taking us out to birthday dinner. And this was a long time ago, so it's back when you would go get your paper tickets at the airport.
Oh, yeah.
And so he was driving us to dinner. Her dad was driving us to dinner. He said, hey, I got to pick up. I have a work trip next week. I need to swing by the airport and get my tickets. And we all said, sure. Or I need to buy a ticket or whatever he said. And that didn't seem strange to us. So we pulled into the airport parking lot and got out of the car. And then he said, actually, do you guys want to go somewhere? And we were like, what? And he went and he opened the trunk, and our bags were packed in the trunk. And they surprised us and took us in that moment. That moment went to the airport and went to Disneyland, which was an epic. And by the way, her dad traveled all the time. He was able to book the whole trip on points, and it was a win-win. He certainly won Dad of the Year. But that's the only time I can think of that comes to mind in my whole life where I've been genuinely out of my mind surprised that something was kept from me, mainly because I'm nosy and want to know everything that's going on. If my husband's ever trying to plan anything, I will figure it out before, because I am the planner in the family. How dare you plan something even though I've asked you to plan something your whole life?
Control. It's an issue.
Control.
And by the way, being exposed in the toilet is when we're on the toilet, man, or we're in the bathroom, we are not in control. Or we want to maintain the highest level of control because of how exposed and vulnerable we are, whether we're in the shower, all that stuff, it all plays in. And surprises for you means you had nothing to do with what happened.
Yeah, it's hard for me. Even though it's hard for me, even though it's all that I want. It's a very strange thing. But I would love to be. Do you want somebody do you like when someone have you ever had a surprise party thrown for you?
Claire and I have both thrown very, very different kind of surprise.
I know the one that you threw for her, which is very cool. When she walked in
Very
to
cool.
the restaurant, all her favorite people were
No,
there.
she threw that one for me. I threw a genuine bona fide, she had no idea it was coming. We were going out to dinner with our friend Justin, and so we had to pick him up. We said, let's just all go together and we'll meet a couple of friends there. So we were meeting 3 of the friends who were already at Justin's house, and they handled it, magnificently. It was done to perfection. And it's funny because I want to find the video if we have it, but watching her put her head down and race over and put her face in my shoulder is one of the cutest things you ever saw. I've had, like I said, the surprise party thrown for me wasn't really like a surprise, but it was supposed to be going out with just another couple for my birthday and getting there and having 12 chairs. 14, but 12 other chairs set at the table. What's going on here? And then one by one, all of my friends walking in and joining us was a lovely. But that's not the same thing. We're not talking. That's more like.
But I like that. That's very intentional and very thoughtful to be like, I curated a room, not just hey, we got 50 people in a room, so you would have a loud surprise. But it's 12 chairs of people that are genuinely here for you, that you want to have very quality conversations with. We've curated a room for you. Curating a room where everyone in that room is intentional, that's really cool. That's the kind of stuff where I'd actually be really curious to see maybe who my husband would put in that room if given, because it's normally it's me figuring out who we're going to have there. So I would be interested to see who people close to me would think I would want to be at something that was important to me. You know what I mean? That's interesting
I
too.
do. I have a really cool idea for a surprise party for people who don't like to jump out of their chair and be terrified, and it's a variation on what Claire did. Take your friend to a house, a nice house, and have it, set up. We're going to have some cocktails and tell you happy birthday. We just want you to stop by. We know you're going out to dinner, blah, 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 blah. And then literally have all of the friends in the back, and one by one they come out with a present and a dish. And then they slowly fill up the room and saying, so-and-so came, and so-and-so came, and then they come out with presents and like a potluck dinner, and all kind of gets set up, your favorite foods, your favorite people at a home, and they all just kind of slowly come out as almost like introductions. Like, and here they are, you know what I'm saying?
Except my brain just went to the negative to be like, I'd be like, well, where was Mary? Automatically my brain goes to, why didn't Casey come? Or whoever, you know what I mean? Why didn't you invite? Did you not invite him, or did they not come? That's how crappy I am. But that's my first thought. I'm working on it.
Well, and the idea of just being present, I think is really important too. I will tell you this, I'm pretty good at receiving gifts and receiving surprises. It's one of the few places where I'm not a complete raging jerk, because I always think to myself, nobody had to do it. I actually apply what I call entertainment rules. Like when you do a show, you have to remember, when you take the stage, nobody had to come.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Nobody has to be there. Nobody had to do any of that. Nobody had to make a picture with song lyrics you love and what the stars look like that night. Nobody had to do that. Nobody was mandated to do that. And if they were, you're really cruel if you're asking people to do that kind of stuff for you. If you're demanding that, you know what I'm saying? And so that kind of balances that out. It's just, surprises are terrific. I used to be so terrified of haunted houses as a kid, and now I love getting goosed, scared, creeped out, delightedly surprised. All of that stuff doesn't bug me anymore. I don't care if somebody catches me on film going, yeah! The noises people make when they get surprised. It could be really embarrassing and vulnerable, but it's not. You just do it and go with it, and you laugh at yourself.
Do it. I haven't been to a haunted house in ages. And I do, while I'm not a horror movie person, I did used to love haunted houses, even though I'd bury my face in the person's back, whoever was in front of me.
So much fun.
But it was still so much fun, even if I'm not looking at it. Just the idea of, I don't know what's happening around me, and that's exciting. I would like to go to a haunted house this year. But I have said that every year for the past 10 years, so we'll see.
There's one in New Orleans. It's an actual old mortuary, and it's called the Mortuary. And we would go with our big groups of people, and we'd go through. It's really nicely set up, really well done. And they have one of those rooms, and Dre knows what I'm talking about here, those inflatable walls that close in on you and really just kind of close you in. And these two women, very New Orleanian women, were in front of us, and they got so scared by the wall closing in and all the hands pushing on them that I just had to grab them both by the shoulders. I had to put my arms around one and my hand on the one in front of her shoulders, and I just started bellowing, which made them laugh. You got to go! We got to go! I don't want to die here! And they started giggling. We pushed our way all the way through. I think the enjoyable thing about a haunted house is going with friends and listening to them scream, and you screaming along with them and burying your head in the shoulder of the person you love. I think that's what's really fun.
But I'm not, if you're trying to sell that one for me, you just lost, because you just said a room where the walls cave in on you.
Well, it's
hard pass.
Well, can I tell you, it's not hard walls. It's like, literally.
I don't care. I could be squished by a balloon just as easily as cement. That sounds terrible.
No, that's not true, Lindsay.
Not just as easily. Okay, fair.
It's like, what happened? She was crushed by a balloon. Wait, what?
Oh, how joyful.
You can say that. By the way, this is weird. I'm just going to kind of randomly do something here. But firefighters and police in Pennsylvania responded to a stretch of highway where a cow was reported running loose next to lanes of traffic. The Lackawanna County Communications Center said emergency responders were dispatched around 8:15 on Monday on a report of a cow running loose along Interstate 84 near Sepco Road in the Madison Township. I kid you not. The NEPA News live on Facebook on their live page shared drone camera footage of firefighters and Pennsylvania state police troopers pursuing the cow on the highway. The second video shows crews from Madisonville helping to wrangle the cow off the interstate and onto a side street. They said the highway wasn't closed during the pursuit. There were no injuries reported, and the cow is doing just fine. The origins of the bovine, as the UPI News of the Odd story says, are unclear. we will continue to follow this developing story and see if we can get a quote from the cow. Although I feel like it's going to be what?
It's like a cow's opinion. It's a moo point.
Oh my God.
It's like a cow's opinion. Hey, hey. So, I also wanted to mention a real highway hero out there, or rather a highway angel that I read about. This guy Ron Ross, Jem. He was just honored the Highway Angel Award, which is something that the Truckload Carriers Association puts on, something that I have worked with for many years and love that program. And it's a trucker. It's also in my backyard here in Tennessee. A trucker. And I'm telling this story because it's such a reminder and encouragement to keep your eyes open. If you see something, say something, guys. A trucker in Tennessee, he drives for MCK Trucking. His name is Ron Ross, and he rescued an abducted woman. He saw her running barefoot from a rest area. Not only just see somebody running, he noticed she was barefoot. That's a pretty telltale sign something is wrong. And he was quick enough to, to pivot and run over there to her. But his windshield camera footage helped the authorities find her and find who did it as well. So anyway, our truck drivers are the eyes and ears on the road. We are very aware of that. We want to remind others of that as well as them. But I just think it's a great reminder to always be on the lookout. If something looks weird, it probably is. If you see something, say something.
You know, why don't we quote a little Joe Strummer since we're on this topic? People can change anything you want, and that means everything in the world. And that seems really a simple comment to make, but it's a great reminder that, literally observing the world around you, keeping a keen eye, and being aware of all those signs that are kind of playing themselves out in front of you is so important. Because if you're not paying attention to the world around you, you're going to miss some of the beautiful stuff, but you're also going to miss people who actually might need your help. And the Highway Angel program, which you have represented amazingly over the years, and you continue to support, is just really, it's kind of extraordinary because I think it's one of the best things that the industry has come up with as a reminder of how important these men and women are, because they're doing it on a regular basis. Everybody isn't making the trip from Austin, Texas to Santa Fe, New Mexico on a regular basis. Nobody's making that commute, as it were. There are no four-wheelers making that commute on a regular basis. And even the people that are commuting are doing it because they're 2 on and 2 off on an oil field. These people actually remember that they are seeing large stretches of road on a regular basis, which means they notice the things that have gone wrong or the anomalies, the cows in comical fashion, but also women in need who are running without shoes. A lot of people wouldn't even process that or just say to themselves, that's weird. That's why what TAT does is so important, Lindsay, because we don't process it. Like I said, I've driven by stuff like I've seen cows, and we've all seen a moose on the side of the road. And for many people who don't drive on a regular basis, who are taking a road trip, you see that. Your first thought isn't like, your first thought isn't, oh my God, there's a moose on the loose. Your first thought is, what in the hell is that? Because you don't normally see that. And that's even weirder with human beings because you say, oh, there's a human being. Maybe they're hitchhiking. Wait, why are they barefoot? And then you're gone.
Yeah, the not being able to process it piece is spot on, because it's like we see that in movies.
Yeah.
And we don't think of how many things we see in movie. But I see it in a movie, I can see something terrible or joyous, either way, in a movie and be like, oh, that's normal because I'm just watching it on film and it's not me. I'm detached from it. And then you see it out in the wild, so to speak, and you're like, what's happening here? And by the time you get it together and figure out what's happening, the moment's over. So being able to, and that's one of the biggest, I think, traits that truck drivers have or should have, need to have, is to be able to think, be quick on their toes in the moment, whether that's on the road if an accident's coming or if you see somebody in danger, and being able to process quickly, that's not right. What do I need to do? Not only is that not right, is that out of place, but what do I do now to act very quickly so that I can remedy it?
Well, that's exactly it. Because I believe a family of 4 on a vacation drives by a woman running down the side of the road in bare feet. Maybe the kid goes, look at that, Daddy. Oh, that's really weird. That's strange. And by the time they get 5 miles down the road, then the day out of the mom puts together what was happening. It's too late. They're gone again.
Do you know that our dear friend Tara the Turtle, shout out Tara the Turtle, she was, and she told me when she and I met at the airport for Austin a couple of weeks ago, she said on the way there, she saw a woman walking toward the airport along the freeway. She didn't look like she was having a problem, by the way, guys. She was in bra and underwear pulling a suitcase. Straight up bra and underwear. Not like this was a fashion statement. Like it was her bra and her underwear pulling a suitcase headed toward the exit for the airport. Headed that way. Tara goes, she didn't look like she was in trouble. She looked like, I'm just headed to the airport in my bra and underwear. I'm going to guess she didn't get through security, but who knows what was going on there. And obviously someone like Tara's not going to say, you're as a young woman, we also have to protect ourselves. But it was another young woman. But it is the being able to decipher in the moment, is that me judging that person, or is there actually something wrong happening right here? And it's a big difference.
I just want to know about the moment before Tara saw her. Is it like, you know what? Fine, just drop me off here. I'll get out. I'll take it the rest of the way.
What had to happen for it to get? It's like when you see one shoe on the freeway. What had to happen that you're walking around with only one shoe now? These kind of things keep me up at night.
Does somebody in a car say, give me your shoe, and then throw it out the window and be like, that'll cheat you?
Maybe.
By the way, non-domiciled CDLs are, of course, the big hot topic in trucking. OOIDA is taking action. The Department of Transportation suspended the authority of states to have to issue non-domiciled CDLs until a review has been completed, and steps are taken to ensure CDLs are only issued to qualified drivers. Todd Spencer says that's only the first step. Lindsay Trent, friend of this show and one of the founding members of Education Station and president of Next Generation in Trucking, explains how she's working to get more young people interested in trucking as a career. That's her bailiwick. That's this show. I'm Jimmy Mack. That's Lindsay LaRue Lawler. This has been Road Gang Radio. What do we got tomorrow?
Tomorrow is a great show. It's Friday, which means you'll have all the action as you do, checking in with how we make a living. NACFE, you've got Chris Orban coming in studio. Of course, 1313 Mockingbird Lane. Good Terry Taylor checking in. Tin Can Tourists, we're talking about how they make a fun life out on the road. Breaker Back Talk, the last empty places, and we love when he joins us. Peter Stark, Country and Western Music News. It's going to be a great day, and of course we'll end it with Trucking with OOIDA. Everybody have a great day. Get home safe. This is Road Gang Radio, produced by RadioNemo. Yours truly, Jimmy Mack, Phone Master Day Madison with the team. Get home safe. Jim, get home safe down the street or in studio, wherever you lay your head right now.
I'm going to go pass out.
Sounds good, too. I'll be dead in an hour.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Thanks to all the hardworking drivers across the U.S. from the Allen Lund Company.
Welcome to Trucking with OOIDA. I'm Scott Thompson.
I'm Ashley Blackford.
Ashley, how are we doing today?
Doing great. How are you?
Doing just fine. We have a lot to cover today, and we won't waste a lot of time before getting to our special guest. He's been here before.
He's been here before, but he is special.
He is special. Todd Spencer, president of OOIDA. And we're bringing him in because the association recently sent a letter to Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. It is related to non-domiciled CDLs. This is a topic that really has been, I think, the topic.
Hot topic for sure.
Very hot topic over recent months. And a question that we have been getting from time to time is, what is OOIDA doing about this?
Yes.
So we're going to talk to Todd about this. This letter is partially what they're doing.
Yeah.
Again, of course, the association doesn't have the
Yeah,
power
they don't
that
have superpowers,
that
but
some people might want them to have.
Yeah.
But they're using the power they do have to reach out and try and get the Department of Transportation to take some action on this issue. So we'll talk to Todd about that. Looking forward to that conversation.
Yeah, for sure.
Also going to, a little bit later on, talk to Lindsay Trent from the Next Generation in Trucking Association.
Yeah, really interesting association.
It is, and they're doing great work. And I think Lindsay was on a panel discussion with Louis Pugh, our executive vice president, a few months ago, talking about driver recruitment.
Yeah.
And the challenges that are out there for driver recruitment, getting younger people into the industry, getting them interested in the industry.
Yeah.
That is what this association does.
Yeah. I'll be curious to talk to her and see, what works and what doesn't. But before that, we want to get to Mr. Todd Spencer.
Yeah, let's not waste any time. Todd Spencer, again, non-domiciled CDLs is the issue. OIDA taking action on this. And this, I feel like, is going to be the first step in a big journey here toward fixing this problem. Let's get right to it. So, Ashley, we've talked about this quite a bit. When I was at the Mid-America Trucking Show a few months ago, it seemed like the question that kept popping up over and over again for the FMCSA officials that were there, the USDOT officials that were there as well, is, what are you going to do about this non-domiciled CDL issue? And it's something that I think has only gained steam in recent months since then. Clearly on the collective radar of federal officials. And now OIDA is calling for action in a letter that was sent to Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. And joining us to discuss that letter is the man who signed it, OIDA President Todd Spencer. Todd, always good to see you.
Hey, glad to be part of the show.
Let's start with this letter here because I think it's important that we get this out there and the request that OIDA is making in this letter, Todd. What specifically are you calling on Secretary Duffy and the Transportation Department to do?
Basically, to rescind the authority that they gave states to issue non-domiciled CDLs. It was a bad idea. And it's a bad idea in thought, and it's certainly shown to be a bad idea in practice. And that authority needs to be pulled back.
Now, ultimately, this comes down to safety. I know we've talked about that, along with training standards and better oversight of that training, right?
Oh, yeah. It's safety. It's a whole lot more, though, because realistically, we find ourselves in a situation where states are passing out CDLs to people that they really have virtually no idea who the hell they're giving the licenses to. And that should not be. The system needs to be thorough, top to bottom, clearly demonstrating that the driver is qualified in a lot more areas than we're currently testing for and training for right now. That whole system needs to be much, much more rigorous. But again, we don't know who we're actually giving this CDL to, where they're from, what their background is. And
which is insane if you
well, absolutely.
when you put it that way.
Well, it is.
It is, yeah.
And again, we're talking about a lot of responsibility, and you should be legal in every way. And the only way, if you can't do a background check, and when I say a background check, a 10-year background check is what's required. And if you're not certain who you're giving out authority to do whatever it is that they want to do, that's nuts. Don't do it.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
You're asking the USDOT essentially to kind of hit the pause button while we kind of can take a look at everything and the way it's going, right? And they've got that power.
Well, the administration says they're going to do a nationwide audit of state practices. That's great. Do it. But in the meantime, quit issuing these CDLs.
Yeah.
Quit issuing them because it's already clearly beyond question that many of them that are being handed out are certainly questionable, whether they should be, whether the people meet their criteria.
I'm going to ask you a question, and I don't know if you're going to have the answer to this because I don't know if there is an answer to this. But again, the situation that you're describing is a situation that we've all kind of been watching unfold in recent months, especially. How did we get here? Like, at what point did somebody or some people look at this situation and decide that this was a good idea or an okay thing to do? Again, I don't know if you have the answer to this, but it hasn't always been like this, right? Or maybe it has.
Well, no.
No, okay.
No. I'm going to say it hasn't always been this way because, the regulations, the original CDL regulations basically said you would have one license and it would be issued by your state of residence. Your state of residence, not anywhere else. Now, this goes back to about 2017, 2018. Some entities, we're not certain who, approached FMCSA about issuing these non-domiciled CDLs to drivers that were, in essence, from one state, and they would go to another state to get their training, their CDL training. And, of course, the state that does the training is supposed to be the one that issues the license. And this was basically to facilitate carriers basically running through driver training programs in one state, not their resident state. So they would get a license from a state that they weren't residents of. And, the way previous would be somebody would get their training and they would go back to their home state to get their CDL issued.
Right.
So this whole idea was supposedly to speed up this process. And we opposed that effort because we suspected this is really all about basically trying to speed up bringing in new folks and sometimes, and probably taking advantage of people that while you've got them on the hook,
right?
While you've got them on the hook, then you sign the deal for the CDL. Mm-hmm. So don't give them the opportunity to go back home and think about what they've just done. So
right. Yeah, this feels like something that had again, I'm going to use air quotes as I do every time, the driver shortage narrative. It feels like it has something to do maybe with this idea of just getting people in trucks.
Certainly. And I've also, since this has been more in the news in the area, I'm also aware that there were some efforts made to allow drivers from Puerto Rico that had basically been displaced by the hurricanes that hit down in Puerto Rico some years back, that would allow them to leave Puerto Rico and come to the mainland and drive interstate commerce. So, which would seem like not an unreasonable thing to do. But I don't want to lose sight of the real issue involved here. In every instance where somebody's going to be given a CDL, they have got to be able to document, and they actually have to go through real training and real testing.
Yeah, which is what you were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
It's a safety issue.
The background checks, and if they're not authorized to be in this country, they sure as hell don't need a CDL.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I mean, this is where you do all of the checking and you do all of the training for virtually almost all of OOIDA's existence. We've been advocates for better, more comprehensive driver training. So new drivers, when they get their CDL, are actually adequately prepared for what they will need to be able to do to have a job in trucking. And right now, it's kind of a joke. It used to be when the CDL first came out, some said that, I can kind of remember the slogans that went around from government and others, only the best will drive. Well, come on. What the CDL did was it immediately let carriers know and schools know this is what you need to teach so they can get a CDL.
Mm-hmm. Get them in and get them out.
That's right. Quick.
Yeah.
And this goes back decades now, but there was this thing created called the Professional Truck Driver Institute. And the Professional Truck Driver Institute was created because of the perception that trucking had an image problem, and that what could trucking do to most directly and impactfully improve its image? Well, the conclusion of players of basically every economic stripe within trucking, that's truck makers, that's everybody, was elevate the standards of entry-level drivers coming into the industry. That was the conclusion. And And it was embraced broadly by everyone other than trucking companies.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because they didn't want to end up having to pay for better trained people.
Yeah.
So they gambled, and they're doing it still. It's the quickest training for the first time ever after, again, we're talking about decades of us pushing lawmakers to do this. Back about 3 years ago now, we were finally able to get some basic minimal driver training requirements that had to be tested, that had to be trained for. And that's what's in place now. But again, these are absolutely minimal.
Yeah.
There are a lot of demands on drivers. You need to be good at what you do. And the idea of just putting people out that are untrained or undertrained, we see people do dumb stuff on the roadways. We have no idea how much preparation training they had to undergo. Well, we shouldn't be guessing about stuff like that.
When you talk about the gamble,
Want to be sure.
we're the ones who are paying for it, the collective we.
Absolutely.
Right? Yeah.
Absolutely. And, and at any rate, this opens it just opens up how bad this situation is and how important it is that we've got to fix it.
Yeah.
Now, the letter was sent to Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. I'm curious, has there been any response from the USDOT yet?
Well, not directly to us. However, this is certainly a matter of public discussion at DOT. I know Secretary Duffy's talking about it and talking about the importance of it. Now, I should elaborate here. The CDL requirements are basically put together in Washington, and then they're passed on to states. The CDL is a state license, so states have to adopt the recommendations that come out of DC. They have to adopt them and implement them themselves, and that's probably playing a role now in what's going on. We've gone farther than just the correspondence with Secretary Duffy in that we're right now in the process of reaching out to each state's governor. These are the people that have the immediate ability to suspend issuance of non-domiciled CDLs. They can do it right now, and they should. Because again, if you're not certain that the credential that you're passing out is going to the person that has the right qualifications or any qualifications at all, don't do it.
Yeah.
Don't do it. Now, and again, it's on the states, and they need to do it.
I want to make sure we kind of underline that and put it in bold, because I have seen questions on social media and elsewhere. Ashley, I know you have as well. Todd, I'm sure you have too. People asking this kind of direct question, again, based on the frustration that they have about this non-domiciled CDL issue. The question being, what is OIDA doing about this? And again, I want to make sure we bold and underline this, because there's only so much power. If you had the power, Todd, right now to do away with any number of things, you would do it, right? There are a lot of dumb regulations out there and dumb things that are being done. This is, I think, a good example of what the association is doing in using its power in reaching out directly to Transportation Secretary Duffy, who has been very responsive to the association over recent months. And then again, reaching out to the states to educate them and tell them that this is a real problem. You can get a handle on it. This is what you have to do. So if you could just answer that question, kind of, what is OIDA doing here and what that looks like, this outreach, because it's important.
Well, clearly in the CDL is a state document. And basically, I suppose the top controlling authority at the state level would be the governor. And we're reaching out and, again, asking governors to suspend issuance of these CDLs. They shouldn't be issuing them.
Yeah.
And, and of course, truckers can play a role in this thing, too, in that every driver out there that's listening to this, you have a state lawmaker and you have a state assembly person or representative or whatever, or a senator at the state level. Reach out to them. Tell them to encourage their governor to suspend issuance of any non-domiciled CDLs and make them aware of what's going on in Washington with the Secretary of Transportation, and that this is an important issue. Each lawmaker, these are your state folks, and everybody's got two, a state rep and a state senator. Let them know that this is a priority, and when you communicate with them, if it's by phone or by email or letter, the last thing you say is, by the way, there ain't no driver shortage. There ain't no driver shortage. That's just BS.
Keep that conversation going for sure. And to that point too, I think it's important because we just had this high-profile crash in Florida. 3 people were killed. It appears to have been caused by a truck driver who entered the U.S. illegally in 2018. We don't have to hash out all the details here because we've got, various people kind of going back and forth. But again, when you reach out to your lawmakers on the state level, federal level, whatever that may look like, they're probably going to be aware of this situation, and you can use it as a kind of an entry point to say, this is exactly the kind of thing that we are trying to prevent, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It's an important issue. And again, the whole idea of whoever's behind the wheel of a truck, there shouldn't be anybody in it wondering whether or not the person that's behind that wheel is qualified to do what they're doing. Can you imagine anybody getting on a plane and well, we hope this guy can fly this plane.
He says he can. Yeah. And you're talking about a situation where you're driving a weapon. I mean, essentially, it's a weapon here. Yeah. It's crazy. As we look at the situation, I think it's important also to point out too that you are passionate about this, Todd, and you have strong feelings about it, and a lot of people out there have strong feelings about it as well. And to your point too, I think collectively, if we were to come together and make those phone calls and educate people on what the deal is out there, because a lot of people don't understand this issue necessarily.
No.
Right?
No. Well, I mean, they assume that the appropriate steps for safety have been taken. They assume that because they hope people with some sense are calling the shots.
Yeah.
And sometimes they're not.
Yeah, that's for sure.
And again, and in instances like this, truckers are required. I mean, are required to provide 10 years worth of background that can be checked and verified. 3 years from their most recent employer. So, and these are, you got to check the data. And again, satisfy yourself that this is somebody that knows what they're doing.
Yeah.
And the states have to do that before they pass out the CDL. And, having said that, we're talking about CDLs and we're talking about drivers, but, the other issue that we raised with Secretary Duffy is that basically FMCSA needs to do a whole lot better job of scrutinizing those people that they allow to go into business. And that's carriers, that's brokers. Right now, there's virtually no scrutiny whatsoever that goes on. It allows chameleon carriers to basically keep turning into, close their doors and come back as somebody else just like that.
Yeah.
And, and we can spot those. Other people can spot those.
Why can't FMCA?
Well, that's right.
Spot them, yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Because the bad guys are going to always be the bad guys. They're going to look for the loopholes, and they're pretty good at finding loopholes. And let's close them.
Yeah.
Let's close them, because if you're going to authorize somebody to go into business and handle large amounts of money and property, precious cargoes, you need to know who you're given authority to do that. It's a responsibility on you.
Yeah. I don't know if you're a betting man, Todd, but again, we've seen a very positive response from the Transportation Department in recent months. English language proficiency, out of service criteria, truck parking. We've seen a number of issues that they have taken action on in recent months. if you were a betting man, and maybe you are, but if you were a betting man, would you put your money on there being some positive change on this in the coming months? It seems like the momentum is pushing it that direction.
Well, yeah, but you still have to apply pressure.
Mm-hmm.
You still have to apply pressure because you've got the issue. You got the ball rolling. You got to keep it going because folks have a tendency, lawmakers especially, they're pretty good at responding to what they perceive as a crisis.
Yeah, chase the shiny thing.
Bingo.
Yeah,
and of course we have to keep the pressure on. And of course, we're pretty pleased with some of the things that have come out of DOT under Secretary Duffy and with this administration, but some of this stuff is also going to require action on the part of Congress.
Right.
So, because the agency can't do anything that they're not authorized to do by Congress.
Right.
Congress ultimately sets the priorities for everything at DOT.
Well, I think Governor DeSantis said something to that effect recently, too, about that particular crash and saying Congress right now, they've got the power of the purse. They could start penalizing states that are issuing these non-domiciled CDLs and.
Well, again, states aren't required to issue them. And, not all do, but they have the authority to do that. So, and again, we're pointing that out to the governors that you don't have to issue those. You can decide not to. And you always could. Now's the time to do it.
Yeah.
Until we can figure out, whether any of these, until we can be certain that we're giving the people that we're giving this credential to are good actors.
Right. And we don't know that right now.
That's right.
That's a problem. Yeah. I feel like we're kind of in the first chapter of something, in terms of seeing some positive change on this. Todd, you're always generous with your time, and we thank you for working on this issue as well. Before we let you go, any final thoughts for people out there listening who, again, may be frustrated as everybody else is?
The issue of proper training and qualifications of drivers coming into this industry, this is basically the basis for everything in trucking. And the higher those standards are, the more value a driver brings to the table. And when I say that, I'm saying that better trained people are more likely to want and deserve more money. And of course, there will be folks out there that'll say, "Oh my God, we don't want to pay anymore." Well, listen, the paying more comes back in professionalism. It comes back in safety. It comes back in no claims, that kind of stuff. And, safety pays off. And paying drivers pays off.
Mm-hmm.
And, this notion that's been basically way too prevalent in trucking ever since deregulation is that we've got to find the cheapest, the lowest cost drivers that we can. That's nuts. That's absolutely nuts. And, improving the productivity of drivers, addressing the parking issues, addressing the issues of drivers being detained at shippers and receivers. You take all of the inefficiencies out of trucking and, whether you pay drivers more or not, if they're more productive, they end up making more money.
Yeah.
Efficiency is improved overall.
Yeah.
So, and let's do it instead of just looking for, what don't cost much.
Right.
That's nuts.
Yeah, it is nuts.
Yeah.
And it's what we see all the time. Todd, again, I think your call to action here is important. And anybody listening, reach out to your state lawmakers, reach out to your federal lawmakers, let them know what this issue means to you and your livelihood and to actual lives out there. And let's build on this momentum. Todd, we appreciate it.
Yeah.
And we'll talk to you again soon.
All right. Thank you. And thank all the OOIDA members listening. You guys make it all possible.
And for everyone listening, you can check out fightingfortruckers.com to find out who your lawmaker is. And I think on there's their contact information. You can email them, call them, and let them know your thoughts and feelings. And like Todd said, adding a little PS, there is no driver shortage.
Yeah.
He
Get
would
that in there
appreciate that
too.
as well. Yeah.
That website is great. It really is like a
Super
one-stop shop
helpful.
for reaching out. And, we talk about this all the time. We get up on our soapbox and say, do reach out to your, lawmakers in Washington, D.C., and educate them on truck parking, restroom access, overtime pay, all these things. We don't talk about it as much in terms of reaching out to your state lawmakers. And, they are very receptive, and they represent fewer
You're the
people.
ones voting for them, so they want to,
Yeah, and most of them, they should want
hopefully
to talk
listen.
to you,
Yeah.
and they should want to listen to you because you are the expert on these matters. And with this one in particular, it is a hot-button issue and one
For
that they
sure.
need to be aware of. So with that, I'll step off the soapbox.
right.
We will take a quick break, though. When we come back, Lindsay Trent of the Next Generation in Trucking Association, up next right here on Trucking with OIDA.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Welcome back to Trucking with OIDA. Ashley, we talked about Lindsay Trent of the Next Generation in Trucking Association a little bit earlier in the show. This is one of these issues that I think is an important one in terms of bringing awareness to the industry among younger people and getting them involved and interested in the industry when they are younger. So I'm looking forward to this conversation to find out what they are doing to kind of facilitate all of this. And let's not waste any time here. Lindsay Trent of the Next Generation in Trucking Association. How are you today? Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me. I'm glad to be here with you all.
So let's start with, I think, kind of a broad question, because there may be folks out there who are not familiar with the Next Generation in Trucking Association and all you do there. So For those who are not familiar, can you kind of explain what you do?
Sure. So we are a fairly young organization. We launched 4 years ago in July, but we were all volunteers as a grassroots movement. I was working for Ryder at the time, and I'm now full-time with the association. But we really formed because we saw the need to put an emphasis on reaching the next generation and steering them towards careers in the trucking industry. And so we really have formed our organization around 4 main pillars. And one is to promote trucking careers. Well, a lot of young people don't really know about trucking, school counselors, teachers, principals. Well, we want to influence influencers in education as well as students and really educate them about all that the trucking industry entails and how many people it affects. So our other pillar is to build and enhance training programs. We work with schools that have career technical education programs or want to start them, and we help them start commercial driving programs, supply chain and logistics, and diesel mechanic programs. And we do this at the high school level and within the community college, private driving school level. It's really about helping a school brainstorm and see what would work best in their community to start CTE programs. And then we connect tomorrow's workforce with today's employees. And so when we start a school program, we need employers that are in the area to come alongside and provide field trips, do speaking engagements at the school, try to educate the next generation about all of the different opportunities in the communities in the trucking industry. And lastly, this is something that we just added this year, but it's celebrating achievements across trucking. And so earlier this year, we had a Career Catalyst Award. So companies who are doing a great job bringing new people into the industry. And right now, we just announced we have an award called the Next Top Talent. And that is where companies can nominate drivers or technicians under 30. And we are going to award some winners with the Next Top Talent Award that are doing an amazing job, new into the industry, and really transforming companies and bringing in that younger workforce.
Love it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, you mentioned you were founded in 2021, which, as much as we don't like to think back to, was
what was going on in 2021?
What was going on in 2021?
Yeah.
You
time.
I don't think many new things started in 2021, but trucking was different. There was a huge emphasis on it. Can you just talk to me about the kind of events that led to, you co-founding this?
Yeah, so I remember distinctly, I was at a trucking conference and we were talking about this issue, right? It's something that we've always, as an industry, complained about was the aging workforce, young people not really knowing much about the industry. And somebody introduced me to a guy by the name of Dave Dine, who started a high school trucking program out of Patterson High School in Patterson, California. And the light bulb went off for me at that moment. And I was like, hey, I've got to reach out to this guy. Maybe this is the answer and a great solution to the problem that we're facing in the industry. Also, during that time, I had helped the community college start their CDL program. I serve on the local advisory board and helped my high school start their diesel tech program right through COVID. And so I had this experience with a little bit of education and workforce development, and hearing about what Dave did with high schools and really trying to develop young professional drivers to knowing about the industry and having the forefront thing being safety and professionalism. So Dave and I started talking and dreaming up this idea to create the Next Generation in Trucking Association. And here we are 4 years later, about 1 million meetings in between, and we have been doing so much. He's now in his 9th year of teaching the program at Patterson High School, and it's just been a great success. And schools are very receptive to learning about how they might be able to start a program like this at their school. The other really cool thing I wanted to tell you about Dave is he is this year's CTE Teacher of the Year for the state of California. Well, when you win your state, then you go on to maybe win your region. Well, he actually also won Region 5's CTE Teacher of the Year. And we were on stage for him to possibly win the Teacher of the Year for the entire country for CTE Teacher of the Year, the biggest award in career technical education. Unfortunately, he didn't win 1 out of 5, but being one of the finalists was so amazing.
Yeah.
And
So
it's given us a great spotlight within education.
Yeah, I love that. I think everything you're doing there is interesting, and obviously is, I think, filling kind of a vacuum that has been there for quite a long time. When you look at, again, recruiting the younger generation and getting them interested in trucking, I think there are a number of challenges. I would assume there are a number of challenges there. Just generally speaking, how does the younger generation view the trucking industry? Do they know much about it? I think I know some of the answers, but can you kind of talk about that and what their views are?
Honestly, they don't really know a whole lot about it unless they have a family member or a neighbor or a friend that is someone that's in the industry. But they're very interested and curious as to hey, maybe this could be a career fit for me. We're seeing a trend in young people not wanting to go to college and getting student loan debt, so they're looking for other opportunities. They see the technology in a truck. They hear about the job. It's basically a tiny house on wheels. Maybe you could travel with your pet. There's a lot of things that are very attractive for a young person. But unless they talk to somebody in the industry or get exposed to being able to sit in a truck, then they don't know, and it's not something that they know to explore. So it does take us as an industry to go in and really help do early talent development and help explore with young people that this could be a career field for them.
I'm curious, is it just like the idea of driving a truck, or do you present other, opportunities? I know there's a shortage of diesel techs. Are other jobs in the industry mentioned?
Absolutely. So we really try to encompass all of the different careers in the trucking industry. And so when I talk to a student at a career fair, I say, hey, what do you want to do? And we're involved in an organization called the Technology Student Association. And most of these students want to be engineers or IT professionals. And I say, hey, do you know you can be a data scientist in trucking that supports the supply chain? Or do you see this model truck right here? Well, think about a real truck. Engineers are the ones that make these parts better to run more efficiently. And it's really about exposing a student's mind to the fact that the supply chain is vast. There's a lot of different careers, and there's so many benefits to it, and we want you to explore what your gifts are, what your talents are, and how they might transfer to a job in trucking that makes such a difference. It's such a needed, essential job in our country.
And as you said, that conversation may be the first time they've ever heard about or thought about a career in trucking. What are those conversations like? Obviously, you're going to have different reactions because you've got a whole bunch of different people out there. But the ones that kind of show an interest, what do those conversations look like?
Yeah, it's almost like a light bulb goes off. And we also know what Gen Z finds appealing about the trucking industry.
Right.
They want to be a part of a team. They want to make a difference. They care about technology. They care about the environment. And trucking is doing all of these things to, we're already there. We're already focused on technology. We're already trying to make trucks run better so it helps the environment. We are a part of a team, and the supply chain is very important to everyday life. And so they get really interested, and they've never thought about it before. And it is so fun to just have that one-on-one conversation and see the light bulb go off. But then I also have conversations with family generation drivers, and they say, yeah, my grandpa and my dad, they were all drivers, and I want to do that too. And I'm excited that I get the opportunity to learn about this while I'm in school. hey, do you want to take another English class or history, or do you want to learn about being a professional driver? That sounds a lot more fun to me.
So you have that conversation and you get, you get these young people who are interested in it. What does that next step look like? Because once that interest gets going, obviously, if they want to pursue that path, they're going to have to take a few steps. How do you kind of help that process along?
So ideally, we're working with their school to help them start a CDL program. We try to have professional drivers and industry people when we are out doing events and at conferences so they can actually have real-world conversations. We go to FFA every year, and we had the National Tank Truck Carrier Grand Champion driver, Dave Powell. He is an owner-operator. He hauls fuel. And he was there able to talk to the students that wanted to learn about being a professional driver and was able to say, hey, you can actually also own your own business and be a professional driver, and tell them, like literally he would have conversations with students for hours because they were so interested and intrigued by the fact that they could be their own boss and do something that they kind of thought about doing. And it's really amazing to see these students start to connect the dots and for them to have time to have that conversation with a professional driver who owns his own business and is at the top of his class.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm curious, this, of course, is, trucking is a male-dominated industry. Do you see that, though, in recruitment and stuff? Or is this generation, do you see more females coming forward and showing an interest?
Yeah, we definitely see more females showing interest. And one of the things that we try to do is we've got a job behaviors assessment on our website, and teachers can access it for students to say, hey, let me take this 10-minute assessment to see if I have what it takes to be a safe, qualified driver. And it's not about skills, it's about behaviors and who you are intrinsically, and see if they align. And what we've found is usually if 100 people take the test and the top scorers, well, half of them are going to be women. And then we invite them to the class and they say, well, I've never thought about trucking as a career choice, but I scored high on this assessment and maybe this is a career path that I should look into. And so we're getting women that way. And when they start to take it, they really decide, hey, I actually really like this. And I have so much respect for these young girls who are in these classes, exploring if this could be a fit for them and really finding that they love to do this.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
High heat and low lubricity can break your diesel fuel down fast. Summer driving means crowded roads, more stress, dust, and a bigger risk of costly engine damage. Howe's Diesel Defender protects from the inside out, cleaning, lubricating, and fighting injector wear. Visit Howe'sProducts.com.
Are you tired of the IRS following you around like a dark cloud? Call 888-557-4020 and get your life back.
At Truck Stop, we've built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
We're talking kind of about your direct contact with these younger folks who may be interested in trucking. I'm also curious, too, about the other side of things with carriers looking to hire new people. Are you working with carriers on ways in which they can make things a little more appealing for, younger people to come into the industry? And if so, what does that look like?
Yeah, absolutely. We are trying to educate the industry on how to better appeal to the next generation and what that they can do. And one of those things is you've got to build a culture that a young person wants to be a part of. And so helping them see what they need to do in terms of social media, in terms of their website, and in terms of, it's not about stock pictures and data. It's about telling personal stories and stories of hey, I matter here. I'm not just a number, but it's a working family and we have purpose. And so really trying to help an employer understand, I mean, you hear this all the time, that work-life balance. Maybe there are some things an employer can do to make things a little better for a driver. And maybe it's, hey, let's have a pet policy. Or maybe it's we can dispatch somebody while they're out, and instead of taking their break at home, they want to take their break at Niagara Falls and see that for the weekend.
Yeah.
And so companies are doing some really innovative things to help attract the next generation and really help retain them so that this is something that they can see themselves doing for their career.
Now, those are obviously some of the recruitment efforts that are working really well. I'm curious, though, have you seen any that don't work so well that people are still doing?
That's a great question. I think that the thing that we always hear is that you have to be honest as a recruiter and really tell them how it is. Don't sugarcoat things because that doesn't do anyone any good. And so I don't think that ever works. And we need to really kind of show, hey, this is what it's like. This is what life is like. These are the good things about it, but hey, here's some of the ugly things. And so being honest is always forefront when you're trying to recruit.
You brought something up just a little bit ago, Lindsay, in terms of retention and making the greater industry more welcoming for, not just younger people, obviously, but everybody. And I think you were on a panel, I think it was maybe June, with Louis Pugh, our executive vice president. There was somebody else there as well. I think that was in New Jersey. Is that right?
Yes, I think so.
And the idea behind that, and it was interesting to hear the three of you kind of go back and forth because you were all on the same page in terms of what we need to do. And I use we as kind of a, the greater we, to be more appealing to folks out there, not just younger people, but everybody. Talk about that aspect in terms of making sure that once we get somebody in the industry, we're taking care of them to the point that they want to stay there.
Yeah, and that's why I really respect Louis and his messaging, and that is, hey, we have to treat our drivers well. We have to treat them fairly. We need to give them a living wage, and they don't need to be working and waiting and not getting paid. And so shippers need to be, operating at a high level. And so that messaging is really going to help promote excellence in the industry. And that's what we are. We're a people business. And so we need to continue to make things better for our drivers and continue to lobby for their life to be better. And so that's what the message is all about. And if we want to attract young people, we have to continue that messaging and not making it a bad environment for drivers, but we've got to make it a great environment for drivers. And so they can support their families, come home safely, and have a good day at work, not all of these people are taking advantage of me. The facilities are terrible, and they don't respect me as a professional driver. We've got to change that.
You're obviously working toward a goal here. And, as we said, I think what you're doing there is great. And I think it's encouraging to see associations like yours doing what you're doing because it does, rising tide lifts all ships kind of thing here. What you're doing and the things that you're doing, if you were to look at a situation where all of the elements are in place to welcome people in, what does that look like? What goal are you ultimately getting to? Is it high schools, having programs like this in place all across the country? Or, what's the ultimate goal, I guess?
Yeah, that's a great question. And the ultimate goal in my mind, and one of our core pillars is to help schools start these training programs. And whether it's CDL driving program, a diesel mechanic program, or a supply chain warehousing and logistics, it's giving schools the materials, the tools that they need to be able to start a program and succeed. That school is going to hire the teacher, and hopefully that teacher's had years and years of experience in the industry and can really invest in their students and teach them the proper way on how to be a great person in our industry. And so it's giving them the credentials and the skill sets that they need. So when they graduate high school, they are work ready. If they choose to go straight into the workforce, that we can send them out with confidence, knowing that they have been trained to the utmost ability and that they are ready to succeed and excited about their career path and their future. And we all know that there's so many different opportunities and career opportunities for young people and for people as they grow in their career. And it's just a matter of connecting the dots for them, for the schools, and for the teachers.
And you're clearly optimistic based on all your interactions out there. You're clearly optimistic about, what the future holds, it sounds like.
Oh, absolutely. And I think if you and your listeners were to go and meet some of these students, they would be optimistic too.
Well, that's a great reminder too. I think that's a good thing for folks out there in their everyday lives. If you're able to have a conversation with somebody to talk about the benefits and what the job is like, because it does appeal to a certain type of person. And kind of to your point earlier, Gen Z, I think they've got kind of that hustle mindset, I guess, for lack of a better term. And those two things kind of line up pretty well.
Yeah, they do. And I want to go back to Dave Paligan, who's an owner-operator, who said when he goes now, because this is his second year to volunteer for us with FFA, he said, it really invigorated my purpose and my love for what I do, because I can go in there and talk to these students and be proud of who I am, what I've done with my career. And I think that if you have listeners that say, you know what, maybe I should take my truck to my local school and talk about my profession, it is actually something that is really fun. It's great to interact with students, and you should be proud of what you do, because you literally are the backbone of our country, and we could not survive as a country without you. So it is amazing.
Yeah, it is. Awesome. And yeah, absolutely. Right on all points there. Real quick, Lindsay, for people listening to this, if they're interested in getting more information about Next Gen Trucking, where should they go?
Yeah, so we're on all social medias at Next Gen Truckers, and our website is nextgentrucking.org. We have a monthly newsletter. Feel free to sign up for our newsletter, and we would love to connect with you. And maybe your school wants to start a trucking program. We'd love to go in there and help them.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Love what you're doing there. Really encouraged by it again. Keep up the good work, and thanks for talking with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me on the show.
Yes, our thanks to Lindsay Trent for taking the time to speak with us. I'm curious, when you were in high school, you can think back.
It was a little while ago.
A few years ago.
5 exactly, to be exact.
A lot of the careers that I think were talked about and whatnot, I don't remember trucking ever being one that was like recommended.
No. Yeah. And it's one of these things too, like when I was in high school, there was a VOTEC program. And I know there were, quite a few people that took part in that. And I think they have them now as well.
Yeah.
Which I think is great because, college isn't the right path for some people. Yeah. It is the right path for some people, but not for others. Yep. And there are so many options out there that if you're not aware of it and you're not aware of what it looks like, you wouldn't know, right? Yeah. So I think it's great what they're doing, the outreach, and talking to these younger people who might have an interest in it, but as to your point, don't even know about it to have an interest.
And I think it's a lifestyle, like she had mentioned, that appeals to some young people who want to travel and, see the world. And obviously in a truck, you're seeing a lot of interstates, but there is the option of dropping a load and, staying for a couple of days, exploring the area.
Yeah.
That seems to be, kind of a
it's
popular
like
among Gen Z thing.
Younger people, I think, like that freedom and that idea of kind of, being out on their own.
Lifestyle.
So it definitely, would appeal to people, again, who may not even be thinking about this. And so I think it's great that they're reaching out in this way for sure.
Yeah.
And
I liked hearing too, her say that there were, a lot of females checking it out because otherwise I don't know, as a female myself, I don't know if they consider like that could be an option.
Well, and there's still a stigma.
Oh, for sure.
In a lot of ways with trucking and women as well too. So Yeah, the more you can kind of have these conversations,
the better.
and anybody listening to this, obviously people in your family know what you do, but if you find
If you
yourself
have the opportunity.
in a conversation, lay it out for them and
Yeah.
talk about what's good, talk about what's bad too,
Yeah.
and
Be
kind of lay it
honest.
out for
Yeah.
them and explain the situation, and it may lead to something else.
Yeah.
Speaking of something else, we're going to be back tomorrow, Ashley, with
we
another
are.
program. Looking forward to this one. We're going to speak with
Yeah.
Ohio State Representative Jack Daniels. You might remember Tom Balzer of the Ohio Trucking Association brought his name up a little while ago when we spoke with them about the Ohio Trucking Caucus.
Yeah.
Jack Daniels, State Rep Daniels, is a truck driver, also a state legislator, so we'll talk to him about that. And then
we have-
Randy Gilliott, right?
Yes, Operation Sideswipe, something I've always heard of in this industry. We're going to kind of pick his brain, see what the situation is there and what his experience is there.
Looking forward to it. Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people that includes Jim Fetzer, Keegan White, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
Got thoughts? We'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave us a message. Or you can send us an email to podcast@ooida.com and we might include it on the show.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
You know Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025 while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.